Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Killed by My Beloved Wife 100 Times. I strive every day to kill her back right here on GMT Recap. In the morning, when the alarm clock rang, he awoke in a daze. At that moment, his eyes were vacant, pupils slightly dilated, but immediately after, his pupils suddenly contracted, reflecting a blood-red hue. The man, who had still been groggy, was now completely alert, and he sprang up from the bed. At that moment, Fong Ho looked up at the ceiling and saw dense blood-colored characters covering it. The bright red, distorted letters resembled swimming tadpoles, appearing extremely bizarre. He felt utterly astonished and confused, his face already drenched in sweat, with a hint of anger mixed in. "What the hell is going on? Which bastard wrote on the ceiling of my house?" At that very moment, the once vivid blood-colored characters gradually began to fade. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them hard. Was he dreaming? The letters just now had been so clear and lifelike. But having just woken up, Fong Ho didn't dwell on it much. As he prepared to get out of bed, he instinctively looked around. Suddenly, his entire body froze as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked around the unfamiliar room, trying to find something familiar, but everything was foreign to him. Where is this place? Why am I sleeping here? What is happening? I didn't drink last night, nor did I enter the wrong door. I clearly remember coming home, eating a bowl of instant noodles, watching a movie, and then going to bed exhausted, but now the noodle cup that was on the bedside table and even the used tissues from last night have disappeared. At that very moment, a torrent of chaotic and unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. They were all orphans, around the same age, with similar appearances, yet their lives were entirely different. He clutched his head, his face filled with fear, sweat soaking his face, and it felt as though his head was about to explode. After a while, Fong Ho finally came back to his senses, blankly staring at his own hands. Had he somehow traveled to a parallel world, entering the body of another Fong Ho? At that moment, he was utterly confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. Even if I really did travel through time, then what were those blood-red words just now? He frantically searched his memories but found nothing related, which made Fong Ho feel deeply uneasy. Those strange blood-colored words had never existed in the memories of the previous owner. Could it be that what he had just seen was real? Just then, a gentle woman's voice suddenly echoed, "Honey, wake up and have breakfast." She leaned casually against the doorframe, wearing a silk spaghetti-strap nightgown, her figure extremely alluring. She quickly ran over to Fong Ho, and seeing this, Fong Ho stood frozen in place, stunned. Could it be that in this parallel world, Fong Ho was already married? The woman now sat down on the edge of the bed, gazing at Fong Ho tenderly. "Honey, you're awake? Come on, let's have breakfast." Fong Ho looked at the food in front of him and suddenly felt that transmigrating wasn't so bad after all. He swallowed hard. If he hadn't transmigrated, how could he possibly have such a beautiful and gentle wife? The woman saw that Fong Ho still wasn't reacting. Her face as tender as water, she gently spoke again. "Husband, you're awake. Let's have breakfast." Fong Ho hurried to respond, because when communicating with others, not reacting within 2 seconds would be extremely impolite. But now, he didn't know how to address her. "Wife? Darling? My love?" Then his face flushed red. Or should I call her my good little baby? After a moment of inner struggle, he finally decided that calling her by her name would be most appropriate. Perhaps the memories of the former owner of this body still lingered in his mind. Immediately, he cleared his throat, brought 2 fingers together, closed his eyes, and began searching. He tried hard to retrieve memories of this wife. However, a horrifying realization struck. There was no wife's name, no dating history, no shared interests, no favorite positions, nothing at all. Not even the slightest trace of such a person existed in his memory. At that thought, Fong Ho immediately broke down, feeling as if the blood in his veins had frozen. His heart skipped a beat. At that moment, Fong Ho slightly lowered his head, not daring to look at her, fear clearly etched on his face. Then who exactly is this woman claiming to be my wife? Yet the woman remained perfectly still, her bright smile unwavering as she gazed at him gently. More than 2.5 seconds had passed, and the same tender smile remained on her lips. Strangely, it hadn't changed in the slightest, as if it were a flawless white porcelain sculpture delicately carved onto the face of a beautiful woman. Now, for some reason, Fang Ho no longer felt the gentleness he did before. Instead, a chill crept over him, and the warmth from earlier began to fade into coldness. After a long pause, Fang Ho looked at her and, with difficulty, spoke, "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on the woman's lips suddenly changed. An overwhelming shock erupted in her eyes. The gentle smile she wore at first suddenly turned grotesque, and her smooth, fair skin began to crack without pause. In the blink of an eye, countless dense black fissures appeared all over her body. From her mouth came a breathless sound of delight. "You saw me." Immediately, Fang Ho felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Cold sweat broke out across his face, and for a moment his mind was in utter chaos. "Sorry, my head is a bit of a mess, let me think this through." But the woman gave him no chance. She opened her mouth wide, lunging toward Fang Ho, unleashing a roar that was far from human. "Ha ha ha, you saw me?" Fang Ho's fear surged like a tidal wave, aged tears instantly streamed down his face, his body froze on the spot. The shadow of death, as if long foretold, suddenly descended. A gaping mouth engulfed Fang Ho's head, and right then and there, the woman devoured him alive. Then an unimaginable pain swept through his entire body. He had died countless times, and each death came in a different way. But after every death, he would always return to the starting point. However, in the very next second, the space around him shattered like glass, everything dissolved into nothingness. He saw himself screaming in terror, gasping for breath, and once again woke up on the bed, his whole body drenched in sweat, his face filled with bewilderment. What on earth just happened? Hadn't he just died? Or was he dreaming? But at that moment, his eyes were once again drawn to the ceiling, where the same blood-soaked words he had seen earlier reappeared. "Don't let them know you can see." Those words struck him like a wake-up call, making him realize that what had just happened wasn't a dream. And then, right before his eyes, the blood-stained letters slowly began to disappear. At this moment, he couldn't believe it. No matter how many times he thought it over, he couldn't understand. Was that sentence a warning, telling me to pretend to be asleep? But then he reconsidered. No, that can't be right. The former owner of this body wasn't blind, he was just an ordinary person. Moreover, in his memories, there was no sign that he had a wife. He had always lived alone, never hearing or seeing anything unusual, so the meaning of that sentence must be that the wife must not know he can see her, just act as if he were alone in the house, completely ignoring her existence. Right at that moment, a gentle voice like flowing water drifted in from outside the bedroom, still the same words, the same phrasing. "Honey, are you awake? Come have breakfast." That voice was so tender, so affectionate, yet to Fang Ho it brought only fear. He forced himself to suppress the terror, his mind constantly thinking, perhaps, just like the former owner of this body, if I choose to ignore her and live a normal life, then I won't be killed. So he forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, lowered his head, and tried to pretend he didn't see his wife, just as the blood-soaked message had warned. But who could have expected that this wife wouldn't play by the rules? She suddenly squatted down and stared straight at Fang Ho. In an instant, their eyes locked, and the air seemed to freeze. At that moment, Fang Ho appeared calm on the outside, but inside, a storm was raging. He clutched the bedsheet tightly, trying to steady himself, silently repeating in his mind, "Don't move, don't look." But just then, his wife used her ultimate move. She twisted her head completely backward, a full 180 degrees. Seeing that, Fang Ho clenched his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, is that even possible? Before he could react, the wife had already extended a tongue 40 meters long, relentlessly licking his face. This action immediately caused Fang Ho to lose his composure, and his wife also noticed it. "You can see me." The very next second, blood splattered everywhere, and Fang Ho died once again. Not long after, he was gasping for breath, waking up from the fear. At that moment, he clenched both fists, clenched his jaw. "Bastard, damn it." Then he trembled, holding his head, not knowing what to do. What exactly is happening? Is this some kind of death reincarnation, or like in the movies an infinite loop? No matter how many times I die, I always return to the starting point, like saving a file in a single-player game. After thinking for a while, Fong Ho tried to calm himself down, and then his brain started working quickly. Just now, he lowered his head and didn't look at her, and she approached him on her own. This only confirmed further that she had to verify whether he could see her before taking action. So he grabbed his phone, intending to use watching short videos as a distraction, and at that moment, his wife appeared behind him. "Honey, wake up and have breakfast." Fong Ho's back was already drenched in sweat. Suddenly, his wife, slightly bowing her head to look at her phone, spoke up. "Honey, how can you look at other women right in front of me? Does this mean you no longer like me?" However, deep inside, Fong Ho was already cursing. "Like hell I do." He tried to suppress the fear in his heart and continued absent-mindedly watching the video. This time, he had learned from his previous mistake. So, he deliberately brought the phone as close as possible, almost pressing it against his face. Suddenly, his wife whispered in his ear, "Honey, I remember you're not nearsighted, so why are you holding the phone so close? Could it be that you can see me?" Hearing this, Fong Ho was startled, and cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Does this mean even acting strangely won't work? But noticing that this time his wife didn't take immediate action after speaking, he sighed in relief. Then once again, he tried to calm himself down and scrolled to the next video. But this time, his vision suddenly froze. It turned out that the young woman in the video was his wife. Seeing that, Fong Ho was both shocked and furious. Damn it! He immediately jumped up from the bed and threw his phone away. But at that moment, his wife, who was beside him, had already approached. He saw her face twisted with ferocity, her skin cracked, her mouth repeating the same sentence over and over, "You saw me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her blood-soaked mouth wide toward Fong Ho. But this time, Fong Ho didn't sit and wait to die. He roared, "I didn't see a damn thing." At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched at her, but the wife showed no fear and swiftly dodged to the side. Immediately after, she again opened her blood-drenched mouth and viciously bit off his arm. In an instant, the whole room was filled with agonized screams. At that moment, the wife used her tongue to coil around his arm, her expression one of satisfaction as she savored it. At this moment, Fong Ho seemed to have accepted this outcome. The fear that had been on his face earlier was now replaced by calmness. "So this time I'm going to be eaten, huh? Then what will happen next time?" Up to now, Fong Ho had been resurrected 6 times, yet he was still caught off guard and frightened whenever his wife suddenly approached him, and each time he ended up being eaten. He died each time because of poor acting, because he couldn't suppress his instinctive reactions. After waking up again, Fong Ho had completely lost his sanity, the horrific scene of his previous death still vivid in his eyes. Now, he seemed to have gone mad, sticking his head through the iron bars with a terrified expression, shouting loudly, "Damn it, help me, let me out." But the beautiful wife only smiled and stepped forward. "You saw me." It could be guessed that he was going to be eaten again. Fong Ho had now died 8 times. During that time, he had constantly wanted to escape, but he couldn't. So he decided to smash the flower vase. If he couldn't avoid it, then he might as well choose to enjoy it. In countless cycles of dying and coming back to life, he also simultaneously inherited the memories of the owner of this body, and came to understand what kind of world this was. The only difference from his previous life was that this world was clearly far stranger and more bizarre. After Fong Ho died 18 times, everything around him fell into an eerie silence. Immediately after, he began to think, why am I able to die and come back to life countless times? Who wrote the blood-red words on the ceiling? Why did the blood-red words disappear after I saw them? What are they? Are they all ghosts? Were they the ones behind everything? It seems like my wife is one of them. She's a ghost. With that thought, Fong Ho made a decision: as long as I'm still alive, my wife must die. At that very moment, his wife once again walked toward the bedroom. That familiar voice echoed again. This time, Fong Ho did not hesitate. He had already died 18 times. Now he knew very well, the so-called breakfast was never meant for him to eat, it was meant to turn him into breakfast. Suddenly, he realized something: every time the wife woke Fong Ho up, she never physically touched him. Could it be that if she wasn't sure he could see her, she wouldn't be able to make physical contact? Thinking this, Fang Ho decided to test it once. Immediately, he got up and walked straight up to his wife. Seeing this, she looked at him tenderly and said, "Do you want to have breakfast first or have me first?" "So, husband, you can see me, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, she blushed, waiting for Fang Ho's reaction. But Fang Ho, putting his theory to the test, resolutely walked straight through her body. At that moment, he rejoiced inwardly, as expected, she can only act if she's sure I can see her. As for Fang Ho, who had been so preoccupied with death that he hadn't even eaten, he went straight to the kitchen and started frying eggs. Seeing this, the wife beside him angrily said, "Husband, I already made breakfast for you, come eat it now." Fang Ho, embarrassed yet expressionless, sighed and said, "Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deception." Said she made breakfast, but in reality, she didn't make anything at all. Very quickly, he finished making a sandwich. Fang Ho was about to finish his breakfast and leave. He was heading out to search for clues about his wife, to look for the abnormalities in this world. At that very moment, his wife suddenly appeared at the dining table. She smiled at Fang Ho and said, "Honey, why aren't you eating the breakfast I made for you? Do you think my cooking isn't good enough?" This time, Fang Ho wasn't frightened by her sudden appearance. He calmly ate his meal. After finishing breakfast, Fang Ho went straight to the door. He had to leave. Only by leaving could he have a chance at revenge. But just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, his wife's beautiful face appeared on it, her eyes filled with sadness. "Honey, could you not go out? Could you stay home with me?" Before she could finish her words, there was a clicking sound. The doorknob had turned. Fang Ho calmly stepped out of the room and then slammed the door shut. At that moment, the raging fire of hatred within him was burning fiercely. No one can kill me 18 times and still walk free. It was a seething hatred toward his wife, an overwhelming fury for having been murdered 18 times. After some thought, he resolutely headed down the stairs, but just then, he suddenly realized the eerie silence surrounding him, in broad daylight, and not a single soul around. Yet he didn't dwell on it. His mind was consumed by one thing only: revenge. He had to find a way to destroy the demon, then return and kill her. Quickly, he made his way down the dark, decrepit staircase. A green door appeared before Fang Ho. He slowly pushed open the door of the unit. Sunlight, unseen for what felt like ages, streamed in through the crack. Then he stepped outside, plunging into the sunlit world beyond. But suddenly, Fang Ho's entire body froze on the spot, his blood almost congealing. At that moment, though he was bathed in sunlight, he could no longer feel any warmth. He looked at the world outside with lifeless eyes and muttered unconsciously, "Is this hell?" All around, on the streets and in the sky, there were strange and ferocious creatures. Wherever he looked, they were everywhere, densely packed and overflowing. The scene before his eyes was utterly bizarre and terrifying, but not enough to break his spirit. On the contrary, it made him laugh. His laughter was twisted and filled with anguish, sending chills down anyone's spine. As he beheld this strange world, for some unknown reason, he suddenly found it fascinating. At that moment, he realized that his laughter might attract the attention of the demonic, so he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. But the distorted laughter couldn't be suppressed, continuously spilling out through his fingers a bitter, suffocating laughter that made him cough uncontrollably, to the point of gagging. Immediately after, he leaned against the utility pole and began vomiting repeatedly. At the same time, a childish voice rang out, "Mister, are you okay? Are you sick?" This sudden appearance of the little girl caused Fang Ho's pupils to dilate abruptly. She had 2 pigtails and looked about 4 years old, with a lollipop still in her mouth. Seeing her, he tried to suppress his laughter, attempting to appear gentler. "It's nothing, little girl. You can just call me Big Brother." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her small head. "What an adorable little girl. If only I had a daughter this cute, that would be wonderful." However, in the very next moment, the girl's cute face suddenly twisted into a ferocious expression, bearing sharp fangs as she said a familiar phrase, "You saw me." Fang Ho stood frozen in place. Then, slightly lifting his head to look at the girl in front of him, he saw that she had become enormous, and the lollipop in her hand had transformed into a white bone club. She screamed madly, "You saw me." But this time, Fang Ho wasn't afraid. Instead, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha, how interesting, truly fascinating." Then Fang Ho wiped the tears from laughing so hard and pointed at the girl in front of him. "Compared to before, I still prefer the way you look now, because this way, when I kill you later, I won't have to worry about anything at all." At the same moment, the girl screamed wildly while raising the stick in her hand. In the very next second, the shadow of the stick came crashing down, engulfing Fang Ho entirely, yet Fang Ho kept laughing. "So there are actually so many bizarre things like you out there, there's no need to worry about ever running out of things to kill. This is truly exhilarating, every last one of you must die." Before he could even finish his words, a thunderous boom erupted, and Fang Ho was smashed into a mess of mangled flesh. Very quickly, Fang Ho woke once more from sleep. This time, the madness on his face had vanished, replaced by a calmness as still as water. This is the beautiful, familiar yet strange wife who once again comes to his bedside, calls him to get up for breakfast, and he repeats the same actions as before, then leaves the house. This time, he is seen sitting in some park outside. Not long after, the cute little girl from earlier appears before him again, the only difference being that this time, she isn't sucking on a lollipop, but instead has a sorrowful face, crying, "Uncle, I can't find my mom anymore, can you take me home?" At this moment, Fang Ho does not respond, but observes his surroundings, sinking into thought. He realizes that this world seems to be filled with all kinds of demonic beings, which can be divided into two types. One kind looks bizarre and lacks rationality though aggressive, they are like air, incapable of affecting physical objects. The other kind appears no different from humans, staying close to their target, pretending to be relatives or friends to talk to them, and after receiving a response, they strike. Like his beloved wife, but even ordinary people who do not realize their existence still cling to someone to play a role. After all, why is this happening? Thinking of this, Fang Ho was very suspicious, and suddenly a flash of light appeared in his mind. A chilling thought surged. Could it be that the demonic creatures are trying to integrate into human life? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel his mouth dry, so he rode his bicycle to the store to buy a drink, but after paying, when he looked at his phone, he found that all his money had been reduced to 3 digits. Instantly, he felt that he needed to quickly learn the truth about this world and then find a way to make money. At that moment, suddenly a ding, a message notification sounded. It turned out his boss was mentioning him in the work group. "Fang Ho, it's already afternoon, why aren't you at work yet? This month you've been late several times already, do you still want your bonus?" Seeing this, Fang Ho suddenly remembered that half a year ago, the former boss had sold a villa, and the commission had yet to be paid. If he could recover that commission, he might be able to hold out for a while. Immediately, he typed on the screen, composing a message that simply read resignation, and stated that he would go to the sales office to find the boss and demand his commission. With that, he got on his bicycle and rode to the sales office. Not long after, he arrived at his destination, but with just a glance, he was stunned. Looking at the gloomy building before him, his pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat streamed down his face. Where is this? Where's the sales office? Right after, he got off the bicycle and walked straight inside, only to see a sign still hanging from a pillar. On it, 6 large characters were clearly written, Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. At this moment, Fang Ho's phone suddenly rang, and he heard an anxious and concerned voice on the other end. "Fang Ho, why did you just pick up the phone? Did something happen to you?" Fang Ho assured the caller that there was nothing wrong and confirmed, "Are you all at the company now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the caller replied angrily, "Yes, that Wu Dahai has called you so many times, and you didn't answer. Now he's taking all his anger out on me and making me work overtime." Fang Ho said, "I'll be there right away, let's talk more later." After hanging up, Fang Ho stared at the psychiatric hospital in front of him and fell into deep thought. Clearly, the entire building has turned into a gloomy psychiatric hospital, but according to my colleagues, work inside remains unaffected. Could it be that this hospital is also demonic? This is truly fascinating. At that moment, he decided to go inside and take a look. For now, the only sound around him was the footsteps of Fang Ho. However, in the very next second, Fang Ho showed signs of difficulty, letting out a painful sound. as if he had bumped into something. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Could it be? This psychiatric hospital is impenetrable? But Fang Ho did not believe in bad luck. Without hesitation, he reached forward again. The next moment, a soft thud rang out, followed by a sudden overwhelming sensation of softness and elasticity. As he looked closely, 2 round, plump, supple buns came into view. In an instant, Fang Ho was utterly stunned, his face slightly flushed. Immediately after, a heavy, muscular arm slammed into his face. At that moment, a woman clutching her chest yelled furiously, "You filthy pervert, I'm going to sue you." Meanwhile, Fang Ho clutched his swollen, reddened face, wearing a bewildered expression. Just then, a security guard at the post, having heard the noise, came out. "What's all this commotion?" At the same time, he also noticed Fang Ho nearby. "Oh, isn't that Fang Ho? What are you doing here?" At that moment, the woman had already run up to the security guard and began recounting the earlier incident in great detail. Fang Ho, however, wasn't paying attention and unconsciously turned his head toward the hospital. What he discovered was that the gloomy psychiatric hospital had vanished, replaced by the luxurious Bailu Academy. Seeing this, Fang Ho was dumbfounded on the spot. Immediately afterward, he instinctively blinked. When he opened his eyes again, the psychiatric hospital had reappeared. He looked around, lost in thought. What on earth is going on? Could it be chaotic time, overlapping space? Right after that, he reached out his hand, and something unbelievable happened. His palm passed straight through the wall. Witnessing this, a judgment formed in his mind. This psychiatric hospital is visible, but it can't be touched physically. I'm afraid it's just like those demonic Kia, only after receiving some kind of response can one take action. As for the strange patient room before me, it seems it can only be accessed under certain conditions. Then, what exactly is that condition? Thinking of this, Fang Ho decided to verify it for himself. Immediately afterward, he reached out toward the wall, and without the slightest hesitation, dashed straight into the wall of the hospital room. At that moment, it felt as though he had plunged into thin air. He passed directly through and entered inside. What he saw was a place with ashen gray walls, resembling the underworld. Dried blood stained both the walls and the floor. Confronted with such a horrifying scene, he couldn't shake the feeling that a great secret was surely hidden in this place. Fang Ho's only thought at that moment was to uncover the secret within the psychiatric hospital. He didn't take the usual route, but walked straight through the walls. He passed the lobby, the dining hall, the restroom, the activity room, yet none of these places had a single soul in sight. It wasn't until he stood before a particular hospital room that he found himself stopping involuntarily. This hospital room looked especially unusual. Its main door was dark red, and among all the places he had passed, only the ward area carried a strong stench of blood. Written on the hospital room in bold characters was the number 104. At that moment, Fang Ho felt a sudden urge to examine it more closely. He walked to the door of the hospital room, reached out his hand, then, without the slightest hesitation, resolutely stepped through it. In the blink of an eye, he was inside. On the bed, a girl in a hospital gown was curled up, trembling all over and sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, Fang Ho stared intently ahead, as if he didn't see the girl at all. Suddenly, the girl seemed to sense Fang Ho's presence, then slowly stood up. In the very next second, she abruptly turned her head. The girl stared straight at Fang Ho. Her eyes were hollow, with no eyeballs, and it could even be said she had no facial features at all. From her mouth came a chilling voice, "Brother, come play with me." But Fang Ho paid her no attention and walked straight ahead. The girl stood frozen in place. After he passed room 104 and had just walked through the wall, a blood-red, four-eyed ghost suddenly appeared before him. Yet he showed no fear at this sudden encounter. Instead, he continued forward without stopping, striding past with an utterly emotionless expression. The four-eyed ghost stared at Fang Ho with a face full of confusion. Not until he left the room did it look away. He kept exploring the hospital wards here. Fang Ho quickly counted and saw there were dozens of rooms like this. Moreover, some of the doors were wide open, raising the possibility that demonic creatures might have escaped. Although he encountered horrifying ghosts pressing close to his face as he passed through these rooms, Fang Ho was now able to remain calm, and all of this was thanks to his wife's 18 consecutive kills. At that moment, he arrived at a doctor's clinic. On the floor were several medical records and files. Seeing this, Fang Ho felt a surge of joy in his heart. With these documents, he might be able to obtain some useful information. Right then, he suddenly noticed a medical report. It clearly stated that experiment number 128 had transformed into a demonic. Seeing this, Fang Ho's pupils abruptly contracted. Could it be that the demonic were all once human? Could it be that the demons in those hospital wards were all people in the past? After thinking it over, a wave of indescribable shock rose in Fang Ho's heart. Immediately afterward, he sat down, intending to continue reading. But this entire space was an illusion. He couldn't touch anything, let alone flip through the medical reports. Suddenly, a few fine strands of hair appeared before Fang Ho's eyes. These strands hung down from above, connected to something unknown, but he wasn't foolish enough to look up. He calmly stood up as if nothing had happened. Above him was a female doctor in a white coat, her limbs resembling those of a spider, clinging to the ceiling. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Fang Ho. "You've arrived. Do you want to join me in uncovering the mysteries of life?" Fang Ho ignored her and thought to himself, there was already a clue in the doctor's office, so there must be more in other places. The answer to all the questions must lie at the center of this psychiatric hospital, the director's office. After this thought, Fang Ho went to look for the director's office. He quickly identified an office area, and moreover, this office area coincided with the sales building, but it was not the director's office. Immediately afterward, he went to the second floor. This was where the former owner used to work. At that very moment, a voice suddenly called out, "Fang Ho, why are you only getting here now? Wu Dahai is about to lose his mind, don't go looking for him just yet." Before the sentence was finished, Wu Dahai stormed out, pointing at Fang Ho, who had just come upstairs. "You still dare to come to work? I've already fired you, do you understand?" But Fang Ho showed no emotion at all, instead pushing the two of them aside and walking straight through between them. Seeing this, Zhao looked at Fang Ho with a puzzled expression, while Wu Dahai, both shocked and furious, pointed at him and shouted, "You little punk, you dared to push me? Are you rebelling now? What do you think you're doing? Who let you go up to the third floor? Stop right there. I've already fired you, get out of here right now, you're not allowed upstairs." However, Fang Ho ignored everything and everyone, heading straight to the third floor. Very quickly, Fang Ho reached the third floor. His eyes immediately locked onto a door not far away, and he secretly rejoiced, finally found it. On the door was the sign, "Director's Office." Wu Dahai was panting as he followed behind. At that moment, Fang Ho's gaze was firmly fixed on a room door, and he quickly stepped up to it. In the real world, this was the office of the chairman of the sales company. He turned the handle and opened the door. Instantly, all three of them froze in place, and Wu Dahai's face turned pale as he murmured, "It's over, we're done for this time." Inside the room, a pair of long legs in black stockings and a curvaceous figure in a business skirt appeared in their sight. At the sound of the door opening, the two people inside hastily stopped their indecent actions. The man was swearing loudly as he pulled up his pants, while the woman blushed and covered her chest. At that moment, Fang Ho stared intently at the woman, or more precisely, at the desk in the office. Suddenly, he stepped forward and walked straight toward them. Then he grabbed the woman's arm and forcefully pulled her off the desk. Fang Ho lay sprawled across the desk, his eyes fixed on the parchment. With just a glance, he became incredibly excited, and immediately after, a hint of secret delight flickered across his face. As expected, there's a shocking secret hidden within this psychiatric hospital. There was a line of text on it, "The one chosen by heaven. Do you wish to know the truth of this world? Do you want to understand what demonic truly means? If you seek all the answers, go to room C520. Everything you want to know is there." Fang Ho quickly finished reading the entire message, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. The signature at the end is Zhu Qingfeng. He must be the director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. So who was this letter written for? Could it be that he knew I would come? At that moment, Fang Ho turned and walked out. Walking while thinking, the old doubts haven't been resolved, and now new uncertainties arise. Room 520, perhaps that place truly holds all the answers. At that moment, the once bright corridors suddenly turned pitch black. Fang Ho took out his phone to illuminate the way, but suddenly sensed that something was wrong in this place. At this moment, it wasn't simply a power outage. With that thought, he hurriedly used his phone's flashlight to shine toward the second floor and discovered that Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital had vanished without a trace. He immediately ran up to the second floor, eager to see whether any sign of the hospital remained elsewhere. Behind him, the man grew furious. He reached out to demand Wu Dahai's phone, but Wu Dahai awkwardly replied, "There's no signal, we can't make calls right now." At that moment, the man spoke confidently, "Given my position, I have access to far more than you can imagine. Regarding the secrets of this world, the phone has no signal and the lights are blocked. If I'm not mistaken, these signs point to one thing: we have very likely stepped into the demon world." Hearing that, Fang Ho let out a chilling laugh, "Haha, demon world, ha." Meanwhile, on the other side, the staff in the sales office were extremely worried. The report was just finished, we hadn't even saved it yet, and right when it was almost done, the power went out. At that moment, Wu Dahai's voice rang out, "Stop shouting here, send someone to check if the atom arc tripped." At the same time, security guard Uncle Zhao went upstairs. Seeing the man from earlier, he quickly asked, "The building suddenly lost power, is everyone alright?" "I'm going to check if the atom arc tripped." Hearing this, the man looked annoyed. "People are fine, just thinking about having to work overtime later makes my teeth itch." Elsewhere, a female colleague turned on her phone flashlight, but suddenly noticed the beam was also dimming. The colleague sitting next to her asked curiously, "Is there dust on it? Try wiping it." But she had nearly scrubbed a hole through the phone, and the light still didn't get any brighter. Each of her colleagues took out their phones one by one and turned on the flashlights, but the result was the same: the light was extremely dim. At that moment, Fang Ho recalled what his superior, Wang Zitang, had said earlier, so he turned to him and asked, "Just now, you mentioned demon world, what is it?" Upon hearing that, a female colleague nearby was so frightened that her heart pounded and her legs trembled. "Demon world? Are they talking about the demon world?" As soon as she finished speaking, a male colleague looked at her with disdain. "There's no such thing as a demon world in this world. Don't scare yourself for nothing." At that moment, the colleagues began whispering among themselves, while Wang Zitang's face grew more and more gloomy. Suddenly, he looked toward the noisy group and shouted, "Shut your mouths now." Then he looked at them with a serious expression. "Everyone be quiet. What I'm about to say is very important. It concerns whether we survive or not." The moment he finished speaking, all the colleagues wore horrified expressions, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Just then, Wang Zitang took a deep breath. To put it simply, this world has demonic forces. The demon world is the domain of demons. You could also understand it as another dimensional space. And right now, this is the world of demons. We are in their territory. Upon hearing that, everyone was terrified out of their wits, frozen to the spot as if struck by lightning. After a while, Nam, the colleague, finally regained his senses. He suddenly asked the person next to him, "Where's Uncle Zhao, the security guard? Has he come back yet? Earlier he said he was going to check the circuit breaker, but he still hasn't returned. Don't tell me he really ran into a ghost." This made Wang Zitang lose the anger he had just displayed, replaced instead by an unprecedented fear. Ordinary people in the demon world had to be especially cautious with their words and actions, careful not to violate the demon's murderous rules. Otherwise, it was no different from seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Dahai was so frightened he didn't know what to do. Grabbing onto Wang Zitang, trembling, he asked, then, "Young Master Wang, what do we do now?" Wang Zitang looked at Wu Dahai, his face cold and expressionless as he replied, "Right now, our only option is to find a way to escape this damned demon world. Otherwise, everyone will be killed by the demons." Right at this moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. It felt as though this place harbored some kind of mysterious, supernatural force. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. Cold sweat poured down Fong Ho's face. He tilted his head slightly and glanced to the side. That familiar feeling was unmistakable, it was demonic. He then calmly said to everyone, "The demon has returned." His calm voice seemed to carry some kind of strange power, or perhaps it was the meaning behind his words that sent a jolt through everyone. A few people felt their scalps go numb from fear, looking at Fong Ho with both terror and anger. "What nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? Where's the demon?" Just then, countless strands of long hair suddenly descended above a woman. By the time she reacted, it was clearly too late. Her mouth had already been tightly bound by the hair, preventing her from making a sound. In mere moments, her entire body was ensnared. Meanwhile, Fong Ho stood there, calmly watching everyone. His fair and handsome face, paired with an expression utterly devoid of emotion, made him look like a strangely lifelike doll. Suddenly, Fong Ho slowly opened his mouth. "Wang Xiaoli, she's gone." A colleague screamed in fear, "You're talking nonsense, Wang Xiaoli is clearly right next to me." Then she turned to Wang Xiaoli. "Wang Xiaoli, say something." But then she realized there was no one beside her. At that moment, everyone seemed to go mad. Wang Xiaoli has really disappeared. Could it be that the demonic has truly appeared? Seeing this, Wang Zitang suddenly turned to ask Fong Ho, "Can you see what a ghost looks like?" Although the two of them often clashed, in the face of life and death, everything became meaningless. At that moment, Fong Ho calmly replied, "My vision is limited, I can't see the ghost, I only saw Wang Xiaoli disappear." At the same time, a man pointed at Fong Ho who was standing nearby and said, "Our colleague was just taken by a ghost, why is he still so calm? He's not normal, he must be possessed by a ghost." Wang Zitang looked at Fong Ho suspiciously. "You don't seem afraid of ghosts at all. Could it be that you're a spiritual master?" Hearing that, Fong Ho shook his head and asked Wang Zitang in return, "What is a spiritual master?" This made Wang Zitang even more suspicious. Fong Ho can remain so calm when a ghost appears, yet he doesn't know what a spiritual master is. Just what kind of person is he, really? He explained, "A spiritual master is someone who can control their own spiritual power. My cousin is a spiritual master, and the best way for us to resolve the current situation is for someone to become a spiritual master." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ho gave a sinister smile. "So, you're saying spiritual masters are trained in the demon world? How does that work?" Suddenly, Wang Zitang was utterly astonished. Even in a situation like this, Fong Ho can still make such sharp judgments. Maybe he really is the key for us to escape from here. Immediately after, he looked at Fong Ho with a serious expression. "My cousin said that in order to become a spiritual master, one can only borrow the power of the demonic, and moreover, two conditions must be met at the same time. First, experiencing the utmost horror at the brink of life and death, to stimulate the fluctuations of the spiritual essence. Second, coming into contact with the demonic, so that the power of the demonic penetrates the spiritual essence." However, it must be noted that the power of the demonic is like a blood-soaked rag. While it wipes away the dust from the night luminescent pearl, it also inevitably carries the risk of defiling the spiritual essence. As for the so-called light of the soul, it is actually the light of the spiritual essence itself, a distorted product. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ho was a bit doubtful, encountering the strange at the brink of life and death. He had already met both of these conditions, so why had his soul not yet been illuminated? Or perhaps it had long been illuminated, and he had simply not yet realized it himself. At that moment, he looked at his hands, sinking into deep thought. Could it be that because of the sudden and unexpected death after transmigrating here, he never truly came into contact with the demonic? Meaning, his wife and the demons that filled the streets of the psychiatric hospital, if he simply didn't respond to them, they were nothing more than illusions from another dimension, fundamentally not considered actual contact. But now, the demons hiding in the shadows might genuinely be able to infiltrate from the virtual world into the real one. Even without activation conditions, they can still kill. Therefore, as long as he increased his exposure to these demons, he might gain the power to destroy them. Thinking this, Fong Ho once again descended into madness, unable to hold back a cold, sinister laugh. At that moment, only one thing occupied his mind: to kill his wife for revenge. Thus, Fang Ho made up his mind, he must become a spiritual master. Right then, Fang Ho suddenly sensed a movement. He turned his head and then once again uttered a shocking statement: "Someone's gone missing again." Hearing that, everyone jumped in fright. Then they looked around and discovered that Zhao Liang, who had just been standing right beside them, had vanished without a sound. At this point, Wang Zitang was on the verge of a breakdown. The continuous disappearances had shattered the last remnants of his sanity. He suddenly shouted at them, "Everyone shut up! I want to summon the demon emperor." Right then, Li Feifei tearfully looked at him. "Young Master Wang, what should we do now?" "I don't want to disappear." Wang Zitang snapped, "If you're asking me, then who am I supposed to ask?" At that moment, Fang Ho calmly said, 2 to 3 minutes. Wang Zitang and the others looked at him with fear in their eyes, only to see Fang Ho analyzing calmly, "The intervals between each disappearance are 2 to 3 minutes. To be more precise, it's 2 minutes for women and 3 for men. Counting from the moment Uncle Zhao the bodyguard disappeared, 3 minutes later Wang Xiaoli also vanished. 2 minutes after Wang Xiaoli disappeared, it was Zhao Liang's turn. So, if my calculations are correct, 3 minutes after Zhao Liang disappeared, someone else will vanish." Hearing that, everyone was utterly shocked and didn't know what to do. Right after, Fang Ho calmly stepped into the darkness. Seeing this, his close friend Zhao Hao questioned suspiciously, "Fang Ho, what are you doing? Do you have a death wish?" Fang Ho slightly turned his head and replied, "Of course I'm trying to find a way to survive." "Are we just going to stand here and wait to die?" Suddenly, Wang Zitang shouted furiously at Fang Ho, "Damn it, stop right there. I already said no one is allowed to act on their own, are you deaf?" However, Fang Ho didn't look back. He walked into the darkness alone, calmly saying, "Right now there are about 8 survivors here. Based on the pattern, one person disappears every 2 to 3 minutes. That means in about 20 minutes, we'll all be gone. We might as well take a risk and try to find a way out." Hearing that, Wang Zitang grew furious. "You're just an ordinary person, what the hell do you know about ghosts?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zitang was suddenly gripped by fear. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, only able to see Fang Ho's face utterly expressionless, pale as a corpse, completely devoid of life, yet radiating an overwhelming sense of authority. Immediately after, Fang Ho said, "If you say one more word, I'll kill you before the ghosts even appear." Without hesitation, Fang Ho walked alone into the darkness. Seeing this, his close friend Zhao Hao followed him. The two of them moved through the dim corridor, and by now Zhao Hao, trailing behind, was drenched in cold sweat. His face twisted in fear as he cried out, "Fang Ho, something's wrong, why haven't we reached the stairs yet?" Hearing this, Fang Ho gestured for silence. "Shoo!" At the same time, he stopped in his tracks, eyes fixed intently into the depths of the hallway. In that fleeting glance, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared at the far end of the corridor. Fang Ho frowned deeply at the sight. This light. It's exactly the same as the lights in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. In the blink of an eye, an unbelievable suspicion flashed through his mind. Immediately afterward, he quickened his pace toward the light. When he fully stepped into the light, he realized this was none other than Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Blood was everywhere, and the entire area was filled with broken medical equipment. At that moment, Zhao Hao, trembling with fear, hid behind him, too afraid to look directly. "Fang Ho, am I hallucinating?" Tears began to fall uncontrollably. "Why does this place look exactly like a hospital from a horror movie?" Hearing that, Fang Ho was utterly astonished. "You can see the hospital too?" Then Fang Ho reached out and touched the wall, immediately breaking into a sinister smile. As expected, the current psychiatric hospital has overlapped spatially with the real world, just like those entities and the demonic beings. That's why we couldn't see it earlier in the sales hall. Turns out, it was already inside. This psychiatric hospital has swallowed the sales hall. Could this be what they call the demon world? After a moment of contemplation, the two continued walking forward. Suddenly, the expressions on both their faces froze in an instant. It turned out that not far away, in the corridor, they saw bloodstains everywhere, along with the shredded uniform of a security guard and a woman's work attire. Seeing this scene, Fong Ho fully understood. The female colleague in the sales hall had delicate facial features and a slender figure. Compared to men, their physique and flesh volume are much less. Therefore, it takes the ghost about 3 minutes to devour a man, but only 2 minutes to devour a woman. That's exactly the time they disappeared. Hearing this, Zhao Hao beside him suddenly turned pale. You mean they were all eaten by the ghost? At this moment, Fong Ho squatted down on the ground, carefully examining the torn clothing, and said, "We're temporarily safe." Zhao Liang was just taken. Zhao Hao trembled. That means the ghost is somewhere right now eating Zhao Liang. At that moment, Fong Ho paid no attention but stared intently at the end of the corridor, lost in thought. Most of the strange things here are locked in the patient rooms. Although some of the doors are open, the bizarre entities inside had already escaped long ago. We never encountered them before in the psychiatric hospital, and these clothes have been cut very cleanly, clearly caused by some kind of blade. Based on these signs, it could only have been the female doctor he met earlier. Since she's a doctor, she wouldn't be confined to a patient room and could move around freely. Fong Ho looked down the corridor, thinking to himself, what kind of strange being is able to move freely around here? Suddenly, from another part of the corridor came the sound of chaotic footsteps. As the noise grew closer, Fong Ho and Zhao Hao's pupils abruptly contracted as they stared in horror toward the source of the sound. As the sound grew closer, Zhao Hao was utterly terrified, and even Fong Ho, who was accustomed to strange occurrences, now revealed a frightened expression. In the dark corridor, Wang Zitang and the others, one by one, showed disbelief on their faces. Seeing the familiar place suddenly transformed into a hospital scene, they couldn't help but appear horrified. Seeing this, Fong Ho and Zhao Hao looked helpless, yet at the same time, they felt a sense of relief rather than despair. Who would have thought they followed us? Luckily, the noise just now wasn't from a ghost. At that moment, Wu Dahai looked at Fong Ho on the opposite side and asked tremblingly, "You two went ahead, did you see Uncle Zhao the security guard and Wang Xiaoli?" Just then, Li Feifei suddenly screamed, pointing at the blood beneath Fong Ho's feet, "There's so much blood!" Hearing this, Wang Zitang stared intently, and in an instant, cold sweat poured down his face. That's Uncle Zhao the security guards and Wang Xiaoli's clothing. Don't tell me they've been eaten. At this moment, Li Feifei grabbed his arm, her voice shaking. "Young Master Wang, let's get out of here quickly, I want to go home." Wang Zitang suddenly snapped back to his senses. Right, let's go now." Then he turned to Fong Ho beside him, "You lead the way." But at that moment, Fong Ho and Zhao Hao remained silent. Fong Ho's face darkened as he stared intensely at his phone. Suddenly, he looked up at everyone with a blank expression, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Time's up." Hearing this, Li Feifei, still gripped by fear, couldn't help but ask, "Time's up for what?" As soon as she finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed from the ceiling behind them. Li Feifei and Wang Zitang turned their heads mechanically, only to see a female doctor suddenly appear on the ceiling like a spider. She wore a tattered white lab coat, her messy hair hanging down as she dangled upside down. The cracking sound was her twisting her neck. Seeing this, Li Feifei was so terrified she froze on the spot, unable to react. A silent wave of fear surged over them like a tide. The next second, the female doctor flailed her limbs wildly, crawling toward them like a human spider. At that moment, everyone went mad, fleeing for their lives in a panic. This time, Wang Zitang didn't need anyone to lead the way. In fact, he even saw them as obstacles ahead. At that very moment, Wang Zitang suddenly stopped. He felt something tugging at his clothes, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat from fear. Slowly turning his head, he realized it was Li Feifei lying on the ground, tears streaming down her face, clutching his clothes and begging him to save her. At the same time, the female doctor was also quickly approaching. Seeing this, Wang Zitang immediately slapped her hard, "Don't get in the way." Then, Wang Zitang started running while shouting, directly overtaking Fong Ho and Zhao Hao. At that moment, Fong Ho had no intention of fleeing. He stood there expressionless, observing what he had already suspected. That's right, it really was the female doctor we saw earlier. Meanwhile, Li Feifei was so terrified that her entire body went limp, crawling on the ground, screaming in panic, "Young Master Wang, don't leave me behind." But Wang Zitang and the others had already vanished, then turned their eyes to the two remaining people in the corridor. She hurriedly reached out for help, tears streaming down her face, looking at them with longing. Brother Hao, please save me." At the same time, the female doctor's long hair hung down, and she could be seen grabbing Li Feifei's hair with one hand, holding a scalpel in the other. But now that she was no longer a spiritual master, how could Fang Ho dare to risk rushing in to save her? He could only stand by and watch. The ghostly female doctor gripped her hair tightly with one hand, while the other slowly drew out the scalpel she carried with her. As the blade gradually approached her neck, Li Feifei, with tears streaming like a flood, kept pleading with Fang Ho and Zhao Hao, who remained cautious. Before her words could even finish, a flash of silver light shot past, and blood instantly gushed out non-stop, like a fountain bursting forth. Zhao Hao was dumbfounded with fear, stammering, "Did Li Feifei just die like that?" At that moment, Li Feifei was lying on the ground, her eyes tightly shut, fresh blood gushing endlessly from her neck. Yet the female doctor who had killed her still hadn't stopped. She continued to wield the scalpel, starting to dissect Li Feifei's limbs. Witnessing this scene, Fang Ho broke into a cold sweat. This demonic female doctor strikes with such precision, she must have performed countless surgeries in her previous life. He and Zhao Hao were right beside her, but she paid them no attention, entirely serious and focused on Li Feifei's corpse. At the same time, the ghostly female doctor was licking the fresh blood, visibly ecstatic. Then she licked the scalpel clean, finally sliding it into the gap in her chest. After that, like a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey, she began devouring the flesh. This was the blood-soaked scene Fang Ho witnessed, and he suspected that killing had become her instinct after turning into a demonic. After understanding the pattern of the killings, Fang Ho made a bold decision. He slowly walked toward the medical room. In no time, he was standing next to the female doctor. Suddenly, Fang Ho clenched his fist tightly and punched her hard. A loud thud rang out as the heavy impact echoed through the room, but at that very moment, Fang Ho was utterly shocked. When he withdrew his fist and saw fresh blood flowing down his knuckles, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "As hard as steel." That punch also made him realize the vast difference between himself and the female doctor. Every demonic he had encountered so far possessed a level of destructive power that no human could resist. In front of a demonic, humans were like feeble ants. It seemed that only by becoming a spiritual master could this situation be changed. At that moment, Zhao Hao, trembling behind him, spoke up, "Fang Ho, let's run, quickly." But Fang Ho not only refused to run, he remained calmly in place. The killing rule of this demonic is to kill the nearest person, and it only attacks one at a time. When she's eating is the safest time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao, terrified, blurted out, "But I see she's almost finished eating." At that moment, Fang Ho appeared terrifyingly calm, emotionlessly uttering chilling words, "Although Li Feifei looks covered in blood, the places that should have flesh are all quite full, so her meat content is at least enough to last more than 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao, who had already been extremely tense, suddenly felt nauseous at the mention of the words meat content. He immediately bent over and vomited violently, but Fang Ho paid him no mind, instead thinking to himself, "Wang Zitang said that to become a spiritual master, one must let the power of the demonic invade their mind. And in this entire demonic land, the place where demonic power is the most concentrated is, of course, right next to the demonic. Physical contact would certainly lead to a faster invasion." After thinking it through, he stared intently at the female doctor's 2.5-meter long legs. Then he directly reached out his hand and resolutely began to caress. At that moment, Fang Ho felt an icy sensation, as if he were touching a corpse. Zhao Hao, who had just finished vomiting, saw this scene from behind and immediately felt like he was collapsing. Right after, he was utterly shocked and shouted loudly, "Fang Ho, I always thought I was twisted enough, but I never imagined you, big bro, with such sharp eyes, would even dare to claim a bargain from a ghost." While caressing the long legs, Fang Ho said expressionlessly, "I'm planning to stay a little longer. If you're scared, you can go ahead." At that moment, he looked at Fang Ho, thought about what Wang Zitang had said earlier, and understood Fang Ho's intent. He immediately made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, let's risk it all." Then he stubbornly walked toward the female doctor. Seeing him approach, Fang Ho immediately moved his hand away, giving space to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was now seen squatting beside the long legs, then sank into an inner struggle. He closed his eyes, turned his head to the side, and extended his right hand. Quickly, he placed his trembling hand on it. In that moment, it was as if Zhao Hao had been struck by lightning. He took a deep breath, so cold. But he didn't pull his hand away. After the two of them had touched for a while, Zhao Hao shyly looked at Fang Ho. "Fang Ho, it seems like you're not reacting at all, but has my body changed or something?" Fang Ho replied softly, "No." At that moment, Zhao Hao spoke again. "I never thought the first time I touch a woman's thigh, it would be a ghost's. But I have to say, these long legs are really long, maybe even longer than your life." Seeing this, Fang Ho glanced at the drooling Zhao Hao, unable to help but sigh inwardly. This kid adapts quite well. Although he was stunned at first, now he's even in the mood to crack jokes. Who knows, maybe he does have some potential. A moment later, Fang Ho looked at his phone and said, "It's been a minute already. At most, another 30 seconds of touching, just enough time left to run away." Time passed second by second, and the 30 seconds flew by in the blink of an eye. Without any hesitation, Fang Ho stood up and ran. Zhao Hao, though a beat slower, quickly followed close behind. At that moment, Zhao Hao, running behind, asked, "Fang Ho, are you sure we can escape? Also, have you been here before? How come you seem so familiar with this place?" It turned out that earlier, when they entered the psychiatric hospital, Fang Ho had paid special attention to directions in several main routes. Because of that, he was confident he could use the terrain to his advantage to widen the gap between them and the female doctor. However, just as Fang Ho and Zhao Hao were about to reach the end of the corridor, the situation changed. A few strands of black hair suddenly appeared in front of Fang Ho. Seeing this, Fang Ho looked up and came face to face with her blood-red eyes. Startled, Fang Ho thought to himself, "Could my judgment have been wrong? Based on Li Fei-Fei's body mass, there should have been at least 2 more minutes to escape. But why did the female doctor catch up so quickly?" Thinking of this, he immediately turned his head toward Li Fei-Fei's corpse, and his pupils instantly dilated. The corpse had been completely devoured, reduced to a pool of blood, and on that blood-soaked ground, several large chunks of silicone were still clearly visible. Seeing this, he completely lost it. Fake silicone. He had calculated everything, but never expected to make a mistake on this point. At that moment, a flash of silver light streaked past behind him, and at the same time, Fang Ho let out a tragic scream, "May there be no silicone in heaven." And just like that, he once again died at the hands of a demon. He had believed that this death would reunite him with his wife, but when Fang Ho awoke, he was shocked to find that he had not returned to her side. Instead, he was still next to the female doctor, his hand resting on her thigh. At the same time, Zhao Hao, trembling, approached and also reached out to touch the female doctor. Fang Ho immediately took out his phone to check the time, and a wave of realization surged over him. Could it be that returning after death follows some kind of event progression, like in a game, the first stage being near a residential area, and this second stage being the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? The reason he didn't return to his wife this time was because he had passed the first stage. Therefore, the time extension automatically moved into the second stage. At this moment, Fang Ho didn't have time to think too much. Last time, he died because of silicone, so this time he absolutely could not make the same mistake. With that thought, Fang Ho immediately stood up and patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder beside him. "All right, let's go." Zhao Hao, drooling with a look of regret, said, "Fang Ho, I just started and now I already have to leave? This is my first time, you know." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ho had already turned and walked away, softly saying, "She's silicone through and through, so the flesh content isn't enough to last long." Hearing this, Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, "Silicone? No wonder they're so big." With that, the two of them ran off quickly and soon reached the stairs. At this moment, Fang Ho resolutely said, "Downstairs." After running for a while in the stairwell, they encountered Wang Zitang and the others. At that moment, Wang Zitang was keeping watch in the back, and upon hearing sounds behind him, his heart began to pound. At this moment, he looked like a bird startled by the mere sight of a bent branch, frantically waving his arms as he ran. "The ghost is coming, run quickly." Seeing this, Fang Ho was filled with suspicion and immediately called out, "Wang Zitang." Then Fang Ho sped up and decisively leapt from the floor above, landing steadily in front of them. At that moment, Wu Dahai, drenched in fear, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's you two kids? You scared me half to death. I thought a ghost was chasing us." At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at everyone in astonishment. "Why are you all running so slowly?" Hearing that, the whole group turned angrily to glare at him. "Slow? We've already come down at least 20 floors. Who knows how tall this building really is?" Zhao Hao was instantly stunned. 20 floors? That's impossible. Fang Ho and I only descended 3 floors before running into you. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. "What? Zhao Hao, this is no time for nonsense, watch it or I'll punch you." Wang Zitang, who was next to them, finally reacted, his face filled with panic and his whole body trembling. "This is the demon guide." At that moment, cold sweat was streaming down his face, and he was at a loss. It must be the demon guide. Then he looked around in fright at one of them. "My cousin said that the power of the demon can create illusions, which might cause the phenomenon known as the demon guide, where those who encounter it will keep walking in circles, never able to find a way out. That's why Fang Ho and the others are able to catch up to them so quickly, because they're always going around in circles." Meanwhile, Fang Ho, seeing everyone so flustered, couldn't help but think, "How interesting, the demon guide." Wang Zitang's words were like fuel to the fire, making everyone even more terrified. Seeing this, Fang Ho appeared helpless. Then he reached into his pocket to look for something, and calmly said to everyone, "If any of you have something extra, throw it on the ground to mark your way." Hearing that, Wang Zitang immediately understood the intention and hurriedly cooperated, shouting loudly, "That's right, mark it, quickly take out everything unnecessary." By the time everyone understood, it was already too late. They instantly panicked, their belongings scattered all over the floor. There were water bottles, cigarettes, lighters, and even Wang Zitang's condom pack. After the marking was done, Fang Ho turned back to look at everyone behind him. "Let's go, we're heading downstairs." Everyone followed after him. Fang Ho descended the stairs with unease, but after going down 1 floor, they suddenly stopped at a corner. What had been marked earlier appeared before their eyes once again. Seeing that, everyone couldn't hold back their fear and screamed in terror, "This is the lighter I just threw away, and my money too. We're really done for this time. We've truly encountered the demon guide. What do we do now? If the demon catches up in a moment, we're going to die." At this moment, Fang Ho's expression turned grim as he picked up the condom that Wang Zitang had just thrown. It seems Wang Zitang was right. We've encountered the demon guide, just wandering around in circles. Right then, Wang Zitang shouted loudly, "Stop yelling. My cousin said that ordinary people can't escape from the demon guide. To break free, you have to rely on spiritual intuition to recognize it. Quickly, check if anyone has spiritual intuition." After saying that, he focused his mind and began to pray, "I hope I can awaken my spiritual intuition." He wasn't sure whether being chased by a ghost earlier counted as a brush with death. But for now, all he could do was pray. The others looked confused. How do we check if someone has spiritual intuition or not? A guy nearby also looked puzzled, no idea. Then he hesitantly said, "How about we try doing what Wang did?" With that, he put his hands together and began to pray. At that moment, Fang Ho paid no attention to their actions but walked down the stairs, beginning to feel his way around. Fang Ho recalled, when passing the psychiatric hospital earlier, the stairway exit was on the right. Although I don't know which building this is, the layout shouldn't be much different. Since the demon guide is caused by hallucinations, then if I close my eyes and feel my way down on the right side, there's a high chance I'll find the door. At this point, Wang Zitang noticed Fang Ho's movement, turned around and looked at him suspiciously. "Fang Ho, where are you going?" But Fang Ho ignored him and continued downstairs on his own. Instead of sitting here praying uselessly, it's better to focus our minds on finding clues. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hurried to follow him, while Wang Zitang stood behind watching Fang Ho's actions, lost in thought. He felt that there was something wrong with Fang Ho. He was too calm. From beginning to end, there was no trace of panic on his face, not even when he encountered the ghost. At that moment, after the female ghost appeared, Fang Ho was the closest, yet he didn't run away immediately but stood close to the wall to avoid being knocked over. We all ran toward the staircase, but the other three didn't follow. Now that Li Fei Fei is missing, it goes without saying that she's already dead. But the two men and that female ghost were in the hallway for at least a minute. What were they doing? Why didn't the ghost kill them? Could it be that they were using the evil spirit? Thinking of this, Wang Zitang kept shaking his head, trying to dismiss the strange thought. That's impossible, it's a ghost. The other two, seeing him lost in thought, looked puzzled. At that moment, Fang Ho and Zhao Hao had already gone down the stairs, a distance away from everyone else. Fang Ho was seen walking while feeling along the wall, but all he could touch were solid, rough surfaces. There was no strange sound at all. Seeing this, Zhao Hao looked at him with suspicion. Fang Ho, what are you doing? Just let me do it, I'll help you. But at that moment, Fang Ho ignored him and went alone toward the stairs, descending step by step. 11, 12. At the same time, his hand continued to feel along the wall. Suddenly, he stopped at the 15th step. At that moment, the texture under his hand turned smooth and cold. It felt as if he had touched metal. Fang Ho's pupils involuntarily trembled, and he couldn't help but say, "Found it." Zhao Hao was bewildered. Found what? Then he followed Fang Ho's lead, and very quickly, he too noticed the difference in texture. He couldn't help but burst out in joy. It's a door. Fang Ho, you're amazing. Hearing that, Wang Zitang upstairs was utterly astonished. He looked at Fang Ho with eyes full of disbelief, then immediately rushed over to Fang Ho, pushed him away from the door, and pointed excitedly at the iron door while laughing loudly. We're saved. There's a door here. But in the very next second, the smile on Wang Zitang's face slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of despair. He stared intently at the iron door in front of him. But how do we open this door? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ho beside him also furrowed his brows. Hearing those words made him begin to doubt as well. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ho stepped forward, quickly found the door handle, and then, both anxious and hopeful, he tried to open the door, silently praying that it wasn't locked. A clicking sound was heard. The door had opened. Seeing this, he pushed the iron door open, and what greeted his eyes was a long, dark corridor. Seeing that, Fang Ho was about to step in, but at that moment Wang Zitang went mad, once again pushing Fang Ho aside and was the first to charge in. Seeing this, Fang Ho frowned but said nothing more. Then the others, seeing the exit ahead, also seemed to go crazy and rushed in. As for Fang Ho, he stood still and watched everyone. At that moment, Zhao Hao turned to look at Fang Ho with a puzzled expression. Aren't you running, Fang Ho? Why are you still so calm? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ho suddenly gave a sly smile. Faced with danger, they only think about escaping, but the interesting part is, when facing a female doctor who's a ghost, there's really no need to run too fast. At the same time, a startled voice came from behind. You two, run quickly. If you're not running, then move aside. Let me through. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. But at that moment, Fang Ho paid no attention to him and instead thought to himself, sometimes running too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. As long as I'm not the last one, that's enough. This way, it's even convenient to touch the female doctor's thigh, awaken my spiritual sense early. Moreover, in this psychiatric hospital, there have been strange cases of escape. The fact that I haven't run into one before was just luck. If I actually encounter one, it'll be quite interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zitang, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Those behind him also came to a halt one after another. It turned out that a fork had appeared in front of them, one path to the left and one to the right. Both paths were long, and no one could clearly see what lay ahead. Everyone looked at the fork, then at each other. Suddenly, a man gazed down one of the paths, pointed toward the left fork, and said, "You go try the left path first." The man immediately flew into a rage. "You really are clever, aren't you? You're trying to set me up, aren't you? Why don't you go yourself?" At that moment, Fang Ho approached at a steady pace. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Wang Zitang quickly asked, "Fang Ho, which way should we go? Earlier, when we were trapped by the demon guide, you were the one who found the way out. You must know the escape route, right?" Fang Ho frowned once again. "When running, you pushed me away. Now that you're in trouble, you suddenly remember me." The thought made Fang Ho chuckle. Seeing this, the others grew angry and embarrassed. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and tell us. The demon is about to catch up. Stop acting like you're above all this. We're asking because we trust you, and you're still putting on airs." But at that moment, Fang Ho paid them no mind, because to him, these people were nothing more than tools. Next, Fang Ho turned toward the right fork, while thinking to himself, "Right now, the female doctor is invincible. If we want to buy time, the only way is to trade it with human lives." At the same moment, seeing Fang Ho head to the right, everyone else followed without hesitation, also choosing to run in that direction. But just then, the sound of cracking joints echoed through the air. Upon hearing that sound, everyone knew it belonged to the female doctor. And at that moment, the last person running was none other than manager Wu Dahai. With his round figure, his stamina was poor. At the same time, Fang Ho remained calm and wore a sly smile. "She's coming. How interesting." Just then, the female doctor's silhouette suddenly appeared on the ceiling, swiftly lunging toward the last person in the group. She moved like a spider, her white lab coat standing out starkly against the hallway backdrop. She hung upside down from the ceiling, twisted her head, her golden yellow eyes staring intensely at everyone. At that moment, the crowd immediately fell into chaos, desperately running forward, but human speed was simply no match for the female doctor. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared above Wu Dahai's head. Seeing this, Wu Dahai ran for his life. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind: "I can't die." Then he reached forward, grabbed the collar of a man, and shouted, "Why are you running faster than me? This is fate. The one who has to die is you." With that, he yanked the man backward, using the force to propel himself forward, while the man he pulled stumbled and fell backward. Now Wu Dahai sat on the ground, trembling. He had become the last one left, just waiting to die. In the very next second, a flash of silver light gleamed. The man Wu Dahai had dragged back had his throat slit. Not even having time to let out a single anguished cry, his head was already severed from his body. Wu Dahai, at that moment, felt no remorse at all. He turned around and muttered to himself, "Heh, Xiao Chen, rest assured, when the holidays come, I'll burn incense for you." At the same time, Fang Ho also gradually came to a halt. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sneer with contempt. A person who has lost their humanity, how are they any different from a ghost? Meanwhile, the female doctor took out a scalpel and began dissecting Xiao Chen. Fang Ho calmly walked toward her, not knowing how to quickly awaken his spiritual sense. "Right now, I can only keep trying. Hopefully, I'll be able to awaken it soon, become a spiritual master, and reduce the casualties." At that very moment, Zhao Hao suddenly realized Fang Ho had vanished. In the midst of the crowd, he anxiously searched for him. Then all of a sudden, Zhao Hao froze in place. Fang Ho was seen approaching the female doctor once more, then squatting down toward her thighs. Next, his hands reached out to touch her thighs. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside him, and at the same time, a trembling hand slapped over his eyes. "Fang Ho, it's not right to enjoy it alone like that, touching her thighs without calling me." At this moment, the man's face turned bright red, as if excited, a nosebleed dripping as he eagerly stared at her thighs. "Fang Ho, if you ever get the chance to touch her thighs again, you must call me." With that, he began to grope, continuously exclaiming, "So smooth and fair like jade, do a living girl's thighs really feel like this? Fang Ho, have you ever touched them before?" At this point, Fang Ho paid no attention to him and simply smiled while looking at him. Truly a pervert being able to say something like that at a time like this. Who knows, maybe he really can awaken spiritual awareness and join me in escaping from this psychiatric hospital. Time passed quickly, and in no time, it was already the appointed hour. Fang Ho and Zhao Hao hurried to catch up with the others. At that moment, Fang Ho spoke with a serious face, "Aren't you afraid the female ghost will kill you?" Hearing that, Zhao Hao clearly had accepted the reality. Waiting to die is even more unbearable than being killed outright. Besides, aren't you here with me? Upon hearing this, Fang Ho immediately looked at him with a helpless expression. Very quickly, the two of them caught up with the others, and then they headed to a restaurant, a large one, completely deserted. Zhao Hao was thinking, I wonder if there's any food. Working overtime without eating, and then running all the way here, now I'm so hungry I can't stand it. At the same time, Wang Zitang was overjoyed. Restaurants usually have a back door. Let's split up and search. Then he looked at the other two and started painting dreams. Don't rush to find food, look for a way out first. Once we're out, I'll treat you to a lavish feast of delicacies. As many girls as you want, I'll give you that many. Fang Ho looked around himself and said, I'm afraid I don't have that kind of luck. Seeing this, Wu Dahai quickly flattered him, Young Master Wang, don't pay attention to that kid. Even if there's no cave, I'll dig one myself for you. At the same time, a colleague in the back shouted, There's a door here. Hearing that, Wang Zitang immediately perked up, Don't touch it, let me. He ran excitedly toward the door, muttering non-stop, We're saved, we're saved. He then twisted the doorknob and rushed in first. Seeing that, everyone followed one after another. At the far end, there was a narrow door. The closer Fang Ho got, the more uneasy he felt. The environment grew darker, the light more suppressed, as if hinting they were stepping into a demonic land. The space inside couldn't be described as a path to survival, it felt more like a dead end. Very quickly, everyone had reached the end. At that moment, Wang Zitang discovered the door wasn't locked. He opened it, but inside it was packed full of furniture. Fortunately, there was no ghost inside. Seeing this, Wang Zitang no longer had the cheerful expression from before but instead looked extremely furious. Damn it, there's no way out of this place at all, we've been trapped by a ghost, he clenched his jaw. At this moment, Fang Ho remained calm, chose the wrong path, did we? Looks like next time we should go left. Then he tilted his head and looked behind them. It's too late to turn back now. Even if we sacrifice one person to help the others escape, no one knows how far we'll have to run, or how many more lives it'll cost. It's better to go back and face the female ghost, maybe there's a chance of dying and coming back to life. After a moment of thought, Fang Ho resolutely turned around to go back. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hurriedly tried to stop him. Fang Ho, if you go back now, you'll definitely run into the female ghost. But just as Fang Ho was about to step out the door, a voice of reproach came from behind, This is so bizarre. If it weren't for you picking the wrong path, would we even be trapped here? Fang Ho wasn't angry at all, instead, he gave a sly smile, blaming me, huh? Humans truly are amusing. Seeing this, Zhao Hao retorted angrily, Fang Ho didn't force any of you, didn't you all willingly choose to follow? Earlier, you were the ones asking for directions, and now that you've chosen the wrong path, you blame him? If you're so capable, choose your own path. Immediately after, Wu Dahai spoke with a venomous tone, We may not be capable, but at least we wouldn't decide on our own like he did. If we didn't know the way, we could have discussed it. We trusted him to choose, who would have thought he'd just close his eyes and pick at random. These words left Zhao Hao, who was never good at arguing, so furious he couldn't utter a single word. At the same time, Wang Zitang stepped forward to stop the two who were arguing. All right, stop arguing. Even if we keep fighting until the heavens collapse, it's useless. Our most urgent task right now is to find a way to survive and escape. Then, relying on what Fang Ho had said earlier, he analyzed, In my opinion, based on observation, this demon only attacks one person at a time, and afterwards there are 2 to 3 minutes of safety. Therefore, the only option we have now is to choose someone to lure the demon away and create a chance for the rest to escape. As soon as Wang Zitang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room immediately turned strange. Fang Ho, standing nearby, curled his lips slightly, for he knew that Wang Zitang had already made up his mind. When everyone else was blaming him, being chosen to die was hardly surprising. Thinking of this, Fang Ho couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Wang Zitang suddenly launched an attack, moving toward Fang Ho. He then shoved Fang Ho forcefully while shouting, "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have ended up in this miserable situation. So Fang Ho, you must atone for your sins." Seeing this, Zhao Hao shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Let go of Fang Ho." With that, he ran toward Wang Zitang. At the same time, Wang Zitang turned to the others and yelled, "You all, come help me." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, frozen in indecision. At that moment, Zhao Hao grabbed Wang Zitang from behind and tightened his grip around his neck. "Let go of Fang Ho." Wang Zitang panicked and shouted desperately toward Wu Dahai, "Wu Dahai, what are you waiting for? Come help me now." Upon receiving the signal, Wu Dahai immediately reacted, using his plump body to forcefully pin down the skinny Zhao Hao. Very quickly, Zhao Hao was pressed to the ground. "Young Master Wang, I've got him under control." At the same time, Zhao Hao kept struggling. "You despicable bastard, get off me, you damn pig, let me go." Wang Zitang was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Just then, Fang Ho suddenly slammed the iron door shut, producing a loud noise. Hearing the sound, the people still fighting cried out in confusion, "Who did that?" At that moment, Fang Ho stood at the door, looking inside through the small window on it. Now, the space inside and outside the door felt like two different worlds. Outside, Fang Ho stared at them with a strange expression, while inside, everyone looked shocked, and the girls were covering their eyes, not daring to look. "It's not me, I didn't do anything." Zhao Hao couldn't even get up, crying out in despair, "Fang Ho." At that moment, Wang Zitang looked into the small window on the door. A pale face was calmly smiling at them. Seeing this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and asked in horror, "Are you human or a ghost?" Suddenly, Fang Ho said indifferently, "I always thought I wouldn't be interested in humans, but unexpectedly, humans are far more fascinating than ghosts." Then he looked up and smiled at them. "Thank you. Because of you, I've found a renewed interest in this world. Next time, I'll repay you properly." At the same time, a cracking sound rang out. The female doctor quickly moved toward Fang Ho, and though Fang Ho also heard the noise, he didn't even turn his head. He just kept smiling at them. A sharp swish followed, a flash of silver light, and Fang Ho's head fell to the ground. Yet his expression didn't change, he was still smiling at them. When Fang Ho's body slammed heavily onto the floor, Wang Zitang inside the house screamed, "Run! Right now!" With that, he and Wu Dahai quickly opened the door and bolted outside for their lives. At that moment, Zhao Hao's eyes were filled with tears, and he cried out in pain, "Fang Ho, come save me." At the same time, as Wang Zitang was running away, he couldn't help but turn around and look back at Fang Ho with a smug expression. However, the victorious look on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by astonishment. He saw Zhao Hao holding Fang Ho's head, crying heavily, while Fang Ho maintained his smile, his eyes calm as if silently staring at Wang Zitang. Meanwhile, Wang Zitang's heart filled with fear as he looked at Fang Ho's head. His heart seemed to stop beating, and he felt as if Fang Ho were saying, "You wait." In the blink of an eye, a cold, slippery sensation came from the palm of Fang Ho's hand. At that moment, Fang Ho adjusted his head and muttered, "It's back." Then, he immediately stood up and calmly said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Zhao Hao, still unsatisfied and full of doubt, asked, "Fang Ho, why leave? Didn't you say?" Fang Ho replied, "Silicone." After that, Fang Ho led Zhao Hao away, a sly smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, they encountered Wang Zitang and the others again. At this moment, Fang Ho, as before, jumped down from the stairs. He then proceeded to go downstairs without looking back. At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Why is everyone moving so slowly? The well-spoken man also appeared confused. Still too slow? We've already descended at least 20 floors. On the other side, Fang Ho repeated his actions before his death, counting the steps as he descended. Meanwhile, Wang Zitang and the others were still arguing. We've encountered the demon guide, we're just going around in circles. Before they could finish speaking, there was a loud sound as Fang Ho opened the iron door. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Didn't they say it was the demon guide? How did they find the exit so quickly? Zhao Hao then smiled brightly. Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and run. At that moment, Wang Zitang's expression was complex. He looked at Fang Ho ahead with a doubtful gaze. Did you awaken your instincts? Very quickly, they reached the intersection, still the same as before. Wang Zitang was the first to speak. Earlier, you found the door immediately, so you must know the way by now, right, Fang Ho? Hurry up and get us out of here. As long as you lead us out, everyone will definitely reward you. However, at this moment, Fang Ho ignored him and looked at his phone. After a moment, he casually said, 1 more minute. The ghost will appear in 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Wang Zitang was extremely delighted. So you even know the exact time the ghost will appear. It seems you've truly become a spiritual master. As long as you get me out of here safely, I'll give you 5 million yuan. Once he finished speaking, Fang Ho slowly turned his head, and the smile on his face became evident. Seeing this, Wang Zitang was filled with anticipation. Then, Fang Ho gave a strange smile. No rush, before we leave, there's one more thing I need to do. Wang Zitang looked at him with confusion, even feeling an ominous premonition. Suddenly, Fang Ho kicked straight into his lower body. Immediately, a scream of agony echoed everywhere, and for a moment, it seemed like the sound of an egg cracking. At that moment, Wang Zitang's face twisted in pain, sweat pouring down like rain, and his mouth let out a series of pitiful cries. Meanwhile, Fang Ho watched him collapse to the ground, clutching his lower body in pain, unable to hide a look of satisfaction. Then, Fang Ho looked at him with a cunning smile. 5 million yuan to save your eggs. He tried to endure the pain and slowly opened his mouth. If you think it's too little money, just say so. Why kick my eggs? Fang Ho, however, looked at him indifferently, watching as he writhed on the ground, groaning in pain. At this moment, the people around them were clearly enraged, especially the henchman Wu Dahai, who pointed at Fang Ho and shouted loudly, Fang Ho, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly kick him? For no reason, why are you attacking someone? And you even used such a despicable move. Hearing this, Fang Ho calmly explained, the speed of this demon is much faster than that of a human, so it's certain that someone will die in the next minute. But now, Wang Zitang has lost the ability to move, so the person who will die is definitely him. Therefore, I am saving everyone. Hearing that, everyone was stunned, and Wu Dahai was even more confused, not understanding what was going on. Save us, something seems wrong. At that moment, Fang Ho kicked again, followed by the familiar sound of something shattering. Wu Dahai winced, grimacing in pain as he cried out loudly, while Fang Ho stood next to him, looking at him indifferently. I already said, this is to save everyone, but you should have died long ago. At this point, Wu Dahai's posture resembled Wang Zitang's exactly, clutching his lower abdomen in pain, groaning, and letting out continuous wails of agony. However, his pain tolerance was clearly not as high as Wang Zitang's. After 2 pitiful cries, he started foaming at the mouth and passed out. Seeing this, Zhao Hao instinctively grabbed his own abdomen, fear overtaking him. Fang Ho, you're too ruthless. One other person looked on in confusion, then angrily glared at Fang Ho. What exactly do you want to do? In such a short time, I don't understand how you could suddenly strike twice, directly injuring 2 people at the same time. Fang Ho turned around directly, ignoring him, and then walked straight ahead on his own. However, the man still refused to back down and angrily shouted, attacking young Master Wang was to save us, so why did you attack Manager Wu? Suddenly, Fang Ho slightly turned his head and looked at him with an expressionless face, to reserve a backup. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao raised both hands. As expected, Fang Ho is always cautious. Meanwhile, the man who had been furious just moments ago clenched his jaw in anger, instantly choking on his words. At this point, the crowd, terrified, began to whisper, getting rid of one person is one thing, but keeping a backup? Is he even human? This is truly shattering one's worldview. At the same time, Fang Ho stood at the crossroads, pointing in one direction. The right path leads to death. If you want to survive, go left. You don't have much time. After speaking, Fang Ho crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. At that moment, everyone looked at Fang Ho with suspicion. If the left path leads to survival, why don't you go yourself? Could there be danger in the hallway ahead? Are you treating us as backup? Hearing this, Fang Ho calmly looked at everyone and said, I'm waiting to touch the thigh, and you only have 10 seconds left to run. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present except Zhao Hao thought they had misheard. They looked at him in disbelief. What do you mean, touch the thigh? Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was extremely excited. Another chance. Fang Ho is touching the thigh. Take me with you. Here I come, thigh. Just moments before, while the two were questioning Fang Ho, a familiar sound of joints shifting suddenly echoed. The female doctor attacked from the ceiling, her head rotating 180 degrees, eyes glowing as she stared intently at the people below. Immediately, both of them screamed in panic. The man shouted loudly to the woman behind him, Quick, run to the left. Without hesitation, they turned and began running frantically, but fear lingered in their minds. What if Fang Ho was deceiving them? A moment later, doubt crept in, and they stopped at the entrance of the left hallway. Trembling with apprehension, they crouched in a corner, their eyes fixed on Fang Ho outside. To their astonishment, Fang Ho not only refrained from fleeing but stood there calmly. At that moment, the female doctor had already reached their position. Seeing this, Wang Zitang stared at Fang Ho in terror and shouted, Fang Ho, save me. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zitang suddenly sensed something was wrong. In an instant, he raised his hand before his eyes and froze in place. Blood was dripping continuously from his hand. At this moment, madness consumed him, his eyes filled with both hatred and fury. He immediately reached for Fang Ho's pant leg, screaming in agony, Fang Ho, you're dead meat. With a resounding thud, Fang Ho stomped down decisively, pinning Wang Zitang's hand firmly under his foot. The intense pain made him cry out, and right after, Fang Ho slowly sat down and looked at him. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay here with you. Suddenly, Fang Ho's expression changed, turning ferocious and grim. Not only will I stay here with you, but I'll also be here to watch you die. At the same time, the female doctor's hand was placed on his face. Seeing this, he cried out in agony, don't. In the very next moment, along with Wang Zitang's final scream, a cracking sound was heard as his neck was snapped on the spot. At that moment, his eyes were filled with sheer terror and an unyielding hatred. He died with his eyes wide open. At that exact moment, Wang Zitang's fresh blood splattered onto Fang Ho's face. Feeling the warmth of it, he stood frozen in place. Then Fang Ho extended his tongue and licked the blood. This was the taste of revenge. It was the first time he had ever tasted the flavor of vengeance. At that moment, Fang Ho was exhilarated as he ran his hand through his hair. This feeling isn't bad at all. At this moment, Fang Ho could feel his own heartbeat. He clutched his chest, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, and then he burst into maniacal laughter. My heart is beating this fast? At that moment, he couldn't help but imagine one day, the feeling of having my wife die by my own hands. What a beautiful sight that would be. But soon after, Fang Ho's expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Then, he walked up behind the female doctor, threw one leg over her shoulder, and began touching her thigh as usual. Meanwhile, the two people in the distance were completely terrified by Fang Ho's actions. They looked at each other, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Just now he said he was going to touch her thigh, and it turns out he meant it touching the thigh of a ghost. Suddenly, Fang Ho turned his head and looked at Zhao Hao nearby. Before being reincarnated, Fang Ho still clearly remembered what Zhao Hao had done in the storage room. Although there was no emotional fluctuation in his heart, Fang Ho still hoped he could help Zhao Hao more. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ho suddenly let out a scream that startled Zhao Hao as if lightning had struck right beside his ears. Fang Ho was seen pulling his thigh with one hand, while the other reached out toward Zhao Hao. His face was covered in blood, and his pale white skin contrasted sharply with the bright red blood, creating a strangely eerie beauty. Witnessing this scene, the two people who had earlier fled in fear of the ghost were now terrified once again by Fong Ho's sudden turn. Oh my god, a ghost! At that moment, Zhao Hao also stood agape in astonishment. Upon hearing that, Fong Ho froze in place. So that's how it is. It seems dying 21 times has left my mind filled only with thoughts of revenge and madness. Fong Ho could feel that it had become extremely difficult for him to experience emotional fluctuations. His humanity was gradually fading. But Zhao Hao was different from him. If Zhao Hao was unwilling, Fong Ho wouldn't force him. And just then, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Hao finally decided to place his trust in Fong Ho. Immediately after that, he loudly said to Fong Ho, "My family is average, my looks are plain, and at the real estate agency I'm always the one being looked down on. Only Fong Ho is willing to hang out with me, only you truly treat me as a friend." After speaking, he scratched his face awkwardly and shyly. "That's why I trust you, Fong Ho, but you look so scary right now, there's blood splattered all over your face like you just slaughtered a pig." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao took a step toward Fong Ho, but at that moment, he accidentally kicked Wang Zitang in the head. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly lifted his foot and clasped his hands together. "Oh no, sorry young Master Wang, I didn't mean to call you a pig." After saying that, the corners of Zhao Hao's mouth lifted into a smile, his face flushed, and he reached out his hand. The two of them slowly began touching thighs, when suddenly Zhao Hao asked with suspicion, "Fong Ho, why did you choose to make a move on Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai?" Fong Ho calmly explained, "This demon moves at a speed no human can match. If we want to survive, we have to trade a human life for time. And considering their status, who do you think they would push forward as a sacrifice, me, the one who has conflicts with them, or you, the one who's always been looked down upon?" Hearing that, Zhao Hao's face turned slightly pale. Just as he was about to speak, Fong Ho suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. Immediately after, he said seriously, "Do you feel a cold current invading your body?" Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I don't." At that moment, a subtle change stirred within Fong Ho. He carefully sensed it. This wasn't an illusion. A strange cold current was seeping from the thigh of the female doctor into his palm, then spreading throughout his entire body. Could this be the invasion of demonic power? He closed his eyes, concentrating intently. Such a faint cold current. "I didn't feel anything when I touched her thigh before. Could it be because I'm approaching some kind of threshold now?" With that thought, Fong Ho's eyes suddenly opened wide. Could this be a sign that he was about to awaken his spiritual awareness? At the same time, Zhao Hao beside him was blushing, subtly changing the way he was caressing the thigh. Cold current invading the body? What cold current? I have to say, these legs are quite cold. Could it be because my posture is off? Seeing that, Fong Ho was instantly speechless. After a while, Zhao Hao looked toward Fong Ho and said, "Fong Ho, it must be almost time for you too, right? Let's hurry and go." Hearing that, Fong Ho, who was closing his eyes to concentrate, immediately responded, "Not yet. Where's Wu Dahai? I feel like I'm on the verge of awakening spiritual awareness." At the same time, Wu Dahai lay trembling off to the side. At this moment, Zhao Hao looked at Fong Ho with joy and said, "Really? You're about to awaken spiritual awareness? Then doesn't that mean we're saved?" Right after, he scratched his face awkwardly and added, "But what exactly does awakening spiritual awareness feel like? Why don't I feel anything?" Upon hearing that, Fong Ho replied seriously, "Even though you've been exposed to evil spirits for a long time, you've never truly experienced a life or death situation. That's why, psychologically, you don't meet the requirement, and thus you can't feel it." After saying that, Fong Ho pulled Zhao Hao back into a corner. Very soon after, the female doctor grabbed Wu Dahai and, with practiced ease and joy, began carving up his flesh. At that moment, after learning the reason, Zhao Hao looked at Fong Ho, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Clearly, I've always been by Fong Ho's side, yet he has gone through such life and death experiences. After the female doctor finished dissecting, she embraced Wu Dahai and began to eat. Seeing this, the two of them stepped forward and continued to touch his thigh. "This Wu Dahai has a lot of fat, lasting for 5 minutes won't be a problem." But Fong Ho still decided to touch for only 2 minutes, reserving 3 minutes to escape. Then he closed his eyes again, his palm unconsciously caressing, seriously sensing the cold air being transmitted. In his perception, more and more streams of cold energy were gathering within his body. However, after entering his body, these cold streams disappeared without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. This situation left Fong Ho bewildered. He could feel the demonic energies continuously infiltrating his body, but in the end, where did they go? Was it spiritual awareness? At that moment, he couldn't help but immerse himself in consciousness, letting it drift along the stream of cold air, like a leaf boat floating down a river, eventually merging into the vast ocean, and there Fong Ho perceived, there is a grey heart beating slowly, as if covered in a layer of dust that looks filthy, and all the streams of cold air ultimately flow into this heart, while the spiritual sense has no fixed shape, meaning I can control the form of my spiritual sense. Immediately, Fong Ho had a thought, and the grey heart slowly transformed into a blade, even capable of turning into himself. As more and more streams of cold air entered the heart, it gradually emitted a faint glow. Then all the demonic streams of air began to gather toward the crevice of the heart, converging into a bright red light. They then penetrated the crevice of the spiritual sense, until finally, all the red light blended into the black light, forming a crimson sphere. In the end, everything returned to silence, and simultaneously, Fong Ho's 5 senses became extraordinarily sharp. His sense of smell, hearing, and taste were all enhanced. And beyond the senses, even the reaction speed of the nerves and the ability to control the body were all enhanced. He could easily unleash the latent strength within his muscles. At this moment, Fong Ho slowly opened his eyes and suddenly realized that it was as if a thin veil had been gently lifted. The most authentic world was completely revealed before him. He sank into deep thought. Could this be intuition, the product of intuition distorted by demonic power? And at this point, Fong Ho's intuition had only been awakened to about 1%. It required sufficient integration with demonic power to fully unleash the immense potential of intuition. The healing abilities of spiritual masters are a manifestation of intuitive power. Deep in one's heart, what is most important, most desired, and most necessary will be reflected. At this moment, Fong Ho couldn't help but doubt his abilities, or rather, question what his heart most deeply desired. Thinking of this, Fong Ho began to activate his power, summoning his pitch-black spiritual force. Immediately after, he clutched his chest with a pained expression, because his ability was pain. His attack could make the target feel true suffering. Seeing this, Fong Ho felt a bit disappointed. This is what they call a power? At the same time, Fong Ho came to a realization, so deep down, all that exists within me is pain. But as he continued to use his ability, he was surprised to discover a familiar agony flooding his heart. Whether it was the physical pain of death, or the negative emotions and psychological distortions, only now did he fully understand what his ability truly was, to force his enemies to experience the very pain he had endured. Thinking of this, Fong Ho couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, then burst into laughter. Perfect. I'm more than satisfied with this ability. At this moment, Zhao Hao beside him was so scared that his mouth fell open in shock, and he asked Fong Ho in doubt, "Did you really succeed?" But Fong Ho did not reply. Instead, he threw his head back and burst out laughing. Right then, his heart was roaring wildly, full of excitement so intense that even the evil spirit had to feel the same pain as he did. What in this world could be more wonderful than this? This was exactly what he had longed for in the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Fong Ho's eyes became fierce as he thought of his wife. Fong Ho was completely immersed in this state, unable to break free, as if he had suddenly reached a peak of pleasure. He closed his eyes to savor the moment and curled his lips into a smug smile. All of a sudden, Zhao Hao beside him cut in, "Fong Ho, it's been 2 minutes already." Hearing this, Fong Ho's expression immediately calmed down, and he looked seriously at Zhao Hao. "Move back a bit, I want to test the power of spiritual sense." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao was overjoyed, giving a thumbs up while slowly stepping backward. "So that means you've really become a spiritual master, just like Wang Zitang said." "That's amazing." Immediately after, Fong Ho slowly moved toward the female doctor, walking up to stand in front of her. He stood still, watching the woman as she ate. Then, Fong Ho raised his left hand, channeling spiritual energy into it. Right after that, Fang Ho clenched his fist with all his strength, assuming a striking posture. This punch carried the full weight of the pain he had endured through 21 deaths. At this level, who could possibly stop it? And as the number of deaths increased, so too did the accumulation and compounding of pain. This meant an infinitely growing power. Let her be the first to experience this agony. With those words, Fang Ho struck the female doctor hard in the face, but she showed no reaction as she continued eating. At the same moment, the female doctor suddenly let out a scream of agony. Immediately after, her body collapsed to the ground, both hands clutching her cheeks as she wailed continuously. Even her eating utensil, a surgical scalpel, fell to the floor. Although the female doctor looked to be in great pain, it was clearly nothing compared to what he had endured before. This punch, overall, had limited effect, only managing to activate 1% of his spiritual power. Then it was exhausted as well. Very soon afterward, the female doctor recovered as before, once again continuing to eat on her own. At this moment, Fang Ho stood there, lost in thought. The female ghost's head doesn't have any wounds. Clearly, that punch couldn't break through her defenses, resulting in a blockage of the transmission of spiritual energy. It seems the strength of my punches is limited. It would be best to use a weapon, but can ordinary weapons transmit spiritual energy? Right at that moment, Zhao Hao suspiciously looked at Fang Ho. Fang Ho, aren't we going to run away yet? Then, he started drooling again, looking at her thigh with a lustful gaze. If we don't leave soon, I'm going to touch it one more time, hee hee. At the same time, Fang Ho suddenly noticed the scalpel on the ground. In that instant, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he said, "Isn't there already a weapon here?" Without any hesitation, Fang Ho directly crouched down to pick it up. As soon as he grabbed it, he felt an icy coldness like a block of ice. At the same time, the moment he held it, Fang Ho felt an overwhelmingly intense wave of negative emotions relentlessly assaulting his mind. This power contains the resentment, anger, and hatred of countless people. Not long after, fragmented images continuously appeared in Fang Ho's mind. There were countless half-human, half-demon creatures tied down on surgical tables. It was at this moment that Fang Ho fully realized that in this psychiatric hospital, the female doctor had once used this scalpel to conduct experiments on these resentful beings. As a result, the scalpel had absorbed the grudge of countless demons, and the female doctor had been affected by the resentment to the point of losing her mind, eventually turning into a vicious demon. This also meant that the scalpel was the true demon, while the female doctor had merely been influenced by it. At that moment, Fang Ho once again revealed a sinister smile. So if I obtain this scalpel, could I kill the female doctor with it? As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Ho became eager to test it out. Immediately after, he walked up to the female doctor again and told Zhao Hao to step aside. Zhao Hao, still immersed in pleasure, blushed with embarrassment, spreading his arms. I only touched it for a little bit. But suddenly he saw the knife in Fang Ho's hand and hurriedly changed his tone. All right. Fang Ho's face remained expressionless as he began to gather strength. In the next instant, a flash of silver light streaked past, followed by the sound of metal clashing. The female doctor's neck remained completely unharmed. Zhao Hao, standing nearby, quickly covered his ears. The sound truly made one's hair stand on end. Fang Ho, on the other hand, was utterly astonished, staring blankly at him. Impossible. At the same time, Zhao Hao lifted the collar of the female doctor to inspect, equally astonished and puzzled. Fang Ho, this knife looks really sharp, so how come it didn't hurt her at all when you slashed at her? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao reached out and touched her neck. Instantly, saliva seemed to pour down like a 3,000-foot waterfall, and his small face flushed red. Her skin was so smooth and even cool to the touch it felt incredibly pleasant. Hearing that, Fang Ho paid no mind, his gaze settling on the female doctor as he sank into thought. The scalpel can cut through countless demons. Why did it have no effect when it struck her? At that moment, Fang Ho suddenly reacted. Could it be spiritual intuition? This scalpel needs spiritual intuition to be wielded, and now mine is completely depleted. That must be why I can't unleash its true power. Thinking this, Fang Ho clenched his jaw. Looks like revenge will have to wait. Just then, the ghostly female doctor suddenly put down her food and stared intently at them. Without hesitation, Fang Ho shouted at Zhao Hao to turn around and run. Zhao Hao, clearly confused and reluctant, protested with a pout, "Fang Ho, I haven't even touched her and I already like her." Hearing that, Fang Ho looked exasperated. "Run first, we're out of time." At the same moment, the ghostly female doctor suddenly stood up and glanced around, muttering under her breath, "Where's the scalpel?" On the other side, Fang Ho and the other person quickly ran out of the corridor and entered a large hall, which was spacious and quiet. Suddenly, Fang Ho sensed some movement. Ever since his spiritual awareness had been awakened, his senses had also become more acute. He could easily hear the rapid breathing of two people and the anxious pounding of their hearts. Right after that, he stared intently at a nearby pillar. It turned out they were hiding very well. He saw that two colleagues were currently hiding behind the pillar, fearfully peeking out. When they saw Fang Ho, the tension in their suspended hearts finally eased. At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Ho with a troubled expression. "There are 4 doors facing east, west, south, and north. Which way should we go?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the two colleagues, after taking a look around, immediately stepped out from behind the pillar. Zhao Hao had no idea what was going on and was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. At that moment, the female colleague was so overjoyed she could cry, "Great, you two are all right." The man looked at them with a serious expression. "Fang Ho, you lead the way, we've been waiting for you here for a long time." As soon as he heard that, Zhao Hao's eyes widened. "Hey, you two were running so fast just now, why are you asking Fang Ho to guide you now? You two really have no shame." Seeing this, the two of them forced a laugh and fell silent for a moment. At this time, Fang Ho paid them no heed and stared at the 4 doors with a very calm expression. After a moment of thought, Fang Ho answered Zhao Hao seriously, "It's simple, try each door, one by one." The 3 people beside him were all stunned and looked at Fang Ho in bewilderment. The male colleague showed his dissatisfaction. "We're racing against time, how do we have time to try each door one by one?" Fang Ho ignored him and walked toward one of the doors. "Enough talk. If you want to go, go, if not, don't." At the same time, Zhao Hao also followed along. Seeing this, the 2 colleagues behind didn't know what to do and could only look anxiously at Fang Ho. Just then, a demonic roar echoed everywhere, sending chills down their spines. Immediately after, the ceiling began to shake again like before. The two were at a loss and could only stare fixedly at the ceiling. The female colleague was so frightened she burst into tears. The demon, it's caught up to us." The man looked puzzled. "How is that possible? Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai are 2 people, how could it be so fast?" At that moment, Fang Ho suddenly thought of something. "It's very likely that because I attacked the demon, or maybe because I took its butcher knife, I disrupted its order of killing." Seeing this, the 3 of them picked up speed and ran quickly toward the large door. He pushed open the old door without hesitation and shouted loudly, "Run, now!" Once inside, they discovered it was a staircase leading to the upper floor, so Fang Ho led everyone in a desperate dash upstairs. At this moment, Fang Ho was leading the way, Zhao Hao closely following behind, while the other 2 colleagues were still arguing. The woman's stamina was not as strong as the others, so she panicked and grabbed the man in front of her. "Wait for me, it's catching up." Seeing this, the man angrily looked at the woman. "Let go of me, don't pull me." At the same time, a loud crashing sound erupted behind the 2 of them. A figure shot up the stairs like lightning. The ghostly female doctor lay on the ceiling, slowly twisting her body. The sound of her joints cracking was chilling. Immediately after, her limbs clung tightly to the ceiling as she glared viciously at the people below. At the same time, she let out a strained voice, "Give it back to me." Everyone thought it would be like before, that the last person running would be eaten. However, this time defied expectations. She completely ignored the others and swiftly chased up the stairs. At that moment, the 2 colleagues were trembling with fear, looking in horror at the spot where Fang Ho had disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao followed Fang Ho, groping at his thigh a few times, clearly much calmer than the others. At the same time, he noticed something unusual, and immediately after, he shouted loudly toward the stairs above, "Fang Ho, beside you." As soon as he finished speaking, the female ghost doctor stopped beside Fang Ho, who saw it glaring at him furiously. Fong Ho suddenly uttered a single word, slowly, knife. After observing for a moment, the female ghost doctor curled her lips, stared at Fong Ho, and said, "Give me back the knife," while at the same time leaping down from the ceiling. At that moment, Fong Ho didn't have time to dodge and was immediately pinned to the ground by it. His arm was grabbed by the female ghost doctor, and immediately after, the female ghost doctor let out an angry roar, opened her blood-filled mouth wide, and ferociously bit into Fong Ho's neck. There was a wet, gushing sound, and blood sprayed everywhere. Fong Ho died once again, which also indicated that the western door was impassable. After being resurrected, Fong Ho had to go through everything he had experienced before all over again. However, all of his choices were no different from before. Once again, the testicles of both Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai were shattered by a kick. Of course, abandoning the scalpel was out of the question. As usual, the moment he picked up the scalpel, the ghostly female doctor immediately stopped eating and glared angrily at Fong Ho. "Where's my scalpel?" At that moment, Fong Ho raised the scalpel, looked at Zhao Hao, and shouted excitedly, "Run!" Zhao Hao panicked and fled. This time, Fong Ho chose the northern door to escape, and to the north was an elevator that was still functional. Fong Ho decisively ran into the elevator and pressed the button to go up. But because the elevator was so old, its startup speed was extremely slow. Seeing this, Fong Ho used the hand spinning speed he had trained at level 25 to repeatedly press the elevator button. But just as the elevator doors were about to close, a pale hand suddenly reached in and forced the closing doors back open. Immediately after, the pale hand reached toward Fong Ho. This was followed by a splattering sound, and blood sprayed everywhere. Fong Ho once again proved that the northern door led nowhere, and upon resurrecting once more, this time he chose the southern door. The southern door led to a chaotic operating room, filled with broken medical instruments scattered all over the place. The deadliest death at the south gate was the final dead end. At that moment, the ghostly female doctor was lying in a corner, staring intently at him, just one step away from Fong Ho. Immediately after, the ghostly female doctor lunged forward, pinning Fong Ho to the ground. One human, one ghost, four eyes locked onto each other. Blood splattered in the next instant, and Fong Ho died once again. Now there was only one path left: the east gate. If this gate also turned out to be a dead end, Fong Ho would have no choice but to give up the scalpel. Thinking of this, Fong Ho felt deeply unwilling. Although the ghostly female doctor was much faster than he could use multiple resurrections to predict her attack trajectory. To a certain extent, resurrection was equivalent to foreseeing the future, and Fong Ho clearly remembered that there was an emergency exit to the left of this place. With that thought, Fong Ho took large strides toward the emergency exit. However, he hadn't run far when several streams of black mist appeared behind him, beginning to coil around his neck. In the next moment, there was a sharp slicing sound, and Fong Ho's head separated from his neck, marking his 9th resurrection. On the brink, Fong Ho believed he was incredibly close to the emergency exit. Next time, he was certain they would succeed. At that moment, he pointed to the east and said resolutely, "We go east." This time, he no longer attacked Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai, but instead, without the slightest hesitation, led Zhao Hao toward the east gate. Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai closely followed behind, but they had barely entered the eastern gate when the familiar and chilling sound of cracking joints suddenly surged once again. Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai, upon hearing the sound, were instantly terrified. The two looked as if they were about to wet themselves, desperately sprinting down the corridor, terrified of being the last ones left behind. However, the ghost completely ignored them, leaping straight over their heads and charging directly at Fong Ho. At this moment, Fong Ho didn't look back, he just kept running. Meanwhile, the ghostly female doctor relentlessly pursued him from behind. Seeing this, Zhao Hao shouted from the rear, "Fong Ho, hurry!" But before he could finish speaking, he was stunned by what he saw next. The ghostly female doctor's hand had reached Fong Ho's back and viciously grabbed his head. As for Fong Ho, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He slightly tilted his head, and that pale, grotesque hand nearly swept past his ear. Seeing this, even the ghostly female doctor was astonished, her eyes wide open like two bronze bells. At that moment, Fong Ho looked at her calmly and sneered, while Zhao Hao behind him appeared utterly confused. Taking advantage of the ghostly female doctor's momentary daze, Feng Ho swiftly turned around and ran toward the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the ghostly female doctor finally flew into a rage. She glared fiercely and shouted, "Die!" At the same time, she quickly closed in on Feng Ho, using the white bone claw against him. After missing the first strike, she immediately unleashed a revolving spear attack with incredible speed, accompanied by a fierce howling wind, but Feng Ho bent down and dodged once again. By now, the ghostly female doctor's hand had almost become a blur as she launched continuous attacks, yet Feng Ho remained calm and effortlessly dodged every strike. During the process, after several resurrections, Feng Ho had completely memorized the attack patterns. Moreover, after igniting his soul, his physical abilities had been enhanced, so now, by relying on his memory to dodge the attack trajectories, he could remain unscathed. At this moment, Zhao Hao was utterly delighted, looking at Feng Ho with a face full of admiration. Feng Ho is truly incredible. At the same time, the ghost doctor was infuriated by Feng Ho's actions, clenching her jaw in rage. She was now lying on the ceiling, resembling a giant humanoid spider. Suddenly, she leaped down from the ceiling, and immediately after, the ghost doctor opened her mouth wide, ferociously lunging toward Feng Ho. However, just as she charged, Feng Ho stumbled as if tripped by something, his entire body suddenly falling forward. Right after, Feng Ho crashed to the ground, and at that moment, the ghost doctor was hurtling toward him at high speed. Seeing this, Feng Ho rolled to the side, then slid skillfully. He perfectly evaded the attack, while the spot where he had fallen was smashed by the ghost doctor, leaving a deep crater. At this moment, the female demon Dr. Lao was even more enraged. She suddenly turned her head to look at Feng Ho, muttering continuously, "Die, die." At that moment, Feng Ho slightly turned his head to glance at her, then continued running towards the emergency exit. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao and the other two were stunned, feeling as though their vision was blurring. Even at a speed that their eyes couldn't keep up with, Feng Ho was still able to easily dodge numerous attacks. At this moment, the female demon doctor let out a furious roar and stomped her foot, chasing after Feng Ho once again. Feng Ho, seeing the exit illuminated with green light, gathered all his strength and accelerated towards the green light. At this time, Zhao Hao was filled with both admiration and longing, thinking, "Is this what a spiritual master is like? Amazing." Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Ho, at the end of the corridor, finally saw the emergency exit sign. This was the first time he had seen this sign after 9 resurrections. As long as this was the real exit, they would be saved. But at that moment, Feng Ho realized something. How should he avoid the next attack? Was he going to have to die a few more times? But at this moment, a strange sight occurred. The female demon doctor was frantically chasing from behind. Upon seeing the sign, not only did it suddenly stop the pursuit, but it also let out a terrifying scream, quickly retreating. Seeing this, Feng Ho was filled with suspicion, as he noticed the creature's face was now filled with horror, trembling in fear. At this moment, Feng Ho furrowed his brows. Why had it suddenly stopped chasing? The fact that the female demon doctor was fleeing did not bring him any joy, on the contrary, it made him more worried. Was there something inside that even the female demon doctor feared? After the scream, the female demon doctor suddenly turned around and, with lightning speed, ran in the opposite direction. At the same time, Zhao Hao and the other 2 people arrived, coincidentally running into the female demon doctor. Immediately after, a massive orb slammed into Zhao Hao's face, hitting him so hard that it caused him immense pain. Due to the incredible speed of the female demon doctor, Zhao Hao was knocked off balance, stumbling backward. His 2 colleagues were so frightened that their souls seemed to leave their bodies. At this moment, Zhao Hao was holding his face, adjusting his glasses, his expression full of confusion. Damn, what was that just now? It was as cold as ice, but at the same time, it was so soft and incredibly elastic. At the same time, 2 colleagues, looking in the direction the ghostly female doctor had left, exchanged glances, both full of bewilderment. Has she already left? On the other side, Zhao Hao hurriedly ran toward Feng Ho. Feng Ho, are you okay? Why did that female ghost suddenly run off? Feng Ho shook his head to signal that he was fine, and then began analyzing. According to common logic, going through this door should be the way out, but why did the female ghost run away when she saw the sign? At this moment, Zhao Hao looked at Feng Ho with a bewildered expression. "Feng Ho, what are you doing?" Feng Ho didn't answer but instead began thinking to himself, if she suddenly ran off, it could only mean that this place is likely not an exit, but rather a hiding place for something that even she fears. At this moment, Feng Ho looked at the sign. Clearly, behind the sign was a path, and the path was very dark, entirely relying on the sign for illumination. Yet, one could still vaguely make out an iron door at the end of the path. Beyond the iron door, there was nothing but darkness, resembling a giant abyss full of unknown dangers. At the same time, the female colleague behind them immediately smiled upon seeing the emergency exit, while the male colleague, seeing Feng Ho standing motionless, anxiously asked, "Why aren't you going? Is there something wrong with this path?" Hearing this, Feng Ho, with a neutral expression, suddenly turned around. He didn't voice the thoughts in his mind, but said, "Let's rest for a moment before we go." After saying this, Feng Ho directly sat down on the spot, and at the same time, Zhao Hao and the others also sat down, resting for a bit is good. After running like crazy for the past several dozen minutes, we wouldn't have been able to keep going normally. The female colleague took a deep breath, while the male colleague sighed, "I never thought I'd witness a ghost in my lifetime." At the same time, Feng Ho began to close his eyes and rest his mind. He wanted to wait for his soul to recover. After all, the ghost doctor woman had been frightened away, and he hadn't even been able to fight back against her. Therefore, he had to wait until his soul healed before attempting anything. Time passed quickly, and after resting for half an hour, Feng Ho suddenly opened his eyes, then stood up abruptly, startling the three people around him. Immediately, Feng Ho said with a serious expression, "Let's go." When they entered the emergency exit, they found themselves surrounded by total darkness. Seeing this, Feng Ho carefully leaned against the wall, cautiously making his way forward step by step. After traveling a certain distance, no one had encountered any danger yet, but the longer they went without incident, the more uneasy Feng Ho felt. A place that can scare people to the point that they don't dare to enter. How could it be without any danger? The further they went in, the darker it became, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, causing Zhao Hao and the other two to glance around, feeling uneasy and anxious. At the same time, Feng Ho walked ahead, closely approaching the three people behind him, confirming once again that there were no casualties, and then continued moving forward after covering some distance. Suddenly, they saw an iron door. Moreover, there was nothing unusual happening at that moment. At this point, Feng Ho stood in front of the door, hesitating. "I wonder if there's really danger hiding behind this door." But now, there was no other choice. The worst-case scenario would be having to retrace their steps. After thinking for a moment, Feng Ho slowly pushed the door open. The door creaked loudly as it opened, and behind it was pitch black, without a single ray of light, like a black hole. Seeing this, Zhao Hao fearfully looked at Feng Ho. "Feng Ho, is there really a path inside? Is it dangerous?" Hearing this, Feng Ho's expression grew serious as he said, "If there's danger, we still have to go." After saying that, he stepped directly into the door. The darkness, like a giant mouth of a chasm, slowly engulfed his body. Here, it is so dark that nothing can be seen. The strangest thing is that the silence is so deathly quiet, to the point that even the sound of his own voice cannot be heard. There are no footsteps, no breathing, no calls, so much so that Feng Ho still doesn't know if the other three people are following him. Seeing this, he tried to open his mouth, no matter how much his vocal cords vibrated, but essentially no sound came out. So, he tried to turn his head around, but the door behind him had long since vanished. He thought he was just dizzy from exhaustion, so he rubbed his eyes, but the result was the same, only the surrounding darkness remained. At this point, Feng Ho realized that the darkness had swallowed up the path ahead. But by now, there was no other option. Feng Ho could only choose to continue moving forward. Now, he could only keep walking until he reached his destination, or he might find the answer. As Feng Ho continued along the path ahead, everything around him remained pitch black. He didn't even know how long he had been walking. It seemed that the darkness had not only devoured the path ahead, but also swallowed up his sense of time. Moreover, this path seemed to have no end. The solitude of the darkness was so overwhelming that it could almost drive a normal person insane. Yet, it had no effect on Feng Ho, because his heart was darker than this very path. However, just when Feng Ho thought he would be trapped and die in this darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared before him. Soon after, the light gradually expanded, and the darkness wildly retreated. The scene around him rushed back like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Feng Ho was stunned. He looked at the familiar Bailu Academy before him, his expression one of disbelief and astonishment. "I've made it out." At that moment, the scene around him rushed back like a tidal wave. He saw people suddenly appearing on the road, surrounded by beautiful green trees, the very tree-lined avenue leading to Bailu Academy. Seeing this, Zhao Hao could not help but excitedly shout, "Feng Ho, this is amazing! We've escaped from the demon gate." But after a while, there was still no response from Feng Ho, so Zhao Hao began looking around, searching for where Feng Ho had gone. At the same time, the female colleague looked around, her face filled with disbelief. Did we really make it out just like that? Meanwhile, the male colleague looked tense. Let's get out of this damned place quickly. Immediately after, Zhao Hao saw Feng Ho not far away and fearfully suggested to him, maybe we should leave quickly too. What if those strange things inside come out? At that moment, Feng Ho didn't respond but stared fixedly at Bailu Academy. Gradually, he frowned. Something's not right. Where exactly is this place? Just then, Feng Ho suddenly came to a realization. It's the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital that has disappeared. We didn't see it earlier because we were inside, but now that we're outside, we should be able to see the psychiatric hospital. But now he couldn't see it at all, only Bailu Academy remained. At this moment, Feng Ho was lost in thought, feeling uneasy. Why is only Bailu Academy left? Why did we not encounter any danger and were able to leave the ghost realm so smoothly? At this moment, Feng Ho, after thinking over it 100 times, still couldn't understand. Clearly, the female doctor was so scared when she glanced at the sign that she turned around and ran away, yet we didn't encounter any danger. Could it be that the female doctor had some kind of restriction preventing her from leaving the psychiatric hospital, so when she saw the exit, she simply ran away? Just then, Zhao Hao walked up to Feng Ho, urging him, let's go home and rest. After everything that happened today, I'm exhausted. If we don't rest, we won't have any energy for work tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Feng Ho seemed to snap out of his thoughts and stared at Zhao Hao. Home, work. Zhao Hao turned around with a serious expression and said, yes, we'll go home tonight and go to work tomorrow. At this moment, Feng Ho discovered something else that astonished him. The strange things that used to be everywhere, even the indescribable things in the sky, had now completely disappeared without a trace. He looked around and couldn't help but take a step back. What on earth is going on? In that instant, Feng Ho's mind was in complete chaos. Suddenly, he ran toward home, muttering to himself like a madman, there's nothing left, it can't be, it can't be. Seeing this, Zhao Hao stood there, looking confused. Feng Ho, what do you mean there's nothing left? What are you looking for? Feng Ho could accept the fact that he had inexplicably escaped disaster, and he could accept the disappearance of the psychiatric hospital, but the one thing he could not accept was the vanishing of those strange things. Feng Ho ran a long distance and eventually reached the street, where he stood in the middle, blocking traffic. Zhao Hao, running behind him, screamed frantically, Feng Ho, what are you doing? Get back here, it's too dangerous. But at this moment, Feng Ho was basically too upset to care. He still recklessly blocked the car in the middle of the street because, at that moment, all he wanted was to get home quickly. The disappearance of those strange things left him clueless about what to do. If they had vanished, revenge would be impossible, especially when it came to his gentle wife. You can only die at my hands, his wife, you must wait for me at home. Then, Feng Ho rushed out onto the road, flagged down a taxi, and hurriedly urged the driver to head straight to the inn. While in the car, Feng Ho kept muttering to himself, and the driver, glancing at the rearview mirror, looked on with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with this guy? Did he break up with someone? Feng Ho was trembling all over, muttering non-stop, no, you can't disappear, you can't disappear. At least, my wife absolutely cannot disappear. At this moment, Fong Ho showed an unprecedented panic, his eyes bloodshot as he murmured, "Wife, you can't leave, you mustn't leave." Not long after, the taxi stopped at the gate of Fong Ho's apartment complex. Seeing this, Fong Ho darted out like a leopard, running towards the inn. At that moment, the driver hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't run. You haven't paid yet." But Fong Ho's speed was incredibly fast, and he had already disappeared into the night. The driver didn't dare to chase him for the money. Not to mention the fact that Fong Ho moved as swiftly as someone flying. Just thinking about the strange occurrences in the car made the driver feel a deep sense of fear. At the same time, Fong Ho was running wildly up the stairs, and just like in the outside world, he saw nothing unusual in the building. This made his mental state even more erratic. With a loud bang, Fong Ho shoved the door open and rushed in frantically. Fong Ho was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, but he had no intention of stopping. He frantically searched for the whereabouts of his wife. In his heart, the whole world could disappear, but not her. He looked around the empty living room and ran all over the house, his bloodshot eyes screaming loudly, "Wife, come out, I can see you." But no matter how loudly he called or how thoroughly he searched every corner of the house, he couldn't find the figure of his beautiful and gentle wife anywhere. At this, Fong Ho collapsed to the floor, completely defeated. In that moment, his spirit utterly broke. He muttered vacantly, "You've killed me 18 times already. Without you, how am I supposed to live the rest of my life? Wife, you can't disappear." After a long while, Fong Ho slowly got to his feet and, as if soulless, walked toward the bedroom. "I have died dozens of times, pushed to the brink of despair by my wife and the female doctor. It was my hatred for them that kept me alive." He walked into the room in despair and lay down. His blurry gaze drifted up to the ceiling. "I swear I will take revenge on all the strange things, so that they too will experience my pain, but now those strange things have disappeared, and I don't know where to channel this hatred. What is the meaning of life?" He lay there, staring at the ceiling throughout the night. Until the next morning, when Zhao Hao's phone rang. In a daze, Fong Ho answered the call, hearing Zhao Hao's anxious voice, "Fong Ho, you need to check the news right now." They reported that Bailu Academy was on fire at 7:49 p.m. last night. Upon hearing the name Bailu Academy, Fong Ho's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and he immediately stood up to check the news. It was only seen in the news that last night at 7:40 p.m. in the development area of El Seeing City, the sales office of Bailu Academy suddenly caught fire. The fire was not extinguished until 10:00 p.m. According to statistics, the incident resulted in 11 fatalities. After identifying the victims, the list of the deceased was as follows: Wang Zitong, Wu Dehai, Fong Ho, Zhao Hao, Li Feifei. Upon seeing this, Fong Ho suddenly burst into a frantic and excited laugh. "This is amazing. I really do have the ability to resurrect after death." Fong Ho was extremely excited and stirred up upon reading the news of his own death. This also means that the strange event hasn't ended yet. "I know now, they're just playing hide and seek with me." In fact, the event without this strange phenomenon might just be an illusion created by the strange thing. Thinking of this, he sincerely flashed a sinister smile. "My dear, I can finally see you again." At this very moment, while Fong Ho was in a manic state, throwing his head back and laughing loudly, there was suddenly a notification sound for a new message. Opening his phone, he saw a message from the sales office team, with manager Wu Dehai mentioning Fong Ho, "Why aren't you at work yet?" Then came a series of consecutive messages, all repeating the same question. Upon seeing this, instead of feeling alarmed, Fong Ho hugged his head and laughed even harder, excited beyond measure. "Wu Dehai is dead and yet he's still so amusing, really too amusing. He's dead, and still asking me to go to work? Looks like after he died, he became a demonic capitalist." Since Fong Ho hadn't replied for a long time, the reminder notifications on his phone became increasingly frequent. Suddenly, Fong Ho's laughter abruptly stopped. He stared intently at the phone screen, where a line of blood-red text suddenly appeared, radiating a strange and blood-soaked aura. "Do you think I wouldn't know where you are if you don't speak?" Then, the blood stains slowly began to change, gradually gathering together. The blood bubbled and boiled like water coming to a boil, eventually taking the shape of an eye. In the next moment, it shot out countless blood-red rays from the phone screen. At the same time, the eerie voice of Wu Dahai echoed, "Feng Ho, I see you." What appeared before Feng Ho was a strange eye, glaring at him. "Feng Ho, come to the company immediately." The scene was incredibly bizarre, enough to drive an ordinary person insane, but Feng Ho was an exception. He immediately reached out and grabbed the strange eye, then calmly said, "All right, but I'm sorry, I only have one phone. Please don't monopolize it." At the same time, he pulled it out of the phone with force as if uprooting weeds. Immediately, a painful sound echoed from the eye. Then, Feng Ho squeezed with force, and the eye instantly dissolved like a soap bubble right before his eyes. At this moment, Feng Ho opened his palm, only to find it empty, no eyeball, no bloodstain. Is it an illusion? This is getting more and more interesting. Let's see what he's trying to do. With that, Feng Ho mounted his mountain bike and quickly headed to Bailu Academy. Upon arriving at Bailu Academy, he was astonished to find the entire sales office burned black, surrounded by caution tape. Seeing this, he stepped directly over the tape and headed towards the sales office. As he got closer to Bailu Academy, Feng Ho looked around and could even smell the burnt odor. The effect was incredibly realistic. When he stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Li Fei in the crowd, her clothes torn. At the same time, Li Fei noticed Feng Ho as well, and with a bright smile, she ran towards him. "Feng Ho, you're here. You're so early today." At that moment, Feng Ho didn't respond but instead raised his hand to touch Li Fei's chest, feeling warmth, fullness, and elasticity. Is this real? Seeing this, Li Fei immediately covered her face, blushing. "Feng Ho, you're so mean." Suddenly, Feng Ho pushed her away and flashed a knowing smile, as expected. Then he directly headed for the second floor. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed Zhao Hao rushing over, his face panic-stricken as he looked at Feng Ho. "Feng Ho, were you also brought here to work?" Feng Ho shook his head, his expression serious. "I wasn't brought here, I came because I like working." "Where is Wu Dahai?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao was very surprised, but didn't think much of it. He pointed towards the office. "He's inside." Feng Ho glanced briefly and noticed that the colleagues who had died previously were now back at their workstations. Some were working, while others were being lazy, just like before. At that moment, Feng Ho was left in a daze. In his memory, those who had died were still living well. What is the truth, after all? Feng Ho had arrived at Wu Dahai's office, but as soon as he stepped through the door, Wu Dahai pointed at Feng Ho and immediately began to scold him angrily. "Feng Ho, why are you only coming to work now? I mentioned you in the group, why didn't you reply? Do you know that?" Before Wu Dahai could finish his words, Feng Ho, with a calm and expressionless face, interrupted him. "When will my commission be paid?" Wu Dahai immediately snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table. "You're still showing up here to demand your commission from me? With your attitude at work, how could you?" Seeing this, Feng Ho once again cut off his shouting. "Even in death, you're still as despicable as ever." Hearing that, Wu Dahai immediately exploded with rage, pointing at Feng Ho's nose, his mouth spitting with every word. "What did you say? Who's dead? Do you even know how to speak human? I'm still alive and kicking, it's you who's the one dead." His voice echoed throughout the entire workspace, with every colleague turning to watch with curious eyes. At that moment, a streak of silver light flashed by, and the whole world seemed to fall silent in an instant. A glinting surgical knife sliced across Wu Dahai's coarse neck, and the handle of the knife was tightly gripped by a large hand that hand belonged to Feng Ho. A moment later, a soft whoosh sound was heard as Feng Ho swiftly pulled the knife out. Blood sprayed everywhere as if a pig were being slaughtered. At the same time, Wu Dahai's heavy body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Feng Ho immediately gave a sinister smile, calmly saying, "Now, are you dead?" At that moment, the colleagues in the workspace seemed frozen in time. Each of them stood motionless like zombies, staring blankly into space. His face was as pale as a dead person's, and even Zhao Hao's expression was the same. Seeing this, Feng Ho patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder, trying to wake him up, but no matter how much Feng Ho called out, there was no response. In the next second, Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly bulged out and exploded. Then, all the muscles in his body seemed to flow out like wastewater, swelling up. The same happened to the other colleagues. Everyone's body began to twist in strange ways. Their necks and spines bent into odd, human-like curves. Seeing this, Fang Ho muttered, "So you're trying to shapeshift, huh? Well, I'll break your spell." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ho launched an all-out attack, his body infused with spiritual energy. He moved as swiftly as a leopard, holding a knife and charging toward the shapeshifting group. At that moment, a blinding light flashed through the air. Fang Ho, wielding the scalpel at incredible speed, rushed toward the people in the midst of their transformation. In just a brief second, he moved throughout the work area, only to find that everyone had died in different ways. Some had their throats slit, while others had their stomachs pierced. When Fang Ho stopped, he had reached the other end of the workspace, and behind him, the sound of corpses falling to the ground echoed continuously. Then, Fang Ho looked around, his face pale, and said, "Had enough fun? If you're done, come out here." As soon as the words left his mouth, the corpses on the ground seemed to sink into a swamp, with gurgling sounds rising, slowly disappearing from view. At the same time, the entire sales office shattered like glass. Seeing this, Fang Ho remained calm as if nothing had happened, standing still in place. Indeed, it was all just a dream created by those monsters. At that moment, Fang Ho covered his face, his expression unreadable, and said, "Is this a dream? Seems like this is your power." Immediately afterward, a cloud of black smoke flew toward him, gradually forming into an eye, which then emitted a hoarse, strange voice. "How did you see through the dream?" Fang Ho remained calm, "But it's not to say that you understand people very well, which is why your dream feels so real. It's just a pity that you don't understand silicone." The sensation of Li Fei-Fei's hand in the dream was too soft. Hearing this, the demon's eye showed a hint of confusion. "Sensation of the hand? Why aren't you afraid?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Ho smiled and stared at it. "It seems that you rely on fear to kill people. No wonder there are lists of resurrected names calling Tao to work. Honestly, being dead and still having to work is truly terrifying." As Fang Ho spoke, he slowly advanced towards the demon's eye and stared at it with a cold expression. "But I also have to thank you. Because you deliberately created all kinds of strange events to scare me, I've developed a stronger will to live. Because of that, I realized the illusion and managed to escape." At this moment, the black smoke remained silent, only staring at Fang Ho, as if trying to memorize his appearance. The next moment, it slowly began to leave, walking while faintly saying, "Humans don't know fear, I will remember you." It was only then that Fang Ho realized the monster that could control this dream had frightened the female doctor into running away. If he wasn't mistaken, the female doctor who had been infected by the surgical knife was probably the weakest person in this psychiatric hospital. As for the demonic eye he had just seen, it must have been created by someone through an experiment. It was one of the monsters that escaped from the patient room, possessing abilities different from the female doctor. At the same time, Zhao Hao was strangling himself with both hands, his veins bulging, and his pupils dilated. Fang Ho approached and checked Zhao Hao's breath, confirming that he was dead, and moreover, had died from strangling himself. In that moment, Fang Ho recalled the scene in the storage room, where Zhao Hao had cried miserably, saying he wouldn't abandon him. Thinking of this, Fang Ho drew the surgical knife and stabbed it into his own neck. His consciousness began to blur, then he woke up at the emergency exit, where his two colleagues were overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is the emergency exit, the way out must be here." However, after going through it once, this time Fang Ho did not choose to rest in order to recover his spiritual power. Since the monster had the ability to control dreams, the best option was not to sleep. Fang Ho calmly said one word, "Go." He then pushed the door open and walked ahead, with the other two immediately following him. But this time, as before, they arrived at Bailu Academy. It was still the tree-lined path leading to the academy. Fang Ho looked around but saw nothing. A world without monsters was actually a dream. Realizing this, Fang Ho decisively took out his scalpel and stabbed it into his own neck. After trying multiple times but still falling into the dream, he finally understood that, no matter what, he would not be able to avoid falling into it. To overcome this trial, he could only rely on Zhao Hao to defeat his own fear. He then turned to look at everyone. In the escape route, there was still one more monster, and it would create all kinds of strange events in the illusion, even making people mistakenly believe that they had escaped the monster, but it was all an illusion. Upon hearing this, everyone was horrified, their mouths agape. Is there still a monster here? At the same time, Fang Ho draped his arm over Zhao Hao's shoulder and stared at him. You must remember, only by overcoming fear can you survive. And also, if you see Li Fei Fei in the illusion, you can touch her chest. The feeling of fake and real is different, and that's the loophole of the illusion. Hearing this, Zhao Hao was stunned, his face turning bright red to the ears, but I've never touched real ones before. Earlier, Fang Ho had gone through several similar dreams. Although he was able to quickly break free, no matter how much he reminded Zhao Hao and the others, they still couldn't control their fear and escape from the dream. All he saw were people lying scattered on the ground, tightly gripping their own throats. During many such repeated attempts, Fang Ho discovered that the dreams were entirely created by monsters, so the dreams of each person would be different. In other words, only each individual could break free from their own dream. At the same time, Zhao Hao was squeezing his neck with force, his face turning pale as if he were about to suffocate. Seeing this, Fang Ho quickly reached out to pry his hands off. Only then could Zhao Hao breathe properly, but his condition was still not good. Immediately, Fang Ho pushed Zhao Hao away and shouted loudly, but all his efforts were in vain, having no effect at all. At this point, Fang Ho directly slapped Zhao Hao hard in the face, trying to wake him up. Fang Ho slapped him repeatedly, more than 10 times, causing both of Zhao Hao's cheeks to swell up and turn red, yet he still didn't regain consciousness. Seeing this, Fang Ho had no choice but to kick him hard in the lower abdomen. The pain caused Zhao Hao to immediately clutch his abdomen, his whole body trembling, but still, it was in vain, as he did not wake up. At this moment, Fang Ho was in deep frustration, scratching his head. Neither slapping nor kicking worked. With no other options, Fang Ho took out a scalpel. He wanted to try stabbing him to see if it would work. So, he decisively stabbed Zhao Hao in the leg, even using a bit of his spiritual energy. Immediately, Zhao Hao's expression became more agonizing, his mouth constantly emitting painful cries, but Zhao Hao still could not wake up. After a while, Zhao Hao suddenly tilted his head and died right in front of Fang Ho. At this moment, he stared at the lifeless Zhao Hao, his face full of sorrow. What exactly do I need to do to save you? Is there really no way? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Ho decided to try one last time. If it still didn't work, he would have to give up. He used a surgical knife to make an incision on his own neck, and once again, Fang Ho died. After being reborn, Fang Ho sank into deep thought. What exactly can I do to help Zhao Hao overcome his fear? At the same time, Zhao Hao joyfully looked at Fang Ho. Fang Ho, let me tell you a secret. Last night, I dreamed I was being pressed down by a ghost, and it was a beautiful female ghost wearing a white dress. She softly pressed against me, hee. Thinking of this, Zhao Hao sighed again, but just as I was about to kiss her, I woke up. What a pity. At that moment, a colleague pointed at the sign ahead. This is the emergency exit. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao shouted excitedly from behind, once we get out, I'm definitely going to find a woman to grope. Hearing that, Fang Ho snapped out of it. He came up with an idea to redirect attention. He immediately turned to look at Zhao Hao. Although naturally introverted and timid, Zhao Hao's most prominent trait was his strong sexual desire. If he couldn't overcome fear, then perhaps he could suppress it with another powerful primal emotion. This made Fang Ho feel as though he had found a breakthrough. Eating and sex are both primal instincts. After thinking it through, Fang Ho looked at Zhao Hao seriously and said, now take out your phone and turn the volume all the way up. Hearing that, Zhao Hao looked confused. What for? At that moment, Fang Ho gave a rare smile. Don't ask. Just turn the volume to the max and play your favorite movie on speaker. As soon as Fang Ho spoke, Zhao Hao began to doubt his own ears, his face flushing red. But seeing how serious Fang Ho was, and feeling the pressure, he had no choice but to take out his favorite film. On the screen appeared a seductive woman in a teacher's uniform, holding a ruler in her hand, her alluring eyes and blushing cheeks captivating. Student Zhao Hao, if you get your homework wrong, you must immediately accept your punishment. Hearing this, Zhao Hao's face turned red immediately. Feng Ho, stop joking around. If you want to watch, wait until we get out of here. Playing it on speaker now is like relieving yourself in the middle of the street. Just as Zhao Hao finished speaking, Feng Ho sternly shouted, I'm not joking with you. I'm saving your life. Now, play the film immediately. Seeing this, Zhao Hao had no choice but to take out his phone and reluctantly open his favorite film. The moment he did, the oppressive atmosphere of fear in the dark hallway seemed to dissipate, if only slightly. Everyone's attention was focused on the phone screen, where a pair of cherry lips were sticking out their tongue, incredibly seductive. Immediately after that, the teacher, dressed in uniform, suddenly sternly held a ruler and scolded, lie down, if you do the homework wrong, you'll be punished. At the same time, Feng Ho pointed at the phone with a serious expression, you have to watch this carefully, and fully immerse yourself in the role of the student in the movie, get excited. When you enter the illusion, no matter what happens, don't pay attention, just close your eyes and imagine the next scene. Only then can you overcome the fear. He turned to his two colleagues beside him, you too. As soon as Feng Ho finished speaking, Zhao Hao stared intently at the phone, a satisfied smile gradually forming on his face as he began to immerse himself in it. Seeing this, his two colleagues exchanged strange looks. The male colleague appeared puzzled, in this situation, you still have the mood to watch a movie? The female colleague, on the other hand, blushed upon hearing the voice from the movie, while Zhao Hao's face became very embarrassed. However, he didn't pay any attention. He knew Feng Ho wouldn't harm him. I can only provide the translation you requested, but it seems like the content is explicit in nature. Please be aware of the sensitivity of the material you're asking me to translate. Here is the translation. After speaking, he walked ahead, leading the way toward the emergency exit. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of boredom, having gone through the dream so many times. Feng Ho even thought about his wife and wanted to hurry home to see her. As soon as they entered the emergency exit, the dream swiftly overwhelmed him. The two colleagues, however, remained as before, their faces incredibly fierce and terrifying, as if they had gone through some dreadful ordeal, falling to the ground and losing their lives. Seeing this, Feng Ho wasn't surprised. Fear was something that no one could easily overcome. He could only hope that this time, Zhao Hao might escape the dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao beside him tore off his clothes to reveal his chest, his small face flushing, pouting, and murmuring continuously, "What a hot girl." This action left Feng Ho stunned, and then Zhao Hao began shaking his head wildly, sticking out his tongue and licking incessantly. Seeing this, Feng Ho helplessly held his forehead. It seemed that being captivated by a handsome ghost really was tragic. What a modern-day pervert. Suddenly, Feng Ho's eyes became dazed and disbelieving as he stared at Zhao Hao. It turned out Feng Ho had noticed a strange fluctuation appearing on Zhao Hao's body. At that moment, a soul fluctuation also emerged from Zhao Hao, and in his dream, Zhao Hao's lower body was swaying rapidly and rhythmically. At this point, Feng Ho felt both terrified and secretly delighted. Had he just awakened his soul? Suddenly, Zhao Hao's eyes flew open, bloodshot veins clearly visible in them. Immediately afterward, Zhao Hao sprang up from the ground, his face filled with longing and unfulfilled desire. Fei, don't run, damn it, let's do it again. But as he took in his surroundings, he froze on the spot. Why was he at the emergency exit? At that moment, he looked at Feng Ho in bewilderment. Feng Ho, did we really succeed? But before he could finish his sentence, it was as if something suddenly occurred to him. He cautiously examined Feng Ho from head to toe. Indeed, there wasn't the slightest trace of emotional fluctuation. He truly resembled the Feng Ho he knew. Suddenly, he remembered something Feng Ho had said earlier. He immediately put on a fierce expression and started brandishing the dragon claw hand threateningly. Are you really Feng Ho? Come here and let me squeeze to find out. Seeing Zhao Hao react like that, Feng Ho couldn't help but feel pleased. At the same time, he pushed Zhao Hao's hand away. Oh, not bad. Your brain actually started working, though not by much. Then, as if to prove this wasn't a dream, Fong Ho closed his eyes, sighed, and assumed a helpless expression. The plumber's revenge, the busty female patient, the custom-made flight attendant outfit, Ultraman. The moment Zhao Hao heard those words, his face flushed bright red. He immediately lunged toward Fong Ho, trying to stop him. Stop talking. How dare you peek at my phone? Fong Ho quickly sidestepped, and at that moment, Zhao Hao, completely unable to stop, staggered and fell face down onto the ground, landing right on top of the two colleagues who had died earlier. Seeing this, Zhao Hao couldn't help but shudder, terrified to the point of being speechless, frozen, staring at the lifeless bodies of his colleagues, whose eyes were still wide open. Then, in a panic, he turned his gaze to the other two people and said, "Damn it, Fong Ho, those two." Fong Ho calmly replied, "They didn't make it." "All right, let's prepare to leave." This time, the two of them stood before the actual large door. What they had previously thought of as the opening of the door had only been a strange dream created by the demon. As Fong Ho placed his hand on the door, he suddenly felt something unusual. This time, the demon did not appear, but Fong Ho didn't dwell on it. He exerted force and pushed the door open. As the door swung wide, light immediately poured in, the blinding brightness contrasting sharply with the dark corridor. When the two of them stepped out, they quickly appeared on the street. Seeing this, Zhao Hao looked around, his face filled with disbelief. Immediately after, he was overwhelmed with joy for having escaped the calamity. Fong Ho were out. Hearing that, Fong Ho lifted his head to look at the dome above. The strange sight reappeared before his eyes, indescribable in words. He asked, "Is it real this time? Are we truly outside?" Then he emotionlessly said, "Did you awaken your spiritual intuition?" Zhao Hao was stunned on the spot, his eyes widening like two bronze bells. Spiritual intuition. Suddenly, Zhao Hao recalled that during the illusion earlier, he had felt a strange sensation, as if not only had he become emotionally numb, but his strength had also increased. Seeing this, Fong Ho looked at him with suspicion. "So, what ability did you awaken?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao burst out laughing, tried to sense something, then suddenly burst into tears. "I don't think I can sense any ability at all." But Wang Zitang had said, "Everyone who awakens spiritual intuition gains some ability. Could it be that I'm powerless?" At this moment, Zhao Hao no longer had the joyful expression he once had. He directly lowered his head and said, "So, what is Fong Ho's ability?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ho replied seriously, "My ability is predicting the future." Zhao Hao was taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. "What? Predicting the future? No wonder in the ghost realm, you always knew which path to take and even knew there were ghosts in the escape routes." Fong Ho calmly nodded, then looked up at the dome, deep in thought. If there really is an organization of spiritual masters in the world, then compared to the ability to escape pain, predicting the future is more advantageous. It helps to increase one's self-worth, thus gaining more resources from the organization. Because Fong Ho wanted to quickly become stronger, and then seek revenge on those demons, especially my beloved wife, suddenly Fong Ho realized that he could no longer see the psychiatric hospital. In his mind, the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital was supposed to be inside the sales building, but now, why was it completely gone? Could it be that the demons had merged into reality? Fortunately, the demon we encountered this time was merely a self-created dream, incapable of attacking. If the demon blocking the door had been another attacking demon, then even if we had the answer to death, we would have been trapped inside, because of the absolute power. No matter how many times we tried 100, 1,000, 10,000 times, it would have been useless. Furthermore, Zhao Hao had clearly awakened his soul, becoming a spiritual master, but why did he show no reaction when facing the demon? Thinking of this, Fong Ho coldly glanced at Zhao Hao, who, under his gaze, broke out in goosebumps. Suddenly, Fong Ho calmly said, "Look around us. Do you see any demons?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao was startled. "Demons? Demons? Where? I don't see any." Immediately, he hurriedly looked up, only to see the bright moon and the dark sky like a curtain of night. However, he didn't realize that in the sky above, countless shadows of ghosts were flying around, like black crows. The dark demons were flying over his head, but Zhao Hao didn't see them. He anxiously looked around and asked, "Brother Ho, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Seeing this, Fang Ho instinctively furrowed his brows and said, "Perhaps I mistook a bird for a demon." At the same time, Zhao Hao looked left and right in fear, while a demon glared at him, even placing a hand on his arm. However, he was completely unaware of it. Fang Ho, lost in thought, wondered, could it be that even after awakening the soul, one cannot see demons? Or is it because Zhao Hao is too weak now? I hope it's the latter. This meant that there were still people who could see demons, and he wouldn't be entirely alone. At this moment, Zhao Hao stared at Fang Ho with a mixture of admiration and jealousy. Soon after, he muttered to himself, "I've clearly awakened my soul, but I can't tap into its power, while Brother Ho can predict the future. I'm really jealous. I fear for my brother's misfortune, but I also fear he'll blaze a trail for others. Is this feeling wrong?" After thinking for a while, Zhao Hao shyly looked at Fang Ho and said, "Brother Ho, this place is really scary, let's leave." But at this moment, Fang Ho didn't pay attention to him and walked ahead on his own. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hurriedly chased after him. Suddenly, Fang Ho slightly turned his head and asked, "Speaking of which, how did you break the dream?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's face became so awkward that it was visibly obvious. "What else could I do? I just followed the way you taught me, didn't care about anything, and then tried to immerse myself in the movie." At the same time, Fang Ho glanced at Zhao Hao, and in his mind, he thought, "The first time, I was the only one who survived when the demon appeared. The later times were because the entire army was wiped out before they could return to self-destruction, so the demon didn't have time to appear. But this time, everyone's dreams ended, yet it still didn't appear. This kid must have done something." Right after that, he calmly looked at Zhao Hao and said, "Then why, in your dream, were you both touching and kissing the air?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's face turned as red as a beet. "Did I really make those gestures too?" Seeing this, Fang Ho seemed to have thought of something and said, "Yes, not only did you make the gestures, but you also made sounds that are indescribable." At that moment, Zhao Hao quickly waved his hand. "Stop, Brother Ho, I beg you, please don't say anymore, it's too embarrassing." At this, Fang Ho calmly turned his head. "Then tell me, what happened in your dream?" "Of course, I'm not interested in your dream itself, but in the fact that you awakened your spiritual essence without having any power. Maybe there was a mistake when you awakened in the dream." Hearing this, Zhao Hao helplessly clasped his hands together. "Fine, but you have to promise not to tell anyone." Right after that, Zhao Hao's face turned red, and he started explaining, "Actually, it's nothing special. After I entered the illusion, I closed my eyes and followed your instructions, just thinking about the beautiful girls in the classroom. But then, I started hearing all sorts of scary sounds, telling me to stay with it. There was even a cold, ice-like hand, just like the one from the ghost nurse, groping all over my body. At that moment, I was terrified. Afterward, I tried to fight against the fear, thinking about what you had said, and tried to imagine something else to redirect my attention." Hearing this, Fang Ho, looking helpless, asked, "So what happened next? Did you end up doing it on your own?" Seeing this, Zhao Hao's face turned even redder as he hurried to clarify, "I just used that as a temporary way to distract myself, that's all." At this moment, Fang Ho helplessly nodded, expressing a strong affirmation to Zhao Hao. "So what happened next?" After that, all the surrounding sounds changed, and the eerie atmosphere in the classroom began to fade. In its place came warmth. The soft, smooth hand that had been groping me also became warm. There was no longer that cold sensation like at the beginning. The voice in the classroom also turned into Li Fei-Fei's voice. "Zhao Hao, are you not paying attention in class?" she said, then knelt down in front of me. So, I opened my eyes and clearly saw that it was Li Fei-Fei. Suddenly, I remembered what you had said earlier, that if I encountered Li Fei-Fei, I should pinch her chest to see if it was real or fake. That was the flaw in the illusion. Immediately afterward, she lay down in front of me, her fair, smooth skin exposed. She even placed her hand on me. I tried my best to hold back, but she kept tempting me, even wearing a short skirt while lying on the podium. Seeing that, I couldn't hold back any longer and immediately lunged at her. Zhao Hao's face turned bright red, saliva dripping from his mouth. Which man can resist such temptation? When I held her hand tightly, my face pressed against her chest. So, I started to reach out and pinch her chest to see if it was real or fake. Although I couldn't tell the difference between silicone and the real thing, at that moment, I didn't care much about it. I just wanted to pinch it first. As I pinched, a soft sensation spread from my palm throughout my body. Then, I slowly closed my eyes and kissed her, but when I kissed, I felt something was wrong. Then, her mouth started to open, and she looked at me with her teeth bared and her eyes wide, asking if I was scared. At that moment, she really terrified me. My mind was filled with fear, and I was frightened out of my wits. Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and opened her mouth wide toward me. At that point, I knew I was done for, but when I thought about still being a virgin, I realized it would be such a waste to die like this. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die in such a humiliating way. He swung both arms aside. Thinking about it, I disregarded everything, directly pushing her away, then pinning her down to the ground. Besides, this is Li Fei Fei. Even if she's a ghost, I have to fulfill my wish before I die. After that, I closed my eyes and took a risk, not caring whether Li Fei Fei was a ghost or not, and started taking action against her. At that moment, the ghost screamed miserably, "Let go of me, let go." Upon hearing this, Feng Ho helplessly covered his face, while also understanding why, after breaking the dream, the ghost no longer appeared. Perhaps it was afraid of this demon slayer and felt too ashamed to face others. At the same time, Zhao Hao noticed Feng Ho's silence and, feeling embarrassed himself, quickly added, "Anyway, she's about to die, why care so much? The most important thing in life is to have no regrets, don't you think, Ho?" At this point, Feng Ho didn't even bother to look at him. "I think you should just go home." After a while, Feng Ho turned toward his home, walking while saying, "I'm going home to sleep first. If there's anything, contact me later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao was shocked and looked at Feng Ho. "Brother Ho, all the colleagues are dead, and you still want to go home and sleep?" Feng Ho slightly turned his head, his face expressionless. "What's wrong? Do you want to call the police?" Zhao Hao awkwardly scratched his head. "You're right, no matter what we tell the police, they'll just think we're sick." At this moment, Feng Ho continued walking and told Zhao Hao, "You don't need to look for anyone, someone will come to you. Since there are ghosts and spiritual masters in this world, there must be an organization specialized in dealing with ghosts. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos by now." At this point, Feng Ho suddenly stopped, looked at Zhao Hao seriously. "If any AI contacts you, just say this." After Feng Ho explained how to respond, the two of them agreed on their statements and parted ways, each heading home. A moment later, Feng Ho returned home. His gentle wife, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, was still wearing her white silk pajamas. Her long, fair, and slender legs were especially eye-catching. She looked at Feng Ho with a seductive gaze and gently said, "Honey, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to cook some noodles for you?" Feng Ho gazed at his gentle wife as usual, and at that moment, the heavy weight in his heart was completely lifted. He focused intently on his wife's beautiful face, feeling astonished by her beauty. It was so perfect that even photo editing couldn't achieve it. He couldn't help but sigh, "It's so wonderful to see my wife." Soon after, he gave a rare smile and said, "Yeah, I'm back." As soon as he finished speaking, the gentle smile on his wife's face disappeared instantly. Her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, staring at him. Her expression became wild and fierce. Then, her full red lips slowly parted. "You can see me." Before the wife could finish speaking, there was only the sound of a swoosh, and a silver flash of light suddenly lit up. At the same time, blood gushed out, and Feng Ho was seen holding a scalpel, making incision after incision into his wife's soft, fair neck. In that moment, Feng Ho felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, his wife's beautiful face began to crack open, her eyes locked on Feng Ho, blood pouring out uncontrollably like a torrent. In this moment, Feng Ho laughed madly and savagely. "Wife, you're so beautiful." After saying this, Feng Ho raised the scalpel once again, but at that instant, Feng Ho suddenly felt everything go dark, and his consciousness sank into the shadows. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in front of the house. Seeing this, Fong Ho gazed at the door in shock. Is this death? This time, he didn't even know how he had died. Was this the true power of his wife? Even the place where he died and was reborn had changed. After thinking it over, Fong Ho once again turned the doorknob, opened the door, and his wife, like a gentle and devoted spouse, stood waiting at the doorway, repeating the same words as before. Honey, you're back, have you eaten yet? Do you want me to cook you some noodles? And this time, Fong Ho chose to ignore the alluring wife, walking alone toward the bedroom. But he didn't shower right away. Instead, his mind kept racing. It seemed that the disparity between different types of demons was even greater than the disparity between humans. Not continuing to explore the psychiatric hospital was the right decision. At this point, his strength was far too weak, he knew nothing about spiritual masters, and he had no understanding of spiritual awareness. He had to wait until Ming's body was verified, and until he had made contact with the relevant organizations and gathered more information before making any further moves. At the same time, in Luduan City, at the Joint Investigation Bureau for Global Anomalous Events, a secretive and discreet department well known among the spiritual master community in the city. At this moment, they were holding an emergency meeting at night. A group of people gathered around the meeting table, a mix of men and women, but their one common trait was their youth. Most were in their 20s to 30s. The oldest among them was the man seated at the head of the table, dressed in a black suit with a striking red tie, exuding an air of calm authority. He was Wang Dahai, the director of the Investigation Bureau. At this moment, he was looking at the surveillance camera, his tone steady and composed. I believe everyone has heard by now. 5 hours ago, at Bailu Academy in the development zone of our city, a demon world appeared. The affected area is the commercial section of Bailu Academy, and so far, there are no signs of it spreading further. At this moment, Shaolin began operating the computer, projecting the surveillance footage onto the screen. Director Wang, this is the surveillance footage near Bailu Academy. The internal surveillance footage has been corrupted by some strange force, causing all monitoring devices to become ineffective, rendering the footage inaccessible. At the same time, everyone in the meeting room turned their attention to the screen. Meanwhile, Shaolin slowly began to recount. The two individuals in front are the survivors of the strange prison this time. The one with the higher appearance value is named Fong Ho, and the one who seems a bit more naive is Jiao Hao. According to the investigation, they were both employees in the sales department. Fong Ho, 20 years old, male, a local from Ludang, is an orphan. Upon investigation, both of their backgrounds appear normal, and before entering the demon world, neither of them had any unusual characteristics. Wang Dahai fell into deep thought, but he didn't speak a word. Instead, he gazed at the people below, his face expressionless, and said, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man wearing sunglasses sneered in disdain. Even an ordinary person could survive and make it back. The danger level of the demon is only this much. You just need to send one person, and it can be resolved. No sooner had he said this than Xinlian Shui, the female investigator sitting in front, countered, "I don't think so." In the surveillance footage, look at the face of the man named Fong Ho. His calmness is terrifying. This is not the usual behavior of someone who has survived coming back from the demon world. Before her words had even ended, Li Wenjie, Xinlian Shui's assistant, pushed up his golden glasses and said seriously, even if he was an ordinary person before, it's also possible that he was infected with spiritual energy in the demon world, unintentionally becoming a spiritual master. As soon as these words were spoken, the man wearing sunglasses stubbornly maintained his stance, pointing at the other two and angrily saying, "These spiritual masters who have just been enlightened, even if just one of them survives and returns from the demon world, it's clear that the danger posed by the demons is only at level C. We just need to send a high-level spiritual master to handle it. Don't rush to judge the demon world, a place you've never been to. Perhaps they were just lucky. These newly enlightened spiritual masters can rely on luck to survive and return from the demon world. So how dangerous could the demons really be?" At that moment, Wang Dahai suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and sternly looked at the man with sunglasses, shouting, "Shut up!" At the same time, He turned to Xinlian Shui beside him and said, "Tomorrow, you take Li Wenjie to meet Feng Ho, confirm whether he has awakened his abilities, and assess whether his spiritual essence has been obstructed. See if we need to bring him in for investigation." Upon hearing this, Xinlian Shui and Li Wenjie immediately stood up, standing as straight as soldiers, and responded, "Yes, Director Wang." The next morning, Feng Ho was sound asleep when he was awakened by the ringing of Zhao Hao's phone. Groggily, Feng Ho picked up the phone. As soon as he answered, Zhao Hao's excited voice came through the line, Brother Ho, I've figured out what my ability is." At the same time, his gentle wife, lying beside him in bed, looked at him with a pout, feeling a bit upset. "Honey, don't pay attention to him, I'm here with you, let's go back to sleep." At that moment, Feng Ho didn't pay attention to his wife. Instead, as calm as ever, he spoke, "What ability are you talking about right now?" Zhao Hao, grinning with pride, replied, making sure not to startle him, "Yesterday, I couldn't feel the ability because it only activates after 11 p.m., and it's only now that it's showing up on its own. It could last until 1 a.m. Upon hearing this, Feng Ho was slightly curious, but still spoke with his usual calm tone, "What exactly is this ability?" But at this moment, Zhao Hao still did not respond directly. "Brother Ho, if I tell you this, don't be jealous, okay? Even though I know the future is very promising, this is the ability that every man in the world desires the most. You wouldn't understand, last night I tested it again, and it was amazing." But clearly, this was not what Feng Ho wanted to hear. His face showed a hint of impatience and displeasure. Without hesitation, Feng Ho hung up the phone. A while later, Feng Ho's phone rang again. This time, he was furious. Not only had he been woken up early in the morning, but now he was hearing all this nonsense. So, Feng Ho answered the phone, angrily speaking, "If you keep babbling, I'll block your number." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao's voice came through the line, sounding rather pitiful. All right, my ability is that after 11 p.m. I become more handsome, my physique improves, and my muscles get stronger." As soon as the words ended, Feng Ho showed an expression of displeasure. "All right, let's forget the numbers," he said, as he got out of bed and walked into the bathroom, while his wife followed him, looking delighted, her eyes never leaving him. "Oh, my dear husband, your kidneys are really doing well." At that moment, Zhao Hao hurriedly spoke up, Wait, I haven't finished yet. The best part is still to come. Increasing physical strength is just a side effect. What really improves is his sexual function." As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Ho's anger surged, his face instantly darkened, and he almost crushed his phone. Zhao Hao, on the other end of the line, still showed no signs of stopping, continuing to speak non-stop. "Brother Ho, you don't know just how amazing I am. I tested it yesterday, and it was really outstanding. Not only is it bigger and longer, but it can even carry 100 kilograms. At this point, Feng Ho was completely disgusted and decisively hung up. He really couldn't listen to any more. Immediately after that, he expressionlessly placed the phone down and began preparing breakfast. At this moment, Feng Ho's gaze was calm and unruffled. He should have thought of this earlier. The ability of a spiritual master is the power to reflect one's spiritual essence, a manifestation of the desires deep within one's heart. And the fact that this ability could only be activated after 11 p.m. every day, during this time, lying in bed and thinking about something, it made no sense that such a power could be awakened. Although he didn't expect the kid to awaken any formidable abilities, he certainly didn't expect him to be this frivolous. Transforming into a handsome guy, becoming muscular, enhancing sexual abilities, wasn't this just like a male adult film actor? Thinking of this, Feng Ho couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Feng Ho placed the breakfast he had prepared onto the table. Immediately, the wife sitting opposite him smiled brightly and said, "Honey, let's have breakfast." Meanwhile, in another location, the investigator was driving quickly towards Feng Ho's house. Shortly after, the car stopped in front of Feng Ho's residence. A girl with a beautiful face, a delicate and lovely face, tall stature, and a cold aura was seen. As soon as she got out of the car, she gently asked if they had overheard the phone conversation between the two people earlier. After saying this, she walked toward Feng Ho's rented apartment. Li Wenjie, behind the car, responded slowly and calmly. From the conversation between the two, it can initially be confirmed that they were both ordinary people in the demon world before their spiritual abilities were awakened to become spiritual masters. Now, the question is, what exactly are their powers? Shen Lianshui opened the door and continued to ask. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wenjie was immediately left stunned and confused. As for Feng Ho's abilities, Zhao He didn't specify them during the phone call, but from the tone of their conversation, it's clear that his powers are likely quite strong. As for Zhao He, based on what he said, every day from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., he becomes more handsome, his physical strength is enhanced, and his muscles are significantly strengthened. When Li Wenjie spoke up, he appeared hesitant, clearly finding it somewhat difficult to address, so he cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "That ability of his." Upon hearing this, Shen Lianshui showed a look of disdain and snorted coldly, "His abilities are more suited for working as a gigolo at a nightclub." Without changing her expression, she continued, "Currently, the investigation bureau is severely understaffed. If Feng Ho's abilities are truly strong, and he passes the spiritual test, we could consider bringing him into the investigation. As for Zhao He, there's no need. Instead, we should increase surveillance on him to prevent him from using his abilities for any dirty deeds." Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie nodded in understanding, following her lead. Meanwhile, Feng Ho's wife, sitting in front of him, playfully asked in a coquettish tone, "Honey, do you see me?" But Feng Ho chose to ignore her, continuing to watch TV. He switched to the evening news, but despite watching for a while, he couldn't find any news about the murder of the real estate agent. This puzzled him. Was it the power of the demonic that was too overwhelming, or was the special organization's abilities too strong? At this moment, Feng Ho heard a noise outside, the sound of Shen Lianshui's high heels growing louder as it approached Feng Ho's house. It stopped at the door, and seeing this, Feng Ho slowly stood up, wanting to go and check. At the same time, his wife appeared on the TV screen. "Honey, where are you going?" "Look at me." Feng Ho, puzzled, moved closer to the peephole. He couldn't tell if the person outside was human or ghost. When he looked through the peephole, he saw a man and a woman in work uniforms. Demonic beings cannot interact with the real world unless they are seen, so they must be human. At this moment, Li Wenjie stepped forward and knocked on the door. After knocking gently, Feng Ho opened it without hesitation. Li Wenjie then softly spoke, "Feng Ho, right?" He then took out his ID card and said, "Hello, we are." But before he could finish, Feng Ho directly took the ID card to examine it, then calmly spoke, "You arrived sooner than I expected. Please, come in and let's talk." At this moment, his wife stood beside him, looking very pleased. "Honey, we have guests." Seeing this, Shen Lianshui and Li Wenjie were both taken aback by Feng Ho's actions, but it was clear they couldn't see his wife. At this point, Shen Lianshui gave Feng Ho a stern look. "You knew we were coming." Feng Ho led Shen Lianshui and Li Wenjie into the living room. As soon as everyone sat down, Feng Ho realized that they were still staring at him, as if they couldn't see his wife. Was it the same as him pretending not to see her? Or did the ability to see the demonic not depend on whether one was a spiritual master or not? It seemed he needed to gather more useful information and look for an opportunity to probe further. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Ho looked at the ID card in his hand and spoke, "Li Wenjie." At the same time, his wife slightly bent over, beaming like a blooming flower, playing the role of a dutiful wife. "Honey, we have guests. Should I pour them some water?" Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right." He then pointed at Shen Lianshui beside him and added, "This is investigator Shen Lianshui. I am her assistant. We are part of the Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Division, investigating unusual events around the world." At this moment, Feng Ho calmly stared at the two of them, staring back without uttering a word. Shen Lianshui also stared at him, calm, really calm, too calm. Normally, when encountering investigators from the bureau, people would either run away immediately or try to ask all sorts of questions, but he remained so calm, it was almost frightening. Thinking about this, Shen Lianshui sternly spoke, "It seems like you're not at all surprised by our appearance. On the contrary, it seems like you already knew. Have you heard of the investigation bureau before?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ho shook his head. I don't know, but there are demonic forces in this world, yet no chaos follows. It's not hard to guess that some force behind it is maintaining social order. Seeing this, Xinlian Shui looked at him with admiration. After experiencing such a strange event, you can still think so calmly. It seems you're not an ordinary person. After finishing her sentence, she crossed her long legs and became serious. The Investigation Bureau is a special department where the government recruits spiritual masters to deal with demonic forces. We are here today for two reasons: 1, to investigate information related to the strange events at Bailu Academy, and 2, to assess whether you meet the qualifications to join us. At this moment, Fang Ho did not interrupt her. Instead, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, quietly observing them and listening to Xinlian Shui's introduction. Although there were some freelance spiritual masters in the world, only the Investigation Bureau possessed absolute information and the vast resources necessary for advancing a spiritual master's abilities. This was an opportunity for him. At the same time, his wife gently stepped in front of him, her voice subtly sharp as she spoke. Honey, don't look at her. Don't you think I'm beautiful? Don't you love me anymore? Can you see me? At this moment, Fang Ho couldn't help but think that his wife's face was completely to his aesthetic. When she died at his hands, the cold expression on her face must have been incredibly alluring. Thinking of this, Fang Ho felt an intense surge of excitement in his heart, unable to suppress a wicked smile. At the same time, Xinlian Shui finished her introduction and then turned to Fang Ho, giving him an order. Then, first, tell us all the information you know about the demon world. Upon hearing this, Fang Ho calmly stood up, adjusted his position, moving away from his wife's cover, and slowly began. Before answering your question, I have a few questions that I need you to answer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinlian Shui immediately furrowed her brows and glared at Fang Ho, a strange purple aura emanating from her body. The strong man beside her, Li Wenjia, was startled and fearfully glanced at Xinlian Shui. He then hurriedly began to persuade Inspector Shen, calm down, he just went through a strange event, having some doubts is normal. Let's resolve his questions first, help him understand everything, then it will be easier for him to answer our questions, right? Upon hearing that, Xinlian Shui said nothing, her breath noticeably weakening, tacitly agreeing. But at that moment, Fang Ho stared at the two of them and spoke up. Through my soul sensing, I can tell that Inspector Shen is likely a spiritual master, whereas Assistant Li is not. A spiritual master paired with an ordinary person, could this be the way investigators are paired? The spiritual master's intuition is disturbed by demonic forces. No wonder they're all so eccentric and extreme. Pairing them with someone with a healthy mind might help keep them in check and bind them together. Upon hearing this, Xinlian Shui's face darkened. The fury that had been quelled now flared up again. She looked at Fang Ho with a hostile expression, clenched her jaw, and said, "Are you provoking me? Do you want to die?" Seeing this, Li Wenjia looked at Fang Ho with panic in his eyes. "If you have something to ask quickly. Don't provoke Inspector Shen anymore. If she loses control, I can't save you. At most, after the incident happens, I'll write a report to the director on your behalf." As for Fang Ho, it was clear that he did not care at all about how terrifying Xinlian Shui's rage would be. His expression remained calm from start to finish. Then, he looked at the two of them with a serious demeanor and asked his first question: what exactly is demonic? Upon hearing this, Li Wenjia pushed up his glasses and smiled. This is also the question that most survivors of the strange event want to ask. What is demonic, where do they come from, and what are their goals? Currently, the preliminary definition provided by the Investigation Bureau is that demonic are distorted sentient beings with their own form of contamination. Their manifestations are very diverse, some have flesh and blood, some are souls, and there are even those that are nothing more than a concept. Moreover, demonic often appears suddenly, with no discernible pattern. But the only common trait they all share is that they harbor great malice toward humans, even having a tendency to devour humans. To be more precise, they consume human souls, or we could say human mental strength, which they use to enhance themselves. Furthermore, each demonic is a source of contamination, much like radioactive material, constantly emitting demonic energy around them. This demonic energy infiltrates the human mind, stimulating negative emotions and distorting the mind. The strength of a spiritual master is essentially the product of a mind that has been contaminated by the demonic's influence. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ho raised his hand to ask the next question. So for the second question, how is the power of a spiritual master divided according to ranks? Hearing this, Li Wenjie was slightly surprised, and turned to look at Xinlian Shui, who seemed to be growing impatient. It seems that Mr. Fong has some understanding of spiritual masters. He then took out a pen and paper from his belongings and began to explain further to Fong Ho. The power of a spiritual master is divided according to the level of spiritual energy points. At the same time, he began drawing a diagram in his notebook, while Fong Ho focused on the wife beside him. She too leaned forward, carefully examining the ranking chart that Li Wenjie was drawing. However, after looking at the contents of Li Wenjie's notebook, the wife suddenly smiled in a seductive manner, licking her lips as if she had seen various kinds of desserts. There are so many delicious kinds like this? He. At the same time, Li Wenjie carefully completed the hierarchy diagram. In general, those with an intuition score between 1% and 20%, like Mr. Fong, a spiritual master in terms of spirit, are considered low-level spiritual masters. Their newly acquired abilities will increase with the growth of their intuition. Those with an intuition score between 21% and 40% are called second-level spiritual masters, and the intensity of their abilities will also undergo a qualitative change. Those with an intuition score between 41% and 60% are called BA-level spiritual masters, but with my current rank, I don't know exactly what their abilities are like. After that, there are level 4, level 5. However, that information is classified. The higher the rank, the more difficult it is to achieve a higher intuition score, and the fewer people there are. Upon hearing this, Fong Ho nodded and asked, so, what happens if the intuition score reaches 100%? At this moment, Li Wenjie shook his head. He looked at Fong Ho seriously. As far as I know, there is no one in the world who has reached 100% in spiritual brilliance. Even those who have reached level 5 only exist in theory. To increase spiritual brilliance, one needs to search for more powerful demonics, continuously going through breakthroughs between life and death. However, this also increases the death rate of spiritual masters. Spiritual masters and demonics are both opposites and complementary to each other. The stronger the demonic, the stronger the spiritual master will be, but the intensity of demonics that has been recorded is currently not enough to create extremely powerful spiritual masters. Seeing this, Fong Ho was about to raise his hand to ask the third question, but Xinlian Shui, who had always been patiently standing by, angrily interrupted him. She looked at Fong Ho with an impatient expression. I don't have time to listen to you ask so many stupid questions. Li Wenjie, give him the address for the Global Demonic Forum website so he can look it up himself. The information he wants to know is likely to be there. At this moment, Li Wenjie, who was standing beside him, was startled by the sudden shout and, feeling helpless, hurriedly agreed. At the same time, Xinlian Shui looked at Fong Ho with a stern expression and said, let me kindly remind you, this is a global dark web forum. I advise you not to trust emails from strangers so easily. Immediately after, Xinlian Shui spoke in a warning tone, now, tell us about everything you encountered in the demon world, even the smallest details. If you dare to lie and cause immeasurable losses, you will be held fully responsible. However, Fong Ho paid no attention to her threat, calmly raising his hand and continuing, I have one last question, and then pointed to the person beside him, did you two see my wife? Upon hearing this, the wife was also confused, and in the next moment, she covered her face with her hand, blushing, both surprised and happy, her eyes sparkling as she gently called out to Fong Ho, darling. Xinlian Shui, who had been fuming with rage, suddenly froze in place. Immediately after, she glanced at the empty spot next to Fong Ho, then quickly scanned the surroundings, but she couldn't find any sign of a wife. At the same time, Li Wenjie was also taken aback. He looked at Fong Ho with a confused and puzzled expression, saying, you're a single man, don't you know whether or not you have a wife? He then firmly added, what nonsense are you talking about? The records clearly show you don't have a wife, not even a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Fong Ho calmly looked at the two of them, muttering to himself, is it that you can't see her? or are you pretending not to see her? At that moment, the wife, filled with joy, began dancing and said, "Honey, I knew you could see me. You can see me, right? Please, answer me." Shen Lian Shui and the other person both secretly trembled in their hearts and, without prior agreement, started to doubt whether there was something wrong with Feng Ho's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Li Wenjie glanced at Feng Ho, then whispered to Shen Lian Shui, "Inspector Shen, it's normal for someone who has just become a spiritual master to experience mental instability, but he has been unusually calm from the start. Now, hallucinations are beginning to appear. So, I suspect there is something wrong with Feng Ho's mental state, perhaps even more serious than usual." Suddenly, Shen Lian Shui stood up angrily, her fierce gaze fixed on Feng Ho. "Feng Ho, are you playing with us?" But Feng Ho remained calm as ever. He looked at Shen Lian Shui, who was angry, and felt that she didn't seem to be pretending. However, that didn't matter to him, because he still had a way out. He simply leaned against his wife behind him, flashed a wicked smile, and casually called out, "Honey." Hearing this, his wife immediately froze, and the two of them locked eyes. "Honey, I've seen you now." At this, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his wife's face, and at the same time, Shen Lian Shui angrily looked at Feng Ho. "If you don't want to cooperate, just say so directly, don't." She didn't have time to finish her sentence when suddenly Shen Lian Shui, who had been furious, stood there in a daze, unable to speak. All of a sudden, a crack appeared, like a whirlwind, and from within the dark crack, the sound of running water echoed. The next moment, where there had been emptiness, suddenly appeared a beautiful woman. She was wearing a white silk nightgown, and her lips curled into a smile that was both restrained and gently joyful as she looked at Feng Ho. "Honey, you can see me now," she said. After speaking, the wife slowly turned her head, rotating 180 degrees, and stared intensely at Shen Lian Shui and Li Wenjie. Then, she let out a chilling laugh. "Hello to both of you, I am his wife." At this moment, Shen Lian Shui and Li Wenjie painfully stood up, both of them shocked as they looked at the wife. Li Wenjie was so stunned he gaped, "What in the world is this?" At the same time, the wife's pale white skin began to crack like porcelain, revealing dense black fissures. Her small mouth twisted all the way to her ears, and her even, neat teeth turned into jagged, saw-like shapes. Inside her mouth, another mouth appeared, as though a mouth had sprouted within her throat. Meanwhile, her long, smooth hair began to move, like black serpents twisting and whipping violently, making a terrifying hissing sound in the air. Right after that, the wife opened her small mouth, extending a 3-meter-long tongue out, saying in a tone of hunger, "It's been a long time since I've had spiritual master, I've missed it so much." Upon seeing this, Li Wenjie was terrified and fell to the ground. "It's demonic." At the same time, Shen Lian Shui was also horrified. "Damn it, Feng Ho, what kind of person are you?" Hearing this, Feng Ho gave a wicked smile. "Didn't expect it, did you? My wife is demonic, and I never expected it myself." At this moment, Feng Ho flashed a wicked grin. "Now you see it, huh? It seems that because I responded to my wife, I triggered some sort of medium, causing the illusion of my wife to become a real entity. This also means that perhaps in this world, I am the only one who sees the streets full of demonic, and I am the only one who always has to remain mentally alert, knowing that if I'm careless and get discovered, I'll have to endure the pain of being chopped into pieces." At the same time, Li Wenjie was so scared that his mouth hung open, while Shen Lian Shui clenched his jaw in anger, thinking of a way to deal with the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lian Shui decided to take action first. She raised her delicate, white hand, and suddenly the air began to distort. A fierce purple flame erupted violently, unexpectedly appearing in her palm. The temperature in the room surged sharply, indicating just how high the temperature of the purple flame was. Next, Shen Lian Shui gathered her strength and swiftly hurled the explosive flame towards the wife, shouting, "Die!" But the moment she released the extremely high-temperature flame, it caused Feng Ho's clothes to catch fire, and even the air in the room became scorching hot, as if it were burning. This was clearly Shen Lian Shui's ability, no wonder she was always so hot-tempered. At that moment, with a loud explosion, the flame detonated on the wife. However, the intense flame, as if meeting cold water, was immediately extinguished upon making contact with her. The wife remained unharmed. Seeing this, Xunlian Shui's pupils contracted, and her face was filled with disbelief. What? She's completely unharmed? At this moment, she realized that she could not deal with the demonic creature in front of her. Thinking this, she extinguished the flame on her hand, then turned her head and pulled Li Wenjie beside her. Quickly run outside, it's too strong, we can't handle it, hurry up. Although she saw that they were about to flee, the wife remained unfazed. She stood still, raised her pale hand, and gently waved it toward the air. Die. At her words, it was as if the air itself was disturbed by something. As Xunlian Shui and Li Wenjie were running, a deep cut suddenly appeared on their necks. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and their heads directly detached from their bodies. Li Wenjie also collapsed with a loud thud, kneeling. At this moment, Fang Ho did not hesitate. He quickly stepped forward, rushing toward Xunlian Shui's body, then tore open her clothes and began searching her. At the same time, he also noticed the tattoo on her thigh, a particularly eye-catching pink fox. It seemed she liked the color pink, but he couldn't find anything else on her. Then, Fang Ho quickly searched Li Wenjie's body and suddenly found a letter on him. Seeing this, Fang Ho took the letter out to read, but upon seeing its contents, he couldn't help but be astonished. At the same time, the gentle voice of his wife rang in Fang Ho's ear. Honey, what are you looking for? But Fang Ho did not answer, continuing to focus on reading the letter. Immediately after, his wife opened her small mouth, and Fang Ho immediately felt a sharp pain. His vision darkened, and his consciousness gradually became blurry. A little while later, Fang Ho stood in front of his house, lost in thought. This resurrection didn't bring him back to the moment he left the demonic lands. It seems that the last time he returned home and used a knife to perform an experiment on the murdered wife, that was when he entered a different resurrection point. If it hadn't been for the new demonic event, the resurrection point would not have changed. Thinking of this, the corner of Fang Ho's mouth curled up, forming a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. Fang Ho's plan officially began. Tomorrow morning, at 8:40, the investigation bureau would arrive. This would be the moment when his ability to predict the future would be revealed to everyone. Fang Ho decided to carry out his plan. Now that he was aware of the existence of the investigation bureau, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. After all, doing it alone and causing the entire world of demonic to suffer pain was nearly impossible, so he must rely on external forces to make it happen. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the door and entered the house, heading straight to the bedroom. His wife followed closely behind, lying beside him with an alluring demeanor. Darling, you're home. Would you like a late-night snack? Fang Ho, however, remained indifferent as usual, ignoring his wife's presence. He sat down and opened his computer. His fingers swiftly glided over the keyboard, entering the address of a forum dedicated to demonic. Fang Ho wanted to see if there was any information on the forum that he could make use of. With a soft click of the mouse, he successfully accessed the demonic forum. As soon as he entered the forum, his eyes were met with a flood of skulls filling the screen, blood dripping from around the edges. Then, a black selection box appeared, divided into several sections, each labeled with the names of different regions: the European and American region, the Asian region, the Japanese region, the Korean region, and the Chinese region. When Fang Ho clicked on the China region, several subcategories appeared, including demonic, spiritual master, exotic energy, and the reward system. Upon seeing this, Fang Ho became extremely intrigued, because hidden among them might be the truth about this world, the truth behind the demonic. Immediately, he began to rapidly skim through the titles of posts about demonic. At the same time, his wife suddenly transformed into a mouse in his hand. Due to Fang Ho's incredible speed, his wife couldn't help but sweat, making sounds that were impossible to describe. Honey, slow down, it's too fast. Soon after, his wife covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment, and sweat droplets fell from her face. Honey, please be gentler, ah. But Fang Ho remained calm as ever, continuing to focus on reading the posts. Although the information might not be complete, at least it's faster than discovering it on your own. He simply clicked on the title of a post, which was labeled Top Secret Demonic Contract, but as soon as he clicked to view it, his expression immediately darkened. It turned out that when he clicked on the post, a pop-up reminder appeared, and countless zeros assaulted his eyes. He roughly counted them, and there were a total of 6 zeros. In other words, to view this post, he would need to pay 1 million yuan. Then, he looked at other posts, and without exception, the cheapest ones ranged from 10,000 yuan to 20,000 yuan, while posts related to top-secret content reached millions of yuan, even tens of millions of yuan. This made him, someone struggling financially, feel a sense of loss. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, is this the world of spiritual masters? At that moment, the wife behind him was also extremely surprised. That's too expensive, honey. Let me pay for you. Realizing he was poor, Fong Ho looked into the demonic forum, his thoughts wandering endlessly. It seemed that before he could fully exploit his ability to predict the future for maximum benefit, he could only browse the free section of the forum. Immediately, he clicked on the hottest topic, titled I Have Awakened the Ability to Control Time. Fong Ho's heart sank slightly. If someone with the ability to control time had really appeared, then the value of his future predicting ability would be significantly diminished. At the same time, he gently clicked the mouse to start reading. After reading for 5 minutes, he saw that at the end of the post it said, and just like that, I awakened the ability to control time. It's not like the time-stopping powers in movies and TV shows. I even named my ability wasting time. For example, by the time you finish reading this post, I've already wasted 5 minutes of your time. Seeing that, Fong Ho's face turned gloomy as he stared intently at the post. Is this what you call free content? The one who posted this is the invincible cosmic warrior beauty messing with me, I'll remember this. At the same time, the beautiful space warrior was sitting in front of the computer, sneezing forcefully. Who's insulting me? On the other side, Fong Ho took a deep breath to calm himself and then continued browsing. Fong Ho kept reading until late into the night. However, by then, he had gained a basic understanding of demonic and spiritual masters. At that moment, Fong Ho suddenly had an idea. This is the address provided by the investigator, so why not try searching to see if there's an official post from the investigation organization? If it's verified by an official organization, then the information inside must be authentic and reliable. Thus, Fong Ho completely lost track of time, continuing his research until the next morning. However, after a sleepless night, Fong Ho finally managed to sift through the information about demonic and some knowledge related to the spiritual master. Demonic, regardless of individual strength, is generally ranked according to the level of harm they cause. The rankings are divided into 5 levels, from high to low, S, A, B, C, and D. Some demonic entities, despite having low power, can still pose a tremendous threat, and as a result, their rankings are elevated. For example, there was a demonic entity called Epidemic overseas in the past. Its strength was so weak that, with proper anti-poison measures in place, even a first-level spiritual master could easily kill it. However, this entity had the ability to spread epidemics on a large scale in a short period of time, wiping out the entire population of a major city. As a result, it was ranked as A. The S rank, on the other hand, has the ability to destroy an entire nation in a short period of time, belonging to the level of national destruction. The higher the harm caused by demonic, the fewer their numbers, but their strength also increases accordingly. However, the origin of demonic remains unverified. According to the forum, they appear completely randomly, with no discernible pattern. Yet in reality, demonic has always been around us. At the same time, Fong Ho slowly turned his head to look at his wife. Under normal circumstances, we cannot see them. They can only materialize and enter the real world when certain conditions are met. For outsiders, this is considered a random occurrence. The wife, wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown, rested her chin on her hand and gently looked at Fong Ho. Honey, good morning, would you like me to make breakfast for you? At that moment, Fong Ho fell into deep thought once again, because he had spent the entire night reading posts, but still hadn't seen any mention of being able to spot demonic everywhere. Thinking about this, Fong Ho silently set a small goal for himself. He first needed to make money. Only by earning more and becoming stronger could he gather more useful information about demonic from the forum. However, fortunately, there was still some gain. At least I was able to gain some insight into the knowledge of anomalous energies. Anomalous energies come in different forms, containing the power of the demonic, and even possess various unbelievable abilities. Some are weapons, such as swords and knives, while others are ordinary items. At this moment, Fong Ho drew out a scalpel, silently gazing at it, lost in thought. There's no doubt anymore, this scalpel has cut through countless demonic forces and has long been contaminated, transforming into an anomalous energy. The post about anomalous energies mentioned that, in order to fully unleash the power of such an energy, besides activating it, one must also infiltrate its core with spiritual consciousness and establish a corresponding connection with it. However, binding an anomalous energy to oneself carries significant risk. Once spiritual consciousness and the anomalous energy form a connection, it means awakening it, and one would also need to strike at the core of the anomalous energy with spiritual consciousness to establish a bond with it. After thinking for a moment, he looked at his watch. It was now 5:30. There were still more than 3 hours until the investigation team arrived at the door, so there was plenty of time. Immediately after, he took the scalpel, trusting his instincts, and began to steadily penetrate. The scalpel did not react at all. His consciousness seemed to have entered a darkened realm, and in that darkness, there seemed to be countless demonic entities howling, as if they were going mad, relentlessly attacking Fong Ho's mind. A multitude of negative emotions, such as brutality, murder, and despair, continuously surged into his body, seeking to twist his thoughts, to turn him into a monster. However, Fong Ho's mind was like an abyss without a bottom. Despite the flood of negative emotions, he remained as calm as ever, even letting out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Is that all? Then become my strange energy and accept me as your master. Immediately after, he urged his spiritual sense, beginning to condense it, directly leaving his own mark on the scalpel. With the mark Fong Ho left, a connection between the two was instantly formed. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he was surprised to find that it had been enhanced, which made Fong Ho even more pleased with the scalpel. This meant that his spiritual sense had now been activated by 2%. Fong Ho thought to himself, it seems that the scalpel can not only be used as a basic weapon to attack demonic entities, but the vast amount of demonic power hidden within it can also be manipulated by me, helping me activate more spiritual senses. However, due to the immense chaos of this power, my current physique is still unable to bear such a heavy burden. I guess I'll have to wait until my body is strengthened before moving forward with this. After thinking for a while, he looked at the clock. It was already past 7 in the morning, so Fong Ho made a simple breakfast. However, just as he finished eating, the phone rang right on time. With no expression, Fong Ho answered the call, and a voice full of excitement came through the line. Brother Ho, I know what my ability is now, and if I tell you, you'll be scared. But Fong Ho didn't give him the chance to boast, coldly cutting him off. Yeah, it's the ability in bed. Hearing this, Zhao Haojin almost dropped his jaw in shock. Huh? How did you know, Brother Ho? Could it be that you knew in advance? Zhao Hao then spoke dejectedly. This is so boring. I was planning to impress you. Brother Ho, I've discovered the flaw of this ability. The problem is that there will be no more surprises in life from now on. Fong Ho was eating fried eggs, calmly saying, alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have another client. After finishing his sentence, he decisively hung up the phone. At the same time, in a business vehicle, Li Wenjie was eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. The eavesdropping device in his hand fell to the ground, and he appeared shocked, his face covered in sweat, unable to believe what he had just heard. Xinlian Shui, who was sitting beside him, immediately frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Li Wenjie snapped back to reality, not even bothering to pick up the eavesdropping device. He simply stared blankly at Xinlian Shui and said, "I've just learned about the abilities of Fong Ho and Zhao Hao." Hearing this, Xinlian Shui became slightly interested and said, "Oh, then tell me. What abilities are so shocking that they made you lose your composure? Tell me about it." Seeing her reaction, Li Wenjie hurriedly explained, Zhao Hao's ability is a bedroom-related skill. Upon hearing this, Xinlian Shui showed a look of distaste and remarked, "Well, that's certainly shocking enough." This made Li Wenjie quickly continue, "No, wait, you need to hear me out. Zhao Hao's ability isn't important. The crucial part is Feng Ho. He can predict the future. As soon as he retracted his words, Xin Lian Shui was also incredibly astonished. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Feng Ho's ability is to predict the future? Li Wenjie nodded. He just said over the phone that 2 guests will be coming, and from the tone of his voice, he sounded very confident. Hearing this, Xin Lian Shui became even more surprised. Which 2 guests? Could he be referring to? At that moment, she couldn't help but mumble in disbelief, turning her head around. Is it really possible for someone to have the ability to predict the future? Even if so, it shouldn't be appearing in a first-level spiritual master. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie nodded. That's right, the stronger the ability, the more restrictions there are. Do you remember the person with space displacement ability we interviewed last week? As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Lian Shui burst out laughing. You mean the one who could only displace 10 cm at a time and had to wait an hour for his intuition to recover before using his ability again? A first-level spiritual master, right? At this moment, Li Wenjie leaned against the armrest, speaking in confusion. Exactly, Feng Ho is a newly minted spiritual master, so he should be like that person, only able to predict things that are about to happen in the near future. But he's completely different. It's really surprising that he could predict that we were coming to see him. At the same time, the car stopped at the base of the building where Feng Ho was, and Xin Lian Shui opened the car door. Instead of sitting here guessing, why don't we go meet him? She said with enthusiasm. Let's see if his ability to predict the future is real or not. But when they reached the 5th floor, they were surprised to find the door already open, seemingly waiting for them. Seeing this, Xin Lian Shui and the other person stood frozen in place, staring at the open door. They didn't know whether Feng Ho was aware, or if the door hadn't been shut properly, but soon, Xin Lian Shui regained her composure and pushed the partially open door wide. However, at that very moment, Xin Lian Shui was once again astonished by the scene before her. She saw Feng Ho, tall and handsome, calmly making tea. On the tea table, there were 3 cups of tea, one in front of Feng Ho, and the other 2 in front of the sofa. Steam was still rising from the cups, indicating that the tea had just been brewed. Suddenly, Feng Ho picked up the cup of tea and calmly said, Inspector Shin, Mr. Li, please take a seat. Hearing this, the 2 of them looked even more surprised, mixed with suspicion. They walked into the room, and Xin Lian Shui, being a very brave person, walked ahead and sat down on the sofa. In a gentle tone, she asked, How did you know my name? And as for the 3 cups of tea, did you already know we were coming? Feng Ho paid no attention to her suspicion, calmly took a sip of tea, and then seriously said, Because my eyes can see the future. At that moment, when Feng Ho personally admitted it, a storm of thoughts immediately surged in the minds of the 2. However, even though Xin Lian Shui was very shocked, her doubt was not yet gone. She then crossed her arms in front of her chest, eyeing Feng Ho suspiciously, and asked, You can see the future? How can you prove it? Seeing this, Feng Ho calmly looked at both of them and said, Both of you are from the Investigation Bureau. You're here this time mainly for 2 reasons. First, to investigate the strange case at Bai Lu Academy. Second, to evaluate whether Zhao Hao and I have the qualifications to join the Investigation Bureau. At the same time, his wife, who was standing beside him, looked unhappy. You're not allowed to look at her. Can you see me? As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wenjie shook his head with a serious expression. Mr. Feng, this doesn't prove that you can predict the future. As long as you've done some research on the Investigation Bureau, our purpose of being here is pretty easy to guess right now. Feng Ho looked at Li Wenjie and then smiled mysteriously. Seeing this, Li Wenjie shivered, feeling uneasy, and instinctively touched his nose. What's wrong, Mr. Feng? My reasoning is very logical. Feng Ho looked at him with a smug expression. Well then, let me tell you something no one knows. In fact, you've always secretly been in love with Xin Lian Shui. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie immediately trembled, his face turning red all the way to his ears. Xin Lian Shui beside him was also stunned. Moreover, he had already written a love letter, which he had kept in the left pocket of his jacket. Li Wenjie immediately showed an expression of disbelief, and the redness on his cheeks deepened. Don't say any more. Saying that, he covered the pocket on his chest with his hand. Upon seeing this, Shin Lian-shue looked at Li Wenjie in surprise. Is he telling the truth? At the same time, the wife sat between the two men with a doubtful expression, looking at Li Wenjie. Is it secretly affectionate? But at this moment, Fang Ho did not stop. Instead, he directly revealed the content inside. Lian-shue, by the time you read this letter, I may already be dead. In fact, there has always been something I wanted to say to you. Before Fang Ho could finish speaking, Shin Lian-shue moved closer to Li Wenjie, snatched the left side of his coat, and began rummaging through it. Li Wenjie immediately hurried to explain, Inspector Shin, you know me well. Clearly, Fang Ho is talking nonsense. I truly don't have it. Before his words had even finished, Shin Lian-shue pulled the letter that Fang Ho had mentioned out of his pocket, quickly unfolded it, and skimmed through a few lines. The astonishment in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She couldn't believe it was exactly as Fang Ho had said. After finishing reading the letter, Shin Lian-shue was not only deeply shocked, but her expression also became more complicated. However, she quickly regained her composure and then tossed the letter back to Li Wenjie while looking at Fang Ho with a serious expression. Even if you know the contents inside, it doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, this is not something written about the future, but something he wrote in the past. Faced with suspicion, Fang Ho did not rebut but calmly poured tea, saying, Inspector Shin has the ability to control fire. Her measurements are 85, 63, 80. At the same time, the wife transformed into the teapot in Fang Ho's hand, blushing shyly, saying, Darling, guess what my measurements are? Hearing this, Shin Lian-shue immediately became angry, her eyes flashing with a hint of red and yellow. She slammed her palm on the tea table and said, My abilities are no secret. Anyone who has come into contact with the spiritual master community has at least heard of them. As for my measurements, if you guessed correctly, it can only mean you're a pervert. Li Wenjie, standing beside them, turned red, remaining silent while quietly remembering her measurements. Seeing this, Fang Ho was not in a hurry. He took a sip of tea, then calmly looked at Shin Lian-shue, saying, Inspector Shin, there is still a secret you don't want others to know. Are you sure you want me to reveal it? Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie was astonished. His eyes widened, and at the same time, he became very intrigued. Shin Lian-shue, however, looked at him with disdain. Go ahead, I have nothing to hide. As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ho gave a sly smile and laughed, ha. Right after that, Fang Ho deliberately rested his chin on his hand and maliciously said, Inspector Shin, you really like the color pink. At that moment, the wife slightly leaned forward, smiling brightly, and moved closer to Fang Ho, asking, What color does your husband like? Fang Ho, relying on the memories still lingering in his mind, pretended to think for a moment before slowly speaking, Inspector Shin, your lingerie and underwear are all pink, and you even have a pink tattoo on your body. Before his words could even finish, a loud crash echoed as a fierce flame suddenly burst out from the delicate hands of Shin Lian-shue. A wave of intense heat hit, and at that moment, she completely lost control, her eyes wide with agitation as she glared at Fang Ho. This is not predicting the future at all, you clearly have the ability to see through things. You and Zhao Hao are no different, you're both nothing but trouble. However, in the face of the scorching flames, Fang Ho showed no fear, his face unmoved by the slightest ripple. The ability to predict the future is not what you think. One cannot know everything that will happen in the future. For example, last night, I only predicted that you would come to my house today, so I used up my spiritual power to see the future scene, including the scene where the assistant repeatedly read the love letter at midnight and the scene where Inspector Shin cleaned out the wardrobe. Hearing that, the flame in Shin Lian-shue's heart gradually faded, but the unkind look in her eyes still hadn't disappeared, and the redness on her cheeks had yet to fade. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Fang Ho not only saw these things, after all, that tattoo was inked in. After thinking for a moment, Shin Lian-shue felt extremely embarrassed. She tightened the dress around her and sat down on the sofa. What you just said doesn't even count as a prediction for the future. Or, tell me, what are the winning numbers for tonight's lottery? As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ho, without hesitation, immediately grabbed some paper and a pen, pretending to think deeply before writing down a series of numbers quickly. He handed the paper to Shin Lian-shue, but in reality, those were just numbers from the other side of the world. His real plan was to wait for the lottery results, and then proceed with the recollection of death. During this time, he could gather more information. At this moment, Shenlian Shui looked at the series of numbers in her hand, and in her heart, she was already 7 or 8 parts convinced of Fang Ho's prediction, but she still questioned him. If you have the ability to predict, why don't you buy the lottery tickets yourself to get rich? Hearing this, Fang Ho pretended to be helpless. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? So, don't try to use the power of the investigation bureau to take any unusual actions. At this moment, Shenlian Shui looked at Fang Ho with suspicion. What if the numbers you provided don't win? Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Ho confidently interrupted her. If we don't win, we can pay with our lives. Seeing Fang Ho so arrogant, Shenlian Shui couldn't help but feel doubtful. Once again, her anger flared up, and the flame in her hand slowly ignited. Li Wenjie, who was standing beside her, quickly tried to calm her down. Inspector Shen, please stay calm. The lottery drawing starts tonight. Then, he turned to Fang Ho and said, Mr. Fang, let's continue talking about your experience at the haunted dormitory at Bailu Academy. Fang Ho looked at the teacup in his hand, began pretending to think, and appeared very frightened. Then, he recounted in a fearful tone, the anomaly is called Psychiatric Hospital Tianshan. It appeared suddenly. By the time we realized it, it had already overlapped with the space of Bailu Academy's sales room. Everyone was trapped inside the psychiatric hospital. Fang Ho did not reveal too much, as the abilities of a first-level spiritual master were limited. He only needed to selectively recount his experiences within the anomaly. As for the appearance of the scalpel, it would certainly cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to temporarily keep its existence hidden. At the same time, Fang Ho noticed that his teacup was empty. He stood up to refill it, and when he picked up the teapot and gave it a shake, he found it was nearly empty as well. Quickly, Fang Ho brewed a new pot of tea and gently placed it on the table. He then softly spoke, this is how things unfolded. Because my spiritual energy reserves are limited, I could only use my prediction ability once. When faced with a choice between 2 paths, I saw 2 different images. One showed Zhao Hao and I taking the emergency exit and encountering the dream-controlling demon, but then successfully escaping. Fang Ho calmly continued, as for the path on the other side, it leads to many patient rooms, and behind each room hides an extremely terrifying evil aura. Zhao Hao and I would be relentlessly pursued and killed by the demon nurses, so I deduced that within the psychiatric hospital Tianshan, there are at least dozens of demons. Watching Fang Ho confidently recounting this, Li Wenjie was astonished and his voice even rose by 8 octaves. Dozens of demons? Are you sure? Meanwhile, Shenlian Shui expressed great dissatisfaction. Fang Ho, do you even know what you're saying? Worldwide, there have been numerous incidents related to the demonic, but there's never been a precedent where dozens of demons coexist in the same location in the demon world. In fact, in typical cases, demonic entities are born in pairs, with potential incidents of invasion or fusion, but demonic beings cannot live peacefully with each other, they only know how to devour one another. Therefore, it's fundamentally impossible for dozens of demons to gather together. So, unless you're mistaken, they must be a group of demon slaves controlled by a higher-level demonic being. Although their numbers are large, their power is insignificant. At this point, Shenlian Shui sneered and looked at Fang Ho. I think you're just scared, and on top of that, you don't understand anything about demonic, which is why you mistook the demon servant for demonic. Fang Ho didn't say much, only calmly gazing at her. With your level of understanding, it's difficult for you to grasp what I'm saying. Just report the facts. Last night, Fang Ho had browsed the global demonic forum, so of course, he knew what a demon servant was. Then he closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival, arrogance is the real barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenlian Shui's anger exploded instantly, and she glared at Fang Ho. Li Wenjie quickly stepped in to stop her, smiling warmly. Mr. Fang, thank you for your honest confession. However, for the investigation bureau, the ability to predict the future is extremely important, so today we still have to trouble you to come to the bureau. Hearing that, Fang Ho immediately put down his teacup and abruptly stood up to head outside. Seeing this, Li Wenjie was extremely surprised. That fast? After an hour of driving, Fang Ho was brought to the Ludang City Investigation Bureau, which was located in a remote and rather mysterious place. When the three got out of the car, Li Wenjie and Xin Lianshui led the way, while Fang Ho followed behind with both hands in his pockets. Before long, they arrived at an unremarkable door, beside which were the words, Demonic Incident Investigation Bureau. At that moment, Li Wenjie looked at Fang Ho and said, "Mr. Fang, please follow me." At the same time, Fang Ho calmly looked ahead. It seems that even a spiritual master needs certain conditions to see the demonic, otherwise one wouldn't be in the midst of an investigation without noticing them, while so many demonic are still wandering around everywhere. Upon witnessing the scene, Fang Ho became even more certain that he was the only one who could see the demonic on the street. Otherwise, the Bureau of Investigation, which specialized in handling incidents related to the demonic, would never allow a demonic to roam around so freely. With that thought, Fang Ho suddenly let out a sly smile. The Bureau of Demonic Investigation, don't let me down. Led by Li Wenjie, Fang Ho descended a staircase leading to the basement. After passing through the dim stairwell, he arrived directly at the Bureau of Investigation. Fang Ho hadn't expected the Bureau's main facility to be located underground. The building above ground was merely a facade. At the same time, an employee was on the phone. At first, he politely asked the caller who they were, then picked up the call and walked outside. As he brushed past Fang Ho, the man impatiently muttered, "I'm not buying a house, not taking a loan, not swimming, not exercising, and as for Versace footbaths, I'm a decent man." But when he saw that no one else was around, he quietly asked, "What's your address? Send me the details quickly." Although the man deliberately pretended to be careful, Fang Ho still heard everything clearly. Looking around, he saw that there were many people working inside the investigation room, each of them busy with their own tasks. Some were looking at their computer screens, their faces full of concern. At that moment, a man who had just finished his work stretched out on his chair. His sudden movement of raising his hand accidentally hit the woman sitting behind him, causing the entire cup of water to spill onto her. Seeing this, the man quickly stood up, continuously apologizing and helping her wipe the water off her clothes. The woman exclaimed, "I can do it myself, stop it. What are you touching?" Soon after, they passed through the noisy working area and entered a break room. As soon as they sat down, Fang Ho spoke with a hint of sarcasm, "Your department really is lively." At the same time, Li Wenjie poured a cup of tea and handed it to Fang Ho, while Xin Lianshui stood at the door, crossing his arms and coldly said, "Li Wenjie, follow me, report to the director." As soon as the words were spoken, the two individuals immediately stepped out of the restroom and headed towards the director's office. Meanwhile, Fang Ho, sipping his tea, gazed at the tightly shut door with a thoughtful expression on his face. Shortly after, he closed his eyes, and a steady stream of spiritual energy emanated from his body. It turned out that with the aid of the strange energy in the scalpel, Fang Ho's spiritual energy had been enhanced, and he wanted to test if his perception abilities had improved as well. Sure enough, his sensory abilities had become significantly sharper, and the range of his perception had expanded, though it had yet to reach its limit. Within the range of his perception, Fang Ho was suddenly struck by the realization that there was another world hidden within this investigation. He then focused his senses and was able to detect that Xin Lianshui was on her way to the director's office. Additionally, by tracking their direction, he was easily able to locate the office of the director. Right at this moment, Xin Lianshui sensed that something was off, as if a pair of eyes were watching them from behind. She suddenly turned her head, but found no one there. This abrupt movement startled Li Wenjie, who asked in a panic, "What's wrong, Xin Lianshui? Is something unusual happening in the department?" Seeing this, Xin Lianshui responded suspiciously, "It's nothing." At the same time, Fang Ho, leaning on the sofa, wore an expressionless face and commented, "She's quite perceptive." In the department chief's office, the two began to report the investigation situation in a serious manner. However, they were very in sync and no one mentioned the love letter or the pink underwear. After hearing their report, Wang Dahai was also very surprised. "Are you sure his ability is to predict the future? Besides the two of you, does anyone else know about this?" Shen Lianshui replied indifferently, "Zhao Hao also knows, the one who escaped from the demon world with Fang Ho." At that moment, Wang Dahai solemnly set down his teacup and said, "Predicting the future is a serious matter. Whether it's true or not, it must be classified as top secret for now. Not a single piece of information is to be leaked. In addition, security measures must be arranged for Zhao Hao. Do you all understand?" After speaking, Wang Dahai asked, "So, where is the lottery ticket he wrote down?" Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie respectfully handed the piece of paper to Wang Dahai. At that moment, Wang Dahai stared intently at the numbers, his expression filled with contemplation. Guessing the lottery numbers isn't entirely impossible. He had already arranged for assistance. "Li Wenjie, go find 2 trustworthy people to supervise the entire process. Make sure tonight's lottery results are completely random." With that, he slammed the paper onto the table. Let's see just how capable this Feng Ho really is. Following Wang Dahai's orders, Li Wenjie immediately set off to find supervisors for tonight's lottery event, in order to prevent Feng Ho from arranging any cheating. At that moment, in the director's office, only Wang Dahai and Xinlian Shui remained. Immediately afterward, Wang Dahai said sternly, "Miss Xin, you're also a veteran spiritual master. Based on your experience, do you think he's lying?" Hearing that, Xinlian Shui didn't let personal feelings cloud her judgment and still expressed her honest opinion. If it's fake, then he must be a con artist with an extremely strong psychological disposition. Moreover, predicting the future is something that's very easy to expose. He has no reason to make this up just to deceive us. At the same time, Wang Dahai nodded and picked up his teacup. Xinlian Shui brushed back her hair and spoke up, "However, based on my intuition, Feng Ho is lying." Hearing this, Wang Dahai sprayed out the tea he had just taken a sip of. That reaction nearly forced him into early retirement. He then cleared his throat, put down the teacup, and looked at Xinlian Shui with a doubtful expression. Xinlian Shui is clearly serious, relying on a woman's intuition. Wang Dahai helplessly waved his scalded hand. "If it's true, it can't be faked. We'll know by tonight anyway." Wang Dahai, with his severely burned hand, spoke sternly. "That's right, in the recording he mentioned that the psychiatric hospital Tianshan has dozens of demonic." Upon hearing this, the corner of Xinlian Shui's mouth immediately curled into a mocking smile. "Director Wang, you can't believe him. There is no demon world like that anywhere in the world. If that were the case, even if Feng Ho knew everything in advance, he wouldn't have survived." Immediately after, she confidently gestured with her hand. "Based on my analysis, the demon world of Bailu Academy only has 2 demonic entities. One is a female doctor-shaped demonic, which I suggest we call the demonic cultivator. Its rule is to kill the nearest person, and it kills only one person at a time. After feeding, it continues to attack again. From the description, its level seems to be D. The other one is a demonic that controls dreams, which I propose we call nightmare. Its rule is to force nearby individuals into a dream, then detonate their fear to kill them. I suspect it has the ability to attack without a physical form, but considering its special ability to make many people fall into the dream at once, I suggest it be ranked C. Since Bailu Academy is a fixed demon world, and the area is situated in a civilian zone, in summary, I propose a danger ranking of C." Hearing that, Wang Dahai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just how terrifying is the level of fear in a nightmare? At this moment, Xinlian Shui casually adjusted her gloves and slowly spoke with indifference. "How scary can it be? It only frightens ordinary people. Even Zhao Hao, a cowardly and lecherous rookie, could overcome his fear and survive just by watching porn. Let alone veteran spiritual masters. If his abilities are known in advance, then he's even less dangerous than that female doctor." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Dahai nodded in agreement. "All right, then bring Feng Ho here next. I want to meet him." Right then, Xinlian Shui looked surprised. "Director Wang, you want to meet Feng Ho in person? I'm afraid that doesn't comply with the regulations. What if he loses control? For safety reasons, let the captain or vice captain meet him instead." Hearing that, Wang Dahai helplessly shook his head. "The 2 of them aren't at the bureau right now, they just went off to track down the demon's leader." At the same time, Yang Ming, the captain of the investigation bureau, exhaled a deep puff of smoke, then all that could be heard was the sound of a swish as he left, heading toward the exit of the bureau. But just as he reached the door, Deputy Captain Baitu followed closely behind and stepped onto the stairs. Baitu then kicked his foot, and with a swift motion, caught up to Yang Ming. In an instant, the scene shifted. Neither of the two at the door was willing to let the other go first, but Yang Ming, being a rank above, pushed ahead and dashed straight for the driver's seat. Baitu, however, wasn't about to back down. He immediately jumped onto the underside of his car. Seeing this, Yang Ming angrily shouted, "Baitu, get off the car. This is for me, don't follow me." Baitu, however, was unfazed. "Don't be so stingy, it's just on the way." On the other side, in the break room, Xin Lianshui placed a specialized spirit test machine in front of Fang Ho, then began to patiently introduce it. This machine detects lies based on fluctuations in spiritual energy. As long as you are not being honest, the machine will respond. Every spiritual master entering the profession must undergo this test. Upon hearing this, Fang Ho without hesitation, with an expressionless face, placed his hand on the machine. "Ask away." Seeing this, Xin Lianshui looked at Fang Ho with a hint of suspicion, then began asking the first question: "If right now there was a powerful demon rampaging through the city, what would you choose? 1. To fight the demon, 2. To escape on your own, or 3. To save as many people as possible and then escape together?" As soon as the question was finished, Fang Ho decisively made his choice. "I choose option 1, to fight the demon." At the same time, the lie detector displayed that Fang Ho was telling the truth. At this moment, Xin Lianshui looked at Fang Ho with a suspicious expression, also slightly surprised. This answer was beyond her expectations. She had never thought that Fang Ho would be someone willing to sacrifice his life for others. However, Fang Ho did not lie about this question, for he hated all kinds of demons. Therefore, even if he couldn't defeat them, he would still fight. If he couldn't kill them the first time, he would try a second, and if that didn't work, a third. No matter how many times he had to die and come back, he would find the enemy's weakness and kill it. At this moment, Xin Lianshui looked at Fang Ho again and asked, "Second question, if, in the future, humans are clearly unable to resist the demons, and a smart demon appears, inviting you to join the demonic side, even promising to grant you immense power, unimaginable authority, and status, would you agree?" As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ho answered without hesitation, calmly, "No." Seeing this, Xin Lianshui showed a brief moment of surprise. The lie detector revealed no fluctuations in the man being interrogated. At this point, Xin Lianshui felt somewhat displeased, as she had always felt that Fang Ho was not the type of person who would dedicate himself wholeheartedly to humanity. She then asked the third question: "If the demon promised to grant you great power and also promised to protect your family, friends, and loved ones, would you agree?" Fang Ho still answered concisely, "No." At this, Xin Lianshui remained firm in her thoughts, gazing at Fang Ho with suspicion. "Then what if your family allied with the demon and invited you to join them?" Fang Ho answered simply and clearly, "I don't have a family." Upon hearing this, Xin Lianshui couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "What about friends then? As far as I know, you and Zhao Hao have a pretty good relationship, he's your only friend. What if he asks you to betray humanity, what would you do?" At this, Fang Ho's face briefly showed a trace of killing intent, before he replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind not having friends." The room fell into silence. Xin Lianshui stared at the lie detector, which showed no reaction. She found it hard to believe. After regaining her composure, Xin Lianshui asked her final question: "What is it you want to do most after becoming a spiritual master? In other words, what is your ideal?" Fang Ho radiated a murderous aura, his face expressionless as he looked at Xin Lianshui. "Kill all the demons in the world." Upon hearing this, Xin Lianshui was deeply shocked. Her pupils contracted, and she stared blankly at Fang Ho. At that moment, she was speechless, silently lowering her head and sinking into silence. She had witnessed many tests of the spiritual masters, and each one had a twisted mindset. The dark side of human nature was infinitely magnified, and their answers were selfish and perverted. For example, the first question: when a powerful demon is slaughtering in the city, some people directly choose to flee, while others, who are heavily tainted by spiritual corruption, even astonished others by saying, "A demon is slaughtering? Well, let's kill it together and see who kills faster, who kills more." The second question was even more absurd: if you can't beat it, join it. Join whoever is stronger, join whoever treats you well. As for the third question, it was needless to say. The ideal was to profit from the chaos of war, and there were even some twisted spiritual masters who wanted to marry 100 wives and become a demon of the highest standard, saving humanity, saving the world. Compared to these things, Xunling Shui couldn't help but have a slight shift in her perspective towards Feng Ho. At this moment, Feng Ho appeared to her like a great deity, and she looked at him with tearful eyes. Since when has someone appeared in the spiritual master team who feels sorrow for the suffering of humanity, someone with such self-deception? If the lie detector with spiritual sense isn't mistaken, then he is truly humanity's little angel. No, he is the true sage. Though he may seem arrogant and cold, with a face as cold as ice, in reality, he hides a warm heart, always shining for humanity. Could it be that he is the person people speak of, someone who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Compared to him, I am no different from a dark earthworm. Immediately after that, she slapped the lie detector in front of her, unable to believe it, and began to complain, "This is so fake, is the lie detector broken?" But she didn't know that all of Feng Ho's answers today were the truth. Not only did he want to kill all the demons, but he also wanted to cruelly torture his beloved wife. Furthermore, he couldn't allow his wife to die too easily. She had to feel everything he had gone through and endure that pain 100 or 1,000 times over. Feng Ho not only surpassed the lie detector with his intuition but also gave 100% perfect answers. As a result, Xunling Shui brought Feng Ho to Wang Dahai's office. When Xunling Shui closed the door, she looked at Wang Dahai sitting in the chair and said, "Director General Wang, I've brought him here." After that, Xunling Shui walked up to Wang Dahai, handed him the inspection report, and looked at him with a serious expression. "He has passed the spiritual perception test." Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai, with a neutral expression, took the report and, as usual, glanced at Feng Ho's resume. Then he gave a faint smile and said, "So it's Feng Ho, right? Please introduce yourself." "I am Wang Dahai, currently the head of the Lutang City Investigation Bureau. Please have a seat." However, at that moment, Wang Dahai was astonished to realize that Feng Ho had already been sitting across from him for some time. Feng Ho nodded expressionlessly and said, "Hello, Bureau Chief Wang." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dahai was momentarily stunned. The report in his hand almost crumpled under his grip. Is this how the younger generation is these days, so arrogant? Xunling Shui was even more furious, and Wang Dahai looked at Feng Ho with a gaze full of disdain and displeasure. At that moment, he flipped to the report page. He had just opened his mouth to say something, but immediately seemed to be choked, his face filled with disbelief. His eyes widened like two bronze bells, unable to believe what he was seeing on the report in his hands. "No way, is this a report? This is just a copied exam paper, nothing more." Soon after, he could hardly believe it and took out a pair of glasses, putting them on to look again. His hands trembled, not because of the glasses, but because the report was so flawless, so perfect to the point that it seemed unbelievable. He even broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Seeing this, he stared blankly at Xunling Shui, signaling with his eyes, "Miss Xin, is this real?" Xunling Shui helplessly nodded, giving a firm answer. Immediately after, Wang Dahai tried to suppress his astonishment, took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and placed the report on the desk. Then, he suddenly grabbed Feng Ho's hand, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at him. "Mr. Feng, you are truly perfect. Even if you don't have the ability to predict the future, I would still want to open the back door for you right now, inviting you to join the investigation bureau immediately." Hearing that, Feng Ho calmly pulled his hand back and said, "Let's wait for the lottery results first, then we'll talk." This sly fox was probing me for no reason like this. Joining the investigation department meant nothing at all. Joining is someone with the ability to predict the future, then demanding suitable conditions in exchange for resources. That was his real goal. Seeing this, Wang Dahai's expression turned serious. so you're not taking the bait. It seems he truly does have such powerful abilities. He then said indifferently, you say your ability is to predict the future. Are there any time or frequency limits to it? Upon hearing this, Fong Ho let out a cold laugh, then began to pretend to boast, in the demon world, I can move freely between the future and the past, witnessing countless lives and deaths, experiencing countless possibilities. Then, he looked at Wang Dahai with a serious expression, to me, the future is just a detail that can be observed and altered at will. Seeing this, Wang Dahai furrowed his brows. Damn it, he's really got me figured out. Xinling Shui, who was beside them, clenched her jaw and muttered, can't we just speak plainly? Why do we have to pretend? Then, Wang Dahai began to chat casually. He introduced Fong Ho to the key personnel in the bureau and explained the ranks of the spiritual master stages. However, as soon as he mentioned which stage Fong Ho would belong to upon joining, a young man in uniform rushed in and frantically opened the door. Seeing this, Wang Dahai immediately furrowed his brows and looked at the young man with a displeased expression. How many times have I told you, don't be so hasty in your work? Before he could finish his sentence, the young man directly interrupted. He looked at Wang Dahai with a frantic expression and said, Director Wang, something bad has happened. Deputy Team Leader Bai. He's dead. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai instantly stood up in shock, staring at the young man with wide eyes. Xinling Shui also showed an expression of disbelief. Both of them, unable to comprehend, said in unison, What? How could he have died? At the same time, Fong Ho, sitting nearby, heard the news but remained very calm. Meanwhile, he also began calculating in his mind, from what Wang Dahai said earlier, Deputy Captain Bai is close to reaching the level of a level 3 spiritual master. If that's the case, just how powerful could he be? It would be such a waste if he died like that. Maybe I could make use of him somehow. It turned out that previously, Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Bai had both been tracking down the man-headed demon. During the search, Deputy Captain Bai discovered the demon in an abandoned building in Shanbei town. However, he did not inform Captain Yang. Initially, with his strength, handling the man-headed demon should not have been an issue. But unexpectedly, hidden within the abandoned building in Shanbei town was another ferocious demon. While Deputy Captain Bai was battling the man-headed demon, the ferocious demon suddenly launched a surprise attack. That was why. Wang Dahai slammed his hand down on the desk, angrily glaring at the young man, another ferocious demon? What kind of intelligence work are you people doing? How could you not know there was another demon hiding in Shanbei town? At that moment, the young man was so frightened he was almost in tears. Earlier, when the intelligence department conducted a thorough search, we carefully checked the Shanbei town. At that time, we truly didn't find that demon. It's as if it appeared out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger rising within him. Then where is Yang Ming? The young man frowned and replied, Captain Yang headed straight to Shanbei town as soon as he received the news. At this moment, Wang Dahai did not respond immediately. As the head of the investigation department, he knew full well that he must not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. After a brief moment, Wang Dahai calmed himself, then casually pointed at Fong Ho and said, Xiao Wang, first, take Mr. Fong to the resting room. Miss Shin, you'll join me in a meeting in the conference room shortly. After speaking, Wang Dahai immediately led Xinling Shui away, and the young man called Xiao Wang guided Fong Ho to the break room. As soon as they stepped out of the office, Fong Ho immediately used his intuition. He could hear Wang Dahai almost yelling, Shaolin, prepare the car, all investigators are to head to Shanbei town. Notify the organization to call an emergency meeting, and also, inform the other spiritual masters. Anyone who can resolve this demonic incident will be rewarded by the Investigation Bureau with 3,000 currency and 10 incense sticks. At the same time, the Investigation Bureau was in chaos. Everyone was in disbelief at the news that Deputy Captain Bai had been killed in action. Upon hearing about the money and incense sticks, Fong Ho immediately became very interested. He had seen these two items before on the demonic forums. It was said that they were manufactured by the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, but Fang Ho had never seen the real items. According to the introduction on the Demon Forum, currency is essentially a type of steel material capable of transmitting spiritual essence, commonly used in the creation of weapons and armor. It is considered the primary currency for circulation among spiritual masters. Incense stick, on the other hand, is a type of incense manufactured by the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau. It has the ability to suppress spiritual pollution, helping spiritual masters reduce the loss of control over their spiritual essence. One could say that this is a life-saving remedy for every spiritual master, and it is also an incredibly precious resource. At this moment in the break room, Fang Ho remained calm as he drank his tea, but in his mind, he was continuously calculating. The top-tier spiritual master of Ludang City, a high-level spiritual master, had easily died like that, only from 2 demons. This indicates that these 2 demons must have a relatively high level of power. Even a low-level demon like the female doctor had skin as hard as steel, and ordinary weapons couldn't break through its defenses. On the other hand, humans are different. Human bodies are too fragile, with a low tolerance. Even with spiritual essence, when facing demons, humans are still at a disadvantage. However, Fang Ho didn't care about that, because the weak ones were the spiritual masters, not him. Thinking of this, Fang Ho slowly stood up, then glanced at Xiao Wang beside him while lifting the curtain of the rest area. Alright, worrying is useless anyway. Hearing that, Xiao Wang snapped back to reality and realized that Fang Ho had already left his seat and was now standing behind him. Instantly, he turned his head to look at Fang Ho with a puzzled expression, but before he could say a word, Fang Ho delivered a powerful blow to the back of his neck. Xiao Wang immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Next, Fang Ho quickly took off his uniform and put it on himself. He intended to disguise himself as an officer of the Investigation Bureau and take advantage of the chaos to gather more useful intelligence. Fang Ho, now neatly dressed, walked around the investigation with a composed demeanor, casually eavesdropping on the staff's conversations. Deputy Captain Bai was so strong, who would have thought he'd die so easily? Another person said, in my opinion, this death could have been avoided. You can blame Captain Yang and Vice Captain Bai for their conflict, which led to them not acting together. Otherwise, how could they have been ambushed and killed? I heard that Vice Captain Bai lost in the captain's competition and was not satisfied, but Captain Yang said his luck was a passive ability. Apart from making people lucky, he had no other combat abilities. Because of this, spiritual masters from other cities always referred to him as the weakest captain, while Vice Captain Bai was known as the undefeated existence among level 2 spiritual masters. How could he possibly lose? At the same time, hearing this, Fang Ho suddenly became interested. This luck ability sounded fascinating. It turned out that Captain Yang's victory in the captain's competition was entirely due to luck. While mocking, Vice Captain Bai suddenly had a stomachache, and he didn't even dare to use his abilities. Although Captain Yang was very weak, he was still a level 2 spiritual master, while Vice Captain Bai was the typical cold, aloof type. If he had stopped mocking to go to the restroom in front of everyone, it would have been better to just kill him on the spot. So, he pretended nothing was wrong and continued fighting. He thought no one would notice him sneaking off, but at that time, there were many spiritual masters with sharp hearing and vision, and they had already smelled the odor from beneath the stands long ago. Hearing this, Fang Ho immediately walked out of the hallway. It was just a gossip, foul-smelling and devoid of any useful information. Suddenly, a young man pushed open the door and rushed in, loudly shouting toward the workspace, "Hurry up, go to the meeting room. Captain Yang has returned, and Chief Wang has called for an emergency meeting." Upon hearing this, Fang Ho quickly blended into the crowd, following them to the meeting room. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Surely, the emergency meeting would announce a lot of important information. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Soon, everyone involved in the investigation gathered in the meeting room. Both sides of the long conference table were packed. There were both men and women, but they all looked quite young, most dressed in quirky, distinctive styles. On either side of the table were many staff members in uniforms, and at the head of the table sat Chief Wang Dahai, his expression serious. Suddenly, Fang Ho caught a strong smell of smoke, which made him suspicious. In an emergency meeting, how can someone still dare to smoke? Immediately, he followed the smell of smoke to search, only to find in the corner a man with a sorrowful expression squatting on the floor, constantly smoking. The entire meeting room had become clouded with smoke. Seeing this, Fang Ho immediately guessed it seemed that this man was team leader Yang Ming. With such a sad expression, it felt as if their relationship wasn't as bad as the rumors suggested. At the same time, director Wang Dahai began the meeting. He pointed to the portrait behind him and said loudly, "This evil spirit is called demonic image. Its current ability is to hide in the shadows." In the battle between Vice Captain Bai and the Headless Demon, due to limited information, he did not realize the existence of demonic image. No matter how fast he was, he could not escape his own shadow. As a result, he carelessly allowed the evil spirit to emerge from the darkness and attack him, severely injuring him. In the end, he died at the hands of the Headless Demon. Currently, demonic image's whereabouts are still unknown, but the Headless Demon has been eliminated by team leader Yang. Therefore, our next mission is to find the whereabouts of demonic image, completely in this demonic event, and avenge Bai too. Speaking up to this point, director Wang Dahai forced a smile and said, "However, amidst this unfortunate event, we also have some good news. Our captain Yang Ming has officially entered the third level of spiritual master, becoming one of the top spiritual masters." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire meeting room erupted in murmurs, with everyone staring wide-eyed. Only Fang Ho remained as calm as ever. "Oh my, Luduan City is impressive, that's a third level. There are only a few people across the country who have reached this level." Fang Ho stared intently at Yang Ming in the corner of the room, his curiosity piqued. In other words, Yang Ming's intuition had been enhanced by over 41%, so what would the effect of third-level luck be like? At the same time, Yang Ming sat in the corner of the room, smoking a cigarette, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. His expression showed no change. He simply crushed the cigarette in his hand onto the floor, where there were already many smoldering cigarette butts. Then, he slowly pushed himself up with his knee, took a cigarette box out of his pocket, intending to light another one. However, he discovered that it was empty. Feeling irritated, he crushed the box and turned to ask everyone, "Does anyone have any cigarettes?" His voice was hoarse and slightly tired, but everyone remained indifferent, no one answered. At that moment, director Wang Dahai's eyes flashed with a brief glimpse of sympathy, but he still looked at him and shouted, "Yang Ming, pull yourself together. You're now a third-level spiritual master, and from now on, the safety of Luduan City depends on you." In the face of director Wang's scolding, Yang Ming, Dahai, showed no reaction. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk out, looking like he was on the verge of death. "Alright, I'll go buy a pack myself," he muttered. At that moment, director Wang Dahai clenched his fists in anger, his whole body trembling, gritting his teeth with a grinding sound. Then, he slammed his hand down on the desk, turned to Yang Ming, and shouted, "Stop right there. Don't you want to avenge Bai too?" But Yang Ming did not stop. It seemed as if he didn't hear anything. He continued walking while muttering to himself, "Avenge him? Can avenging Xiao Bai bring him back to life?" At the same time, Fang Ho saw that Yang Ming had reached his side, and immediately pulled his hat down low. Director Wang Dahai was so furious that he couldn't utter a word, his face dark with anger. He sighed, then composed himself, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and tossed it toward Yang Ming, saying, "Here, I've got cigarettes." Hearing this, Yang Ming didn't even turn his head. He simply raised his hand to catch them and, with displeasure, remarked, "If you had them, why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, Yang Ming sat down right there, lit a cigarette, and complained, "What kind of family does Wang, the head of department, have? He smokes every day." Fang Ho looked at him and thought, "Captain Yang is quite interesting. Calm, restrained, rational. He's already a third-level spiritual master, yet there's no sign of any mental distortion." At that moment, the door to the meeting room was pushed open forcefully, and a panicked shout was heard, "Director Wang Dahai, everyone, pay attention immediately." Fang Ho sensed something was wrong. Seeing this, director Wang Dahai exploded in anger, repeatedly slamming the conference table. "Is it you again? How many times have I told you? Pay attention to discipline. Why is it always you who breaks it? However, the staff member who had just entered didn't even let him finish scolding. He tightly held onto his trembling body and cried, saying, "Director Wang Dahai, it's bad. The person you told me to bring to the break room just disappeared. That person knocked me out and ran away, even took off my uniform." Hearing this, Director Wang Dahai was incredibly angry and pained, causing him to spring up. "What?" he said, "You're telling me Fong Ho has escaped? Everyone, stay alert and find him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to take action within the crowd. Fong Ho, wearing a hat, sighed, "I just fainted for a moment and woke up. Seems like I'm still not professional enough, need to practice more." But at that moment, a familiar voice of a girl suddenly echoed through the conference hall. Fong Ho heard that voice, raised his head and saw Shun Lingshui standing up, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and anger. "I didn't expect you to be here." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone pulled out their guns. In an instant, the sound of gun chambers being cocked rang through the meeting room. Then, everyone raised their guns, aiming them at Fong Ho. Meanwhile, Yang Ming paid no attention, still squatting on the ground smoking a cigarette. Seeing this, an investigator urgently shouted, "Captain Yang, stay away from him." At the same time, Director Wang Dahai looked at him with a grim expression. "Fong Ho, do you know what the consequences are for attacking an investigator? What are you planning to do, and who are you?" But in the face of Director Wang Dahai's questions and the power of the spiritual masters, even with the presence of 10 guns pointed at him, Fong Ho remained unfazed. He calmly stepped forward, crouched down in front of Yang Ming, and looked at him quietly. "Do you want Bai Tu to come back to life?" As soon as the words were spoken, Yang Ming's cigarette smoking motion abruptly stopped. His face darkened, and he sternly said, "Kid, no matter who you are or where you come from, don't mess with others." Immediately after, his lifeless eyes suddenly turned vicious, like a tiger descending from the mountain, glaring at Fong Ho. "Otherwise, people will die." At that moment, Fong Ho felt a powerful spiritual force bearing down on him. Was this the power of a third-level spiritual master? Yet, despite the immense pressure, Fong Ho's expression remained unchanged, because to him, this was nothing. Right after that, he calmly said, "All you need to do is answer me whether you want it or not." In those calm words, there seemed to be an undeniable power. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be astonished, to face the power of a third-level spiritual master and still speak with such confidence. Who exactly is this person named Fong Ho? At the same time, Yang Ming stared intently into Fong Ho's calm eyes, trying to discern something, but all he could see was an endless silence. At this moment, Director Wang Dahai had completely lost trust in him. Angrily, he pointed at Fong Ho and shouted, "Fong Ho, what nonsense are you talking? Hurry up and arrest him." But just as the officers were about to act, Yang Ming, who was squatting on the ground, stopped them. Everyone was taken aback upon seeing this, as Yang Ming looked at Fong Ho with a sorrowful expression and said, "A dead person cannot come back to life. Moreover, Xiaobai has already been completely devoured by the monster. But I think I must have gone mad. I never expected what you said might actually be true." Right after that, he showed a tired expression, lowered his head, and asked, "So, can you bring Xiaobai back to life?" Even he himself didn't know why he had asked such a silly question. At this moment, Fong Ho didn't answer directly, but calmly asked in return, "When he died, where were you? Were you far from him?" Hearing this, Yang Ming scratched his head and thought for a moment. "At that time, due to a false clue, I was in the mountains near Shanbei town. If I had discovered it earlier and gone to the town, maybe he wouldn't have died." Thinking of the town, he couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead, his face full of self-blame. Suddenly, Fong Ho said seriously, "Very good, then give me your phone number and tell me a secret." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming was completely stunned, unable to keep up with Fong Ho's sudden shift in thought. A phone number secret? Weren't we talking about bringing Xiaobai back to life? At that moment, Fong Ho gently closed his eyes and said, "I cannot bring the dead back to life." Hearing this, Yang Ming was immediately speechless and said, "So all of that was just a waste of time." In the blink of an eye, his expression turned angry, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, Fong Ho slightly raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Yang Ming, and continued, "But I can go back to the past and change the future." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in astonishment. Going back to the past to change the future, that's even more outrageous than resurrecting the dead. This is pure science fiction. He's really bold enough to fabricate such a thing. No one here believed Feng Ho's words, but Yang Ming seemed possessed, believing them completely. He looked at Feng Ho with deep suspicion and asked, "We are both spiritual masters, how can your abilities be so monstrous?" At the same time, a storm surged within the heart of one person present, and that person was Shenlian Shui. She suddenly remembered the serious words Feng Ho had spoken in the director's office. At that time, she thought he was just boasting, never expecting that he would use a different method to speak of his abilities. Going back to the past, changing the future, it was simply unbelievable. On the other side, Feng Ho raised his hand and calmly explained, "That's right, the phone number has another secret. Because I will go back to the time before Bai Tu encountered the incident, call him to inform him that you're coming to save him, so I need a secret to make him believe me." Seeing Yang Ming's skeptical expression, Feng Ho gently said, "Captain Yang, what's the harm in trying it just once?" Hearing that, Yang Ming was momentarily speechless, and at the same time, he was moved by Feng Ho's words. "That's true, there's nothing to lose by trying." After that, he took a deep breath and said, "The phone number is." After speaking, he awkwardly scratched the back of his neck and added, "Because I'm bad with directions, when Bai Tu had his incident, the phone was connected to Bluetooth with location tracking on, so the call should definitely go through." Then, Yang Ming thought for a moment before slowly speaking, "As for the secret, I'll reveal one secret about Bai Tu that only I know, one that I was never planning to share in my lifetime, fearing that Bai Tu would go crazy on me if he found out. But now that he's no longer around, it doesn't matter." After saying that, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, stammering, "This secret is about cheating. The team captain selection competition earlier wasn't because Bai Tu had a stomach ache, but because I gave him a laxative beforehand. However, since my ability is pure luck, no one suspected me at all." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was wide-eyed, unable to believe it, looking at Yang Ming as if they were seeing him for the first time. At this moment, director Wang Dahai looked at him with anger and disdain. "I never would have expected it, you look so presentable, yet you play such dirty tricks." Yang Ming, feeling embarrassed and angry under everyone's gaze, muttered, "What can I do? If it weren't for that bastard Bai Tu." He stopped mid-sentence, sighed once again, his face showing sadness and pain. Then, he stood up and sighed, "All right, the person is dead, let's not talk about it anymore." At this point, Feng Ho also stood up and suddenly spoke, "That's enough of the secret, now wait for the call." After speaking, he didn't say anything else. Seeing Feng Ho speaking so seriously, Yang Ming was choked up and unable to say a word. Then, he began crying uncontrollably, silently looking at Feng Ho. Upon seeing this, director Wang Dahai showed a look of disdain, and in his heart, he began to complain, "Why is he acting like a child, even crying and sniffling? Just a moment ago, he was acting so arrogant with me." When Feng Ho suddenly fell silent, the entire hall fell silent as well. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, as if waiting to see his performance, to watch how he would return to the past and change the future. But time passed, minute by minute, without Feng Ho making any move. At that moment, Feng Ho suddenly spoke up, "What are you all staring at? Continue the meeting." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. But Yang Ming couldn't help it, looking at Feng Ho with a suspicious expression. "Brother, didn't you say you would go back to the past? We're waiting for you to take action." Hearing this, the corner of Feng Ho's mouth curled up as he looked at Yang Ming like he was an idiot. "When did I say I would go back right now? Don't rush, we'll start talking at 8 p.m. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming felt deceived, his jaw clenched in anger as he glared at Feng Ho. "What the hell is this? What are we even talking about?" At the same time, director Wang Dahai pointed directly at Feng Ho, angrily saying, "All right, Yang Ming, take this crazy talker to the detention room. I think he's lost his mind and is about to lose control." Hearing this, Yang Ming, who didn't want to comply, saw director Wang Dahai signaling him, so he reluctantly looked at Feng Ho. "Come with me." Fang Ho didn't say much, immediately nodding and following Yang Ming to the detention room. Not long after, the two arrived at the cell. At this moment, neither of them spoke, quietly sitting down by the bed, contemplating for a long while. Yang Ming suddenly broke the silence. It seems that Director General Wang must have had a plan, which is why he asked me to bring you here. Don't overthink it. It turned out that Yang Ming was worried that this action might displease Fang Ho, as the hope of reviving by two rested on Fang Ho. Whether real or not, he could not afford to offend him for now. Therefore, no matter what, the priority was to calm him down first. Fang Ho, however, remained as calm as ever. Yang Ming, how about you tell me about the demonic image, and also the information about Vice Team Leader Bai? Upon hearing this, Yang Ming leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, thought for a moment, then said, Bai too, his ability is extreme speed. He has a speed far superior to others of his cohort, which gives him an absolute advantage in battle. Unfortunately, this time. The two people talked for a long time, during which Fang Ho even told Yang Ming about the lottery. However, Fang Ho couldn't extract much useful information. Time passed quickly, as fast as a galloping horse, and 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the door to the holding cell was suddenly pushed open forcefully, and Chief Wang Dahai along with Shenlian Shui, both with grim faces, stepped inside. Shenling Shui was so furious that she threw a piece of paper at Fang Ho. The number he had written was basically a losing one. Not only was it wrong, but not a single digit matched. You check for yourself. The numbers on this paper are the winning ones for this draw, which I just copied. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes flashed with coldness, and he stared at Fang Ho with a murderous gaze. I told you, playing with others will cost you your life. However, at this moment, Fang Ho remained calm, even breaking into a smile full of hidden meaning. Is this the winning number for tonight? Hearing this, Shenling Shui gave a soft snort and looked at Fang Ho with a smug expression. That's right. Didn't you say before that if you guessed wrong, you'd pay with your life? Haha, let's see how you pay for it. The sentence was barely finished when a faint sound of something slicing through the air was heard. A gleaming scalpel suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the three of them were horrified and their faces changed. Yang Ming and Shenlian Shui immediately stepped forward to shield Chief Wang Dahai, thinking he was about to strike unexpectedly. But just at that moment, Fang Ho broke into a chilling smile and said, Don't worry, when I say something, I make it happen, and with that, he pressed the blade to his own forehead. Yang Ming and Shenlian Shui were confused and, feeling tense, stared at Fang Ho. What are you trying to do? Put the weapon down. However, in the next instant, Fang Ho resolutely drove the scalpel into his forehead. Before collapsing, he glanced at the three of them and said, Well then, it's been nice meeting you again. Fang Ho returned from the brink of death. Under the guidance of Shenlian Shui and Li Wenjie, he once again went to the investigation department. This time, he completely repeated his previous actions to avoid causing a butterfly effect. However, this time, the series of numbers he handed to Shenlian Shui was the winning combination that Fang Ho had just memorized. Soon, the three of them entered the investigation office. Suddenly, Fang Ho put his hands in his pockets, stopped, and calmly looked at the two people. He said that ahead, around the corner, there would be a male staff member answering the phone. As soon as he finished speaking, a man holding a briefcase walked past, and the sound of a ringing phone followed. Shenlian Shui and Li Wenjie were both astonished. How is this possible? Did he just predict that? Shenlian Shui fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Fang Ho remained as calm as ever, continuing to walk forward while Shenlian Shui and Li Wenjie followed behind. To them, Fang Ho's actions at that moment seemed as though he had been to the investigation office before. He walked straight to the office area and then stopped at the second row of seats from the bottom, right in the middle. The man stretched his arms and was about to bump into a female staff member walking by. Sure enough, the next moment, the man, tired, raised his hand and stretched with a loud yawn. At the exact moment he stretched, the female staff member passed by and collided with him. The cup of water she was holding spilled onto her. At this, the male colleague quickly stood up, helping the female staff member wipe off the water while repeatedly apologizing. The female staff member, however, shouted loudly, "I can do it myself, what are you touching me for?" Looking at this scene, Xin Shui felt her heart race, but still did not change her opinion of Fang Ho. At the same time, Li Wenjie looked at the spectacle before him and, with confusion, spoke up, "Could it be that he really can predict the future?" Seeing this, Xin Shui furrowed her brows, sweat dripping down her forehead. She stammered, unsure, and retorted, "No, it's just a logical deduction." In a different turn of events, Fang Ho reversed the situation, leading the two, who were completely astonished, to the lounge door. He calmly grasped the doorknob and said, "This is the lounge." Not only that, but once inside, he expertly pulled open the drawer, finding exactly the tea and coffee they wanted. The two behind him were left speechless, their eyes wide like bronze bells, frozen in place. After that, Fang Ho made a cup of coffee for Xin Shui and a cup of black tea for Li Wenjie. At this point, the two of them took the drinks, their pupils still wide in disbelief. After regaining their composure, Xin Shui looked at Fang Ho in amazement. "Have you ever been to the investigation bureau?" At this moment, Fang Ho thoughtfully added exactly 5 spoons of sugar into Xin Shui's cup of coffee, neither too much, nor too little. Seeing this, Li Wenjie couldn't hold back any longer. Astonished and puzzled, he asked, "How did you know that Investigator Shin adds 5 spoons of sugar to his coffee?" Hearing this, Fang Ho calmly took a sip of tea, then gently replied, "There's no need to be so surprised. I told you, my eyes can see the future, and right now, Director Wang Dahai is free. You should go report to him." Upon hearing this, the two were once again so stunned that they fell silent. Without saying a word, they both turned to look at Fang Ho for a long while, unsure of what to say. They could only quietly turn away and head to report to Director Wang Dahai. Meanwhile, on a mountain near Shanbei town, Yang Ming was driving, listening to music and speeding along the mountain road. Suddenly, the song was interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Yang Ming picked up the phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Immediately, a carefree voice rang out, with a somewhat defiant tone, completely different from the state after Baitu passed away. "Hello, who's this?" At that moment, a calm and steady male voice came from the other end of the line. "In half an hour, Baitu will die." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming abruptly slammed the brakes. The tires screeched loudly, and the car skidded, leaving 2 long tire marks on the road. His face immediately darkened, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "What did you say?" Soon after, the carefree expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a deep, unfamiliar voice. "Who are you?" On the other end of the line, a calm voice responded, "My name is Fang Ho, I can predict the future. I am currently at the Investigation Bureau. As expected, we will become colleagues. I predict that in half an hour, Baitu will be killed by a strange demon. You need to save him now, while there's still time." As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, he angrily gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care who you are, but you should know that joking around like this could cost you your life." However, before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ho revealed a secret, interrupting his mockery. "In the competition to choose the captain, it was because you made Baitu take a laxative the night before, causing him to perform poorly. But because your ability is just a stroke of luck, no one suspected you." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming was completely stunned. He raised his phone and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Damn it, how did you know? I've never told anyone this secret." However, Fang Ho didn't answer. He calmly said, "Remember, I will only say this once. Baitu is at the abandoned building on the outskirts of Shanbei town, hunting the headless ghost. But there's also a demonic image there. It will emerge from his shadow at a critical moment and attack him covertly, causing serious injuries. In the end, he will sacrifice himself to destroy the headless ghost." After speaking, Fang Ho decisively hung up the phone. At this moment, Yang Ming stared at the phone for a long time without saying a word. His face was grim, as though an internal struggle was taking place within him. After some time, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then, he quickly dialed a number, slammed the steering wheel, turned the car around, and floored the accelerator, speeding towards Shanbei town. After Fang Ho made the call to inform Yang Ming, he finished the water in the cup in the break room, then looked at the phone in his hand as if deep in thought. Well then, next, let's see how Captain Yang Ming performs. Just as he finished speaking, Shinling Shui, one hand holding the documents and the other clutching the machine, kicked the break room door open, angrily saying, "Fang Ho, next, I will proceed with the spiritual pollution test for you." But Fang Ho showed no reaction. Seeing this, Shinling Shui looked at him with an unfriendly expression, feeling quite smug in her heart. "Oh, you're so calm, huh? Let's see how long you can keep up the act in front of the lie detector." At this moment, Fang Ho directly took the device from her hand, then skillfully placed his hand on it, and with no expression, said, "Ask away." Seeing how proficient he was, Shinling Shui couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. "Well, the first question is, if..." Before she could finish, Fang Ho interrupted her directly, "I choose to fight against the demons." Upon hearing this, Shinling Shui immediately gaped, while Fang Ho, ignoring her astonishment, continued to state the second question, "I will not join the demon side, and if Zhao Hao joins the demons and asks me to betray, I will personally send him on his way." At this point, Shinling Shui was utterly shocked, so much so that she was speechless, cold sweat forming on her face. However, Fang Ho still didn't stop. He proceeded to state the final question according to his own thoughts. "The first thing I want to do after becoming a spiritual master is to kill all the demons in the world." Fang Ho didn't wait for Shinling Shui to ask. He blurted out all the questions and answers in one go, and throughout, he completely ignored the lie detector. After speaking, Fang Ho stood up and walked outside, casually saying, "The test is done, let's go meet Director Wang Dahai." Meanwhile, Shinling Shui was still frozen in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. At this moment, she didn't know who had been tested by whom. After a while, Shinling Shui looked at the lie detector with tears welling up in her eyes and said, "This is not right, it must be broken." Upon reaching Director Wang Dahai's office, Wang Dahai immediately spoke with suspicion. "Tell me the truth, Mr. Fang, as a newly minted spiritual master, your abilities surpass those of others, but I find it hard to believe that you can predict the future." Fang Ho crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face expressionless. "Director Wang, in this world, there are always people who cannot be judged by ordinary reasoning. I am on a different level from them." Hearing this, both Director Wang Dahai and Shinling Shui's faces immediately darkened, and Wang Dahai even clenched his jaw, secretly considering taking action against him, but unfortunately, he knew he wouldn't be able to win. Right after that, he extended his hand towards Shinlian Shui. "Miss Shin, where is the spiritual pollution test report?" Upon hearing this, Shinlian Shui appeared very embarrassed. "I didn't write the report." During the examination, Fang Ho predicted all the questions in advance and answered them perfectly. Moreover, throughout the entire process, the lie detector showed no response. Suddenly, Fang Ho realized that he had been too perfect in demonstrating his ability to predict the future. It seemed that he needed to find a weakness for himself to dispel their suspicions. After thinking for a while, Fang Ho deliberately tried to appear concerned and looked at Director Wang Dahai. "However, although predicting the future doesn't require much effort, every time I make a prediction, my mind becomes flooded with information, and this comes at a great cost: the loss of control over my spiritual ability. So, this means I cannot predict events far in the future. I deliberately exaggerated my abilities to attract the attention of the investigation department and get involved, which then allowed me to obtain the incense stick and stabilize my spiritual abilities." Hearing this, Director Wang Dahai nodded in agreement. "A logical cycle has formed in my mind, so that's how it is. It makes sense now. In the investigation bureau, using incense sticks is not an issue. A spiritual master can predict the future. I must have him." After a moment of thought, Director Wang Dahai hesitated and asked, "Mr. Fang, I wonder what salary you expect when joining the investigation bureau?" Seeing this, Fang Ho looked at Director Wang Dahai with a serious expression. "I request to be treated under the salary scheme for a level 2 spiritual master. Additionally, I would like to receive 1 incense stick every month. Furthermore, if I need to use my abilities, additional payment will be required." At this point, Director Wang Dahai's expression clearly turned unpleasant, but the ability to predict the future was too powerful. After a moment, Director Wang spoke. "If it's verified that you can predict the future, I can meet your demands. However, I'm afraid I can't offer extra payment at this time." Fang Ho crossed his legs and directly interrupted Director Wang Dahai. "Director General Wang, it seems like you still haven't realized the value of predicting the future. At this point, Fong Ho's expression suddenly changed, and he cracked a cold, sinister smile. But don't worry, I've specially prepared a big gift for the investigation bureau. Upon hearing this, Director Wang Dahai had a bad premonition, and then he suspiciously asked, "What gift?" At this moment, Fong Ho showed a wicked, cold smile. "By Tu's life." As soon as he finished speaking, Director Wang Dahai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and he was filled with astonishment and suspicion as he shouted, "What?" He immediately slammed his hand on the table, then glared at Fong Ho angrily. "Are you threatening me with Bai Tu's life?" But Fong Ho remained unfazed, still smiling. "If you're in a hurry, you can call Bai Tu right now." Upon hearing this, Director Wang Dahai did not immediately make the phone call but instead turned to give Shen Ling Shui a glance. Shen Ling Shui immediately understood and nodded. She then walked over to Fong Ho's side, pressing her hand firmly on his shoulder, clearly intending to act swiftly against him should the situation turn unfavorable. Seeing this, the corners of Fong Ho's mouth curled slightly as he glanced at Shen Lian Shui standing beside him, completely unfazed. At the same time, Director Wang Dahai began to dial a series of numbers on the desk phone, preparing to call Bai Tu. But just then, the door to the office was suddenly thrown open. Seeing this, Director Wang Dahai's face immediately darkened, his anger causing veins to bulge on his neck as he ground his teeth and said, "How many times have I told you? Don't rush things like this." Yang Ming quickly spoke up, "Director General Wang, there must be someone named Fong Ho in our department." Seeing Yang Ming's anxious and restless expression, instinctively, Captain Wang Dahai immediately thought of something bad. Feeling worried and hurriedly asked, Why are you back here? Where's Bai Tu? Didn't you go with him to hunt down the headless ghost?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ming seemed distracted and replied, Xiao Bai is seriously injured and is in the hospital, but it's nothing serious." After saying that, he started looking around and asked again, "Where is Fong Ho?" At this moment, Shen Ling Shui, who was standing beside him, suddenly had a blazing flame appear on her fair white hand, her expression giving off a threatening air that was hard to describe. "Tell me, what did you do to Deputy Team Leader Bai?" At this point, Fong Ho, not paying attention to her, slightly furrowed his brows and glanced at Yang Ming who was standing beside him, thinking to himself, "Is it just an injury? It seems like he has been saved after all." At the same time, Director Wang Dahai abruptly stood up, glaring at Fong Ho. "Fong Ho is right in front of you, and just a moment ago, you said he brought a big gift to the investigation bureau. Then you rushed in to report that Bai Tu was seriously injured. This really is a big gift." In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. If Fong Ho is capable of injuring a high-level spiritual master, then the force backing him must be unimaginable. Not only is their strength formidable, but they're also incredibly bold, daring to injure someone and then come to the investigation bureau to provoke us. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Ming immediately gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly at Director Wang Dahai. "Exactly, spot on, this is indeed a big gift, and not just big, but an enormous one." With that, he walked toward Fong Ho, while Shen Ling Shui, who just moments ago was like a fierce tigress, now stood frozen with a face full of embarrassment and helplessness. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at Fong Ho, who was calmly speaking. "You are Fong Ho, right?" Before he could even finish his words, Yang Ming suddenly hugged him and started crying loudly. "This time, thanks to your phone call and reminder, I was able to arrive in time to save Xiao Bai. Otherwise, he would have really been in danger. Moreover, after I got to the scene, everything happened exactly as you said." Upon seeing this, Chief Wang Dahai and Shen Lian Shui were stunned into silence, staring at him in disbelief. In contrast, Fong Ho proudly said, "Director General Wang, what do you think of my great gift?" Meanwhile, Yang Ming was sobbing uncontrollably, wiping his nose in tears, when Fong Ho glanced at Shen Lian Shui and said, "And you, Miss Shen, you'd better retract your divine power." At that moment, the fire in Shen Lian Shui's hand extinguished, but seeing Fong Ho's arrogant expression, she was so angry that she clenched her jaw. While still in disbelief, she stared at Fong Ho. Fong Ho, with just a phone call, saved the #1 spiritual master of Luduan City. Could it be that he really can predict the future? Director Wang Dahai looked at Fong Ho silently for a moment, then said, "If the incident with Bai Tu wasn't caused by a human, then your abilities truly have a high strategic value. I can meet your request, but for now, Miss Shin, please take Mr. Fong to the lounge. We'll discuss everything after the meeting. Yang Ming, stay behind. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming looked up at director Wang Dahai. Meeting his gaze, he immediately stopped himself from crying, calmed down, and responded with a simple, yes. Then, Yang Ming approached Fong Ho and whispered, I'll come find you later. In the lounge, the two of them exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. At this moment, Xinlian Shui couldn't help but think to herself, this person not only knows my preferences in advance, but even private tattoos like that. I always feel like I'm transparent in front of him, with no secrets at all. Thinking this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. At the same time, Fong Ho stared at her without blinking. Xinling Shui also noticed this and couldn't help but feel panic in her heart. Why was he staring so intently at her neck? It turned out that the neck of Xinling Shui in front of him reminded Fong Ho of his wife. It was equally fair and long. He even wanted to stab it with a surgical knife, but unfortunately, the blood of a stranger was warm, unlike the blood of his ghostly wife. But, wouldn't my wife also bleed? If her blood splattered on me, I would surely feel quite refreshed. At that moment, when the two were silently facing each other, they suddenly heard a loud bang as the break room door was pushed open forcefully. Yang Ming appeared, pretending to be surprised, and in a loud voice said, Lian Shui, you go outside for a moment, I need to talk privately with Fong Ho. Hearing that, Xinling Shui, who had originally not wanted to stay here, immediately felt like she had been rescued. She bit her lip, hugged her chest, and hurriedly rushed out of the break room. Seeing this, Yang Ming looked puzzled but didn't think too much about it. At that moment, Yang Ming confirmed that Xinling Shui had gone far, and he then sat across from Fong Ho, his face turning serious as he stared at him with malice. In response, Fong Ho remained expressionless, not saying a word, but staring back at him. Suddenly, Yang Ming's expression changed. The seriousness from before vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Fong Ho, you haven't told anyone about me drugging by Qi, have you? At this moment, Fong Ho appeared helpless. He realized, this team leader has some rather peculiar points of interest. Even the division chief is extremely cautious when faced with the ability to predict the future, yet this team leader is only concerned with whether others might talk about him drugging by Qi. This team leader is indeed quite interesting. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Ho looked at Yang Ming, his face pale, and said, currently, no one else knows except for me. Hearing this, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief, but at that moment, Fong Ho suddenly smiled slyly, gazing at him with a hint of meaning, but in the future, that's not certain. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression changed once again, instantly turning as unpleasant as if he had just swallowed something foul. What do you mean? He then looked at Fong Ho with a threatening gaze. You intend to join the investigation bureau, right? I am currently the captain of the bureau. Do you understand? The waters in the bureau run deep, and you're just a newcomer. Before he could finish his words, Fong Ho directly interrupted him. What I mean is, the price needs to go up. Captain Yang wouldn't want Deputy Captain Bai to know about this extortion, would he? 100 currency, no negotiations. After speaking, Fong Ho, Yang Ming immediately became agitated, glaring at Fong Ho while simultaneously giving him the middle finger. You still haven't joined the investigation department yet. Do you believe that if I say just one word, I? Before Yang Ming could finish his sentence, Fong Ho directly raised the price by 200 currency. Seeing this, Yang Ming's momentum immediately faltered, and he began to sigh in front of Fong Ho. Oh my god, you've done enough. My monthly salary is only 10 currency, so you can go ahead and say it. I'd rather be beaten to death by Xiaobai than go through this. Hearing this, Fong Ho took a deep breath and then shouted loudly toward the door where Yang Ming stood, alright. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming didn't say anything more, just showing an expression of frustration and dejection. Fine, 200 it is. In the end, he had no choice but to painfully pull 200 currency from his small safe and hand it to Fong Ho as hush money. Time passed quickly, and everyone gathered in the director's office to wait for the lottery results. Inside the director's office, Fong Ho and Xinlian Shui sat opposite director Wang Dahai, while Yang Ming squatted in the corner of the room, looking dejected. Suddenly, Yang Ming poked Xinlian Shui with his little finger. Lian Shui, lend me some currency, he said. Upon hearing this, Xin Lian Shui angrily responded, you're the team leader, with a monthly salary of 20 currency, and I only have 5 currency, yet you still ask me to lend you money? I won't lend you any. Every word of their conversation reached Fang Ho's ears, and at that moment, he realized that he had acted hastily. It seemed that next time, he would need to blackmail Yang Ming for a little extra. Just then, Director Wang Dahai suddenly interrupted, alright, stop arguing. The draw is starting. At this, everyone turned their attention to the screen, eagerly listening as the announcer began to read out the numbers. On the screen, the announcer read the lottery numbers. The winning numbers for today are 1,121,718, 2,627, and 5. Upon hearing this, Xin Lian Shui, Yang Ming, and Director Wang Dahai, who were all standing in front of the screen, were utterly stunned. They could not believe that the numbers matched exactly what was written on the paper. The atmosphere in the room immediately became extremely tense. At that moment, Yang Ming quickly embraced Fang Ho and excitedly said, Brother Fang, from now on, you are my real brother. Please help me predict the winning numbers for the next lottery. Suddenly, Director Wang Dahai sharply shouted, Disturbance! Fang Ho's ability to predict the future will only worsen the condition of his uncontrollable intuition. It absolutely cannot be used for trivial matters like this. Seeing this, Yang Ming had no choice but to release his embrace, still mumbling to himself, how can this be considered trivial? I'd rather lose control of my intuition than have to go through that. After scolding Yang Ming, Director Wang Dahai immediately changed his expression, smiling as he shook hands with Fang Ho. Now that your ability to predict the future has basically been confirmed, but for external parties, it must remain a strict secret. Just say it's a sense of perception. So Fang Ho, I officially invite you to join the investigation bureau, and the benefits you previously mentioned will also be fully implemented. Fang Ho showed no further expression, only nodding slightly. At this point, Yang Ming looked at Director Wang Dahai with a serious face. If we're keeping it secret from the outside, then how do you plan to explain it to your superiors? Immediately, Director Wang Dahai turned to Yang Ming. Report to the Central Investigation Bureau, recommending the inclusion of the talent known as Spiritual Master in the Global Talent Registry. All related documents will be classified as top secret under the case of Fang Ho, alias Prophet. At the same time, the corners of Fang Ho's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. It was not in vain that he was resurrected once. Now with the support of the Investigation Bureau's resources, revenge is one step closer. My dear wife, please wait for me. Hearing this, Yang Ming looked at him in surprise. Fang Ho's abilities are highly valuable. With your report, aren't you afraid that the higher-ups will assign him elsewhere? Immediately afterward, Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Director Wang Dahai with anger, and another thing, why was I not included in the Global Spiritual Master Talent roster? He just arrived and was immediately placed in, ranked S no less. There's clearly something fishy here. There's definitely something shady going on. This made Director Wang Dahai feel like he was sitting on a pile of burning coal, his entire body radiating a bright golden light. He deliberately ignored the second half of Yang Ming's sentence. That's precisely why he must go to a better place for development. Right now, strange events are happening all over the world, and I always feel that something is about to occur. If Fang Ho comes to the headquarters, it would definitely be better than staying in Luduan City. There, he can unleash his greater potential. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingbu expressed, "You are so noble, truly great." After saying that, he looked at Fang Ho with a serious expression. By the way, according to the current information, you and Zhao Hao are good friends. He, like you, awakened in the dungeon and survived. I think he could also join the investigation bureau. After he finished speaking, the corner of Chief Wang Dahai's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and his face showed a look of immense satisfaction. By using Zhao Hao as a link, this way, not only can it bring the investigation bureau closer to Fang Ho, but it also allows Zhao Hao to seek his help when needed. After he comes to the headquarters, I will have another emotional leverage in hand. I won't have to worry about other organizations offering a higher price to recruit him. This decision of mine is truly perfect. But at this moment, Xinlian Shui's face flushed red, her expression showing displeasure. But Director Wang, his ability is a sexual ability. Do we really need someone so filthy like him? Upon hearing this, Director Wang Dahai smiled. It's okay, I believe there will come a time when we'll need him. Moreover, as his intuition grows, his abilities will undergo a qualitative leap, making his inclusion beneficial with no harm. However, to their surprise, Fang Ho had already seen through it. You want to use Zhao Hao to manipulate me, you're quite the sly fox. After a moment of thought, he looked at Director Wang Dahai with an indifferent expression. It's up to you. Minister Wang Dahai turned to Yang Ming and said, now Fang Ho is one of us. Yang Ming, please explain the situation with demonic. Based on your investigation, do you think the attack was accidental, or was it a deliberate setup? Hearing the word demonic, Yang Ming's expression immediately turned serious. Although there is no direct evidence, I feel it's likely caused by humans. When I fought against demonic, I deliberately observed. Even though its entire body was covered in darkness and looked very much like a demon, my feeling during the fight was as if I was fighting a human. If I hadn't been lucky enough to strike the skull first, causing me to break through to the third realm right then and there, I might not have been a match for demonic. Moreover, the opponent is very strange. During the fight, it always seemed to release water. As soon as it saw me break through, it immediately sank into the darkness and disappeared, almost as if it were waiting for me to level up. Afterward, Yang Ming drew out a card. I also found this black trump card at the scene. Seeing this, Fang Ho showed a look of suspicion. This is a card made of steel. Do demons also use things like this? At this moment, Director Wang Dahai looked at Yang Ming and said, alright, if this is something that demonic dropped, it's very likely to be a spiritual master, and there might even be a huge organization behind it. After saying this, he rubbed his chin as if deep in thought. It seems the demonic case isn't simple. We'll have to take our time with it. Alright, we'll stop here for today. Miss Shun, Fang Ho is a newcomer, so you can lead him through the enrollment process first. After completing the procedure, Fang Ho went straight home. At this moment, his wife was extremely excited, fluttering around him like butterflies. Honey, you're off work? I've missed you so much. But Fang Ho simply sat quietly on the sofa, staring at the investigator's ID card in his hand. Then, he picked up his brown leather briefcase, gave it a snap, and opened it. Immediately, countless glittering gold coins poured out in a cascade. Upon seeing this, his wife, who was standing beside him, excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, darling, you're so good at making money, you're really impressive." At this moment, Fang Ho picked up one of the coins and examined it. So this is the currency. There's a shortage of supply and high demand. On the black market, one coin can be sold for tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Sometimes, even with money, you can't buy it. It's truly impressive, Captain Yang Ming, to be able to produce so many coins at once. If it were an ordinary spiritual master, it would be hard to do even if they sold their own body. Fang Ho couldn't help but smile at this point. To say that I'm extorting money would be wrong. It's more accurate to say he's thanking me for warning him to say Bai Chi. It's clear that their relationship is quite good. Then, with a sly grin, he fell into deep thought. Now, with these 200 currency as a reward, how should I use them to get the greatest benefit? He was thinking about the best way to use the currency, but at that moment, the door suddenly knocked. Therefore, he looked through the peephole and unexpectedly discovered a human eye, entirely bloodshot, which caused him to lose consciousness immediately. It felt as if someone had struck him on the back of the neck with a heavy stick, and he couldn't tell how much time had passed. Fang Ho had just woken up from a faint, but at this moment, he realized he was no longer at home. He was in an old, dilapidated warehouse, tightly bound, with cold chains wrapped around his body. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. He looked around and noticed the air was filled with a nauseating stench, like the smell of decomposing corpses, and there were continuous clanking noises. The warehouse was large, but very rudimentary, with dried bloodstains scattered everywhere, dark red in color. Not far away, Fang Ho also displayed a row of various types of torture instruments, each covered in blood. It was clear that this place had been used for executions of many people. Whether it was due to the influence of the environment or not, the number of wandering demons in this warehouse was significantly higher, and many of them even surrounded the area. Fong Ho kept drooling continuously, but unfortunately, these demons could not touch Fong Ho before he saw them. In the center of the warehouse was a meat grinder, an old, rusty machine with a very unique design. Right in front of Fong Ho was a funnel, inside which were sharp metal blades. At this moment, beside the meat grinder, there stood a man wearing a long coat and a hat, seemingly working on fixing the grinder. Seeing this, Fong Ho stared at him intently, clearly recognizing that this was the person who had attacked him through the peephole earlier. Suddenly, it seemed as though the man sensed something. His movements abruptly stopped, and then, without warning, he turned his head. A pair of bloodshot eyes, almost devoid of sclera, appeared before him. His face was ashen, and his body was emaciated, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. The man stared into his eyes, and Fong Ho immediately understood. His method of attack must have something to do with those strange eyes. At the same time, the man fixed his gaze on Fong Ho, smirking slyly as he said, "You're awake, huh?" Fong Ho, expressionless, met his gaze, while the demons around them began to gather in increasing numbers, all staring intently at the two of them. In that moment, the man's red eyes remained fixed on Fong Ho, his expression almost maddened. Seeing this, Fong Ho said nothing, but instead, kept his focus on the man's bloodshot eyes. It was clear now he was the one who had attacked him. Before losing consciousness, he had seen those eyes through the peephole. Suddenly, the man looked at Fong Ho and spoke in a hoarse, sickly voice, "You're recovering quickly, huh? You don't look like a spiritual master who's just starting out at all. It seems we are both geniuses. How wonderful, I love torturing geniuses the most." The man muttered to himself, a cruel smile spreading across his face, and his pupils dilated accordingly. However, Fong Ho showed no sign of fear in response to the situation, his thoughts calm and unruffled. It seems his abilities are related to those eyes of his. A spiritual master? Judging by his appearance, he even considers himself a genius. With this thought, Fong Ho suddenly came to his senses, then looked at the man and casually asked, "Cousin of Wang Zitong, has the machine been fixed yet?" Hearing this, the man was slightly taken aback, then his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "You know me?" "Not bad, I'm Lin Ziyang, the so-called genius cousin of that trash." After that, a look of confusion appeared on his face as he turned around and continued fixing the machine, "But unfortunately, I haven't killed anyone recently, so the machine is a bit outdated. Please be patient, it will be done soon." Immediately, Fong Ho looked at him calmly, "I also heard your useless cousin mention you. Hurry up and finish the repair, I don't like wasting time." Hearing this, the man was momentarily stunned, then looked at Fong Ho with a calm expression. He couldn't figure it out immediately. But in the next second, his body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and he burst into an extreme, maniacal laughter. "I have to say, you are really interesting, and you suit my taste, but unfortunately, you're about to die." Upon seeing this, Fong Ho appeared very helpless. "It seems like you're sick." Then, looking at his expression, he couldn't help but think that his words and actions were chaotic, insane, and disorderly, like the kind of unhinged state people often talk about on forums. After thinking for a moment, Fong Ho suddenly looked at him and smiled wickedly. "The funniest thing is that before he died, your cousin tried to drag me down with him, using his bloody, filthy hand to repeatedly pull at my pants. Do you know how I responded?" Seeing that Fong Ho was not only unafraid but actually smiling comfortably, Lin Ziyang, in his most frantic state, was momentarily stunned. It seemed like he didn't know what to say next. Even a cold sweat appeared on his face, making him feel somewhat fearful. In the next instant, Fong Ho revealed a crazier side than his, laughing even more maniacally. I stomped hard on his hand and kept twisting it. His screams of agony were truly fantastic. Lin Ziyang stared blankly at Fong Ho, taking a few seconds to snap back to reality. His whole demeanor became even more frantic and irritable. "Damn it, you deserve to die, you deserve to die." Then he pulled out a red certificate from his pocket, looked at Fong Ho, who remained calm, and screamed madly. "I'm going to torture you to death. Then throw you into a meat grinder to be crushed. And finally feed you to stray dogs and cats. Hopefully in exchange for a Good Samaritan certificate." Hearing that, not only did Fong Ho remain calm, he even looked at him with utter disdain. Just a useless piece of trash, losing control over a bit of spiritual instinct. I never imagined that even a measly amount of demonic power could turn you into a rabid dog. How worthless must you be? Hearing that, Lin Ziyang immediately exploded in anger. God damn it! The words slipped out, and as he looked at Feng Ho, he thought to himself, this isn't right. He should be afraid. He should be terrified, kneeling down and begging me for mercy. Then he went completely mad, rushed over to the torture tool rack, and began selecting all kinds of torture instruments, shouting over and over, I'm going to torture you to death. Just wait until you're maimed and on the brink of death. Let's see how long you can keep that arrogant mouth of yours running. At that moment, Lin Ziyang was holding a small sewing needle, too small. I have to use the most brutal torture tools to teach you a lesson. Feng Ho's voice rang out calmly as he looked at Lin Ziyang with disdain. As expected from a useless coward, you can't even choose a torture tool without taking half a day. Hearing that, Lin Ziyang immediately shouted, shut up! Then he furiously slammed both hands against the rack of torture instruments. He grabbed a pair of pliers at random, his face twisted with ferocity as he walked up to Feng Ho. Grinning from ear to ear, he pointed repeatedly at the pliers in his hand. Sharp tongue, aren't you? I'll pull out every single one of your teeth. Say it, are you scared now? Beg me to spare you. Go on, hurry up. However, Feng Ho's face remained as calm as the surface of an ancient well. He looked at the enraged Lin Ziyang and spoke in a steady, emotionless voice, and you, how do you want to die? Want your bones shattered one by one with a hammer? Or want to be punched into a pulp? Or maybe the cleaver? Tell me, how do you want to die? I'll do my best to make it happen. At this moment, Feng Ho was as calm as a monk in meditation, completely unaffected, as if the words he spoke made people shudder, causing the crazy smile on Lin Ziyang's face to vanish. He stared at Feng Ho with bloodshot eyes, an invisible fear beginning to spread. Seeing this, the corner of Feng Ho's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. It's so hard to choose, isn't it? Well, since you're Wang Zitang's cousin, I'll be kind enough to help you choose the spirit lake. I just happen to have a scalpel. I could slice the flesh from your body piece by piece. But since I'm not an expert, it might only take a few hundred or a dozen stabs before you die, not giving you enough time to fully experience the pain of your whole body bleeding, your flesh torn, and your bones shattered. I hope you understand. At this moment, Lin Ziyang's gaze towards Feng Ho had changed, becoming filled with suspicion. Looking at Feng Ho, he couldn't understand. Clearly, he's tied to the chair, like a fish on a chopping board, so why does Feng Ho remain so calm, even his voice carrying a subtle confidence? This made Lin Ziyang extremely uncomfortable. He clenched his jaw, cold sweat dripping down his face, thinking, who the hell is losing control here, that lunatic? It's you who's the madman. After calming down, he took the pliers and pointed them at Feng Ho. Can't you see what's happening? Right now, I hold your life in my hands, yet you're still daring to threaten me. Having said that, Lin Ziyang stared at Feng Ho, trying to find a trace of fear on his face. However, Feng Ho did not show any sign of fearful submission, but instead, an expression of calm control over everything. You're mistaken. Your life has always been in my hands. Then he slightly tilted his head and glanced at a demon who had been eyeing him hungrily all this time. I saw you standing by, signaling for quite a while. Do you really want to eat human flesh? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyang immediately froze. Who are you talking to? At this moment, Feng Ho coldly smiled as he looked at both him and the demon. Can't you see? It's here to take your life. At the same time, the space next to Feng Ho began to distort. In the next instant, Lin Ziyang was horrified by the demon in front of him, his face turning pale, his pupils dilating, unable to speak. He could only see a green-skinned demon with 6 black claws suddenly appearing in front of him. At this point, Lin Ziyang screamed in terror. Where did this damned demon crawl out from? After saying that, he angrily turned his head and pointed at Feng Ho. It's you. You're the crazy one. Feng Ho then smiled again. It's not just one. Come on, all of you, it's time for dinner. He and the demons around him exchanged glances, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding air suddenly began to distort. In the warehouse, which had been empty, there suddenly appeared branches with ferocious faces, their forms terrifying beyond description. In their eyes flickered a gleam of light, filled with excitement and bloodlust. Their mouths let out constant, chilling screams as they slowly surrounded the two people. At that moment, Lin Ziyang completely broke down, looking around in disbelief. No, this is an illusion, this isn't real. Seeing this, Feng Ho burst into maniacal laughter. With his crazed laughter echoing, his vision suddenly darkened. Just moments before, Feng Ho had recalled and found himself once again at home. He was sitting expressionless on the sofa, while his wife looked at him with a bright smile, dressed in a silk nightgown, swaying beside him. "Honey, you're home from work? I missed you so much." Of course, Feng Ho didn't answer his wife. He simply leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. Right now, the scene of being torn apart by the branch demon kept replaying in his mind, but thinking about it didn't frighten him. Instead, he found the sensation exhilarating, and it even heightened his pain tolerance. At that moment, the sound of knocking came right on time. Upon hearing it, Feng Ho remained calm, looked at the door being knocked on, suddenly pulled a scalpel from his pocket, then slowly stood up and walked toward the door. At the same time, his wife, lying on the table happily, asked, "Honey, do we have guests?" Simultaneously, Feng Ho gave a sinister smile. "It's time to make you taste pain. I won't unleash my full power to take your life, because I promised to let you die in agony. A man must keep his word." Soon, Feng Ho was standing in front of the door. At that moment, only the door separated him and Lin Ziyang. Inside, he raised the knife in his hand, while outside, Lin Ziyang pressed his bloodshot eye to the peephole. At this moment, Lin Ziyang was somewhat excited because he had heard the sound of Feng Ho's footsteps. All he needed to do now was wait for Feng Ho to glance through the peephole. Just a single look would be enough. That was all it would take for Feng Ho to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, inside the house, Feng Ho quickly raised his hand. In an instant, with a loud sound, the surgical knife transformed into a silver flash, piercing straight through the peephole without any obstruction. It stabbed into Lin Ziyang's eyeball. At that exact moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Lin Ziyang clutched his injured eye, crying out in pain, while Feng Ho's pain tolerance kicked in. A fierce, indescribable pain spread throughout his body, a pain like dying 1,000 times, exploding violently in that moment. Lin Ziyang couldn't even endure for a single second. His vision went dark, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Ho slowly opened the door, looked at Lin Ziyang lying on the bloodstained floor, then calmly grabbed his ankle, dragging him into the house like a dead dog. Immediately afterward, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. At the same time, Feng Ho drew out the scalpel, and the corridor once again sank into silence. Then, Feng Ho began searching Lin Ziyang's body, because he liked things like trump cards that could be used to turn the tables, but he didn't like others having such cards. So, to prevent Lin Ziyang from turning the tables during future torture, the search was necessary. Moreover, if he found something useful, he could keep it for himself. Very quickly, Feng Ho found some loose currency, a mobile phone, and a bunch of keys on Lin Ziyang. Seeing this, Feng Ho picked up the phone to check it, hoping to find any information that could benefit him. Meanwhile, his wife, who had been standing beside him the whole time watching, curiously asked, "Honey, who is this person?" Then he turned to the copper candlestick beside him. Feng Ho discovered that it was clearly emanating a trace of demonic aura. Sensing this familiar feeling, Feng Ho made a mental judgment: this copper candlestick is a demonic weapon. It seems that Lin Ziyang's status is not low, he even possesses demonic energy. Although it is clearly not as powerful as his scalpel, it is still a demonic weapon. As for his strength, being knocked down in a single blow, I estimate he is not even at level 2. After thinking for a moment, Feng Ho placed the copper candlestick down and picked up Lin Ziyang's phone. To his surprise, there was no password. As he continued to scroll through the phone, Feng Ho finally found the information he was looking for. So Lin Ziyang is a member of the Light Club. This must be an organization formed by those who practice soul cultivation, individuals whose minds have been twisted by demonic power. And they dare to call themselves light. How laughable. At this moment, Fong Ho saw some simple information about buying incense sticks on the black market. From this, it could be concluded that the incense stick could only serve as a slowing agent, and could not completely suppress the loss of control over one's spiritual nature. Suddenly, Fong Ho discovered that there were numerous brutal murder videos on his phone. He saw a delivery man entering the warehouse and walking up to Lin Ziyang. When the delivery man smiled while handing the food to him, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of horror. The delivery man was tortured mercilessly, and the person who had lost control of their spiritual nature was even more terrifying than demonic energy. Immediately, Fong Ho opened the food delivery app and searched for the specific address of the warehouse. Upon seeing this, the wife, who was sitting next to him, sweetly said, "You're so smart, darling." Fong Ho, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ziyang with a sinister smile, as if he had already formulated a perfect plan in his mind. After a moment of thought, Fong Ho hoisted Lin Ziyang over his shoulder and went outside. It turned out that Fong Ho had been considering switching roles to poisoning others with poison, and he had to let Lin Ziyang understand what true cruelty really meant. A while later, Lin Ziyang was brought to the warehouse and woke up, but before he could even understand what was happening, he felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, unable to hold back a dreadful scream. After a moment, he instinctively looked around with his remaining eye, but the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this my warehouse? Wanting to stand up, he tried, but quickly realized he couldn't get up at all and heard the familiar sound of chains rattling. He immediately lowered his head to look, and his face went pale as he shockingly discovered that he had been tied to a chair in the middle of the warehouse. Seeing this, Fong Ho casually held a wrench and said quickly, "You woke up slower than me, but just in time." After speaking, Fong Ho pressed the button to start the meat grinder. There was a loud noise, and the meat grinder, having been repaired, began its high-speed rotation, continuously emitting a piercing sound. Looking at the meat grinder, Lin Ziyang clearly realized something. Immediately, he screamed in panic, "Who are you? Who the hell are you?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ho turned around, his deep, calm eyes fixed on him. "You come to my house in the middle of the night and knock on my door, yet you don't even know who I am." As soon as these words left Fong Ho's mouth, Lin Ziyang's pupils suddenly constricted. He immediately recalled everything and cold sweat poured down his face as his complexion turned pale. "You are Fong Ho." Fong Ho smiled, slowly approached him, and replied, "That's right, your reward is that I'll torture you to death." With that, Fong Ho picked up the surgical knife and waved it in front of Lin Ziyang. "At first, to guard against your abilities, I should have blinded both of your eyes. But I want you to see clearly how miserably you are going to die." After finishing his words, Fong Ho walked up behind him, slowly bringing the surgical knife closer to his face. "I've told you before, your life has always been in my hands." At this moment, Lin Ziyang was so scared that his whole body trembled, his voice also beginning to shake. What do you want? I've never met you, I don't have any enmity with you, I only heard that you're a beginner in spiritual power, so I came here hoping to invite you to join the Light Club." The moment he withdrew his words, Fong Ho's expression remained calm, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you're mistaken, actually we do have a grudge. I killed your cousin, don't you want to take revenge for him?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Ziyang was utterly stunned, his sweat pouring down like rain. How does he know my identity? How does he know I came here to avenge him? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ziyang stammered, "My cousin is no good, so if he has to die, let him die." Before he could finish his words, Fong Ho sneered, "That won't do. A family must be neat and orderly. If you kill your cousin, then naturally, I have to kill you too." With that, he raised the knife high. In the blink of an eye, a streak of light flashed by, and Lin Ziyang let out a blood-curdling scream. He had only been slashed by the scalpel, leaving a small cut on his skin, but this minor injury caused him unbearable pain. Furious and confused, Lin Ziyang shouted, "You bastard, what's on your knife? Why does it hurt so much?" Before he could finish his sentence, another flash of silver light zipped by. Lin Ziyang continued to scream in agony, but at this moment, Fong Ho did not stop. Instead, he quickly swung the scalpel, slashing it across Lin Ziyang's body repeatedly. As Lin Ziyang's cries grew louder, Fang Ho's movements became faster. All that could be seen were streaks of light flashing by, but no one could discern where the blade had gone. Until more than 100 stabs later, Lin Ziyang's voice had clearly become hoarse, and the madness on his face had disappeared, leaving only fear, endless fear. He gasped for breath and began pleading with Fang Ho, "Please kill me, kill me." At this moment, Fang Ho calmly looked at him, with no trace of emotion on his face. "It seems you've managed to control your instinct. Then, next, I will ask you a question, and you will answer. What is the purpose of the bronze candle holder, and how is it used?" At this point, Lin Ziyang had been tortured to the point of complete collapse, his mind blank. He hastily replied, "The bronze candle holder can resist the attack of demons. The president lent it to me so I could protect myself during this strange event and break through smoothly. To use it, just drop some blood with spiritual energy into it after lighting it, and it can defend against demons within the range of the candlelight. However, the stronger the demon, the faster the blood will burn." At this moment, Fang Ho looked at him once more and spoke, "How much spiritual essence have you ignited? Why did you lose control?" Hearing this, Lin Ziyang suppressed his pain and quickly replied, "I've ignited 20%, I was just a little short of breaking through to level 2. I couldn't break through to level 2 and ignite more spiritual essence, but my mind kept being polluted, which led to the loss of control." At the same time, Fang Ho stepped forward and walked behind Lin Ziyang, member of the Light Club. "Tell me everything about your ability and the level of spiritual essence you've ignited." At this, Lin Ziyang looked horrified, glancing at Fang Ho behind him. "I'll tell you, but the Light Club is relatively free, and many people deliberately hide their abilities. Specifically, I'm not clear on all the details. For example, I only know that the president is someone who has trained to level 2. The questioning lasted for half an hour. Lin Ziyang had shared all the information he knew. Afterward, he weakly spoke, "I've said everything, quickly, kill me now." But Fang Ho, standing nearby, remained indifferent as he looked at the scalpel. "It's fine, there are still a few thousand more cuts to go. Besides, I never promised that just because you obediently answer, I'd send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziyang completely broke down. He threw his head back and screamed, "You're a swindler, a dishonorable scoundrel." Immediately after, Fang Ho let out a wicked smile, swinging the scalpel in his hand. "Enjoy the pain." After saying this, he laughed maniacally, then landed several more dozen cuts. At this point, Lin Ziyang's condition was clearly abnormal. Although he still felt intense pain, his face had become even more ferocious, his screams gradually fading away. At the same time, in his remaining eye, blood vessels began to appear in increasing numbers, almost merging into a single mass, completely turning red. Moreover, his eyeball was bulging more and more, as though it might pop out at any moment. His mouth continued to scream loudly, "I will kill you, kill you." As Fang Ho delivered a few more stabs, he clearly sensed something was wrong. The scream of Lin Ziyang suddenly ceased. This abrupt silence immediately displeased Fang Ho, who raised his knife and stabbed a few more times. "Why aren't you screaming anymore? Why aren't you screaming anymore?" Suddenly, Lin Ziyang's entire body began to tremble violently, as if countless rats were scurrying beneath his skin. His mouth grew fangs, and his eyes bulged even more. The direction in which the rats seemed to be moving was clearly towards the skull, or more precisely, towards the eyes on the skull. Immediately after, a powerful and strange spiritual force suddenly erupted and spread from Lin Ziyang's body. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ho's eyes gleamed with excitement. "This is uncontrolled spiritual force, it's about to mutate." Fang Ho was extremely excited, but this was also the first time he had humiliated a spiritual practitioner. So, to guard against any accidents, he decided to sever his ability to act. Only 4 beams of light flashed by, and Fang Ho directly severed his arms and legs. As a result, after Lin Ziyang's limbs were cut off, he had just begun to scream and thrash wildly when he immediately started to die. Soon after, his head, which had been held high, also drooped down motionless, with no breath left. Seeing this, Fang Ho frowned and said, "Is he dead? Could it be that, despite being unable to be interrupted, I used too much force?" Just as he was slightly irritated and wiping off the scalpel, he suddenly seemed to hear a kind of crackling sound, soft and soothing, like tentacles moving. Fong Ho looked toward the source of the sound, but after scanning the area, he still couldn't find anything. However, at that very moment, right in front of him, where he couldn't see, Lin Ziyang's remaining eye was actually extending 4 tentacles, resembling those of an octopus, from its socket. At this moment, Fong Ho was incredibly shocked and unable to believe what he was seeing. He stared in disbelief as he saw 4 tentacles latch onto the eye sockets of Lin Ziyang. With a slight pull, the entire eyeball was pulled out of its socket, even making a sound similar to the release of a thermos cap. Seeing this, Fong Ho frowned and immediately retreated more than 10 meters. He could only see that the eye was completely covered in red, with the iris being a coppery brown and the black pupil standing on Lin Ziyang's cheek, looking around. It then quickly crawled up to Lin Ziyang's forehead like a spider. Soon after, it fixed its dark pupil, staring intently at Fong Ho. In almost 0.1 seconds, it locked onto its target, which caused Fong Ho to whiten his eyes. His expression then shifted to a mischievous smile as he gazed at the faintly glowing eyeball and said, "Interesting." The very next moment, the eyeball jumped up with force, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, aggressively darting toward Fong Ho. Seeing this, Fong Ho almost simultaneously swung the scalpel, aiming to slice the distorted eye in half. However, the eyeball had already changed direction in mid-air in an extremely dangerous manner, narrowly slipping past the scalpel. At this point, a popping sound was heard as the eyeball landed on the handle of Fong Ho's scalpel, wrapping itself tightly around it with its elegant tentacles. Observing this, Fong Ho's expression remained unchanged as he quickly withdrew the scalpel from his left hand and swiftly slashed toward the eyeball. The eyeball, much like a wriggling octopus, pushed itself up with all its might, using its elegant tentacles. In the blink of an eye, it had already jumped to Fong Ho's position. Upon seeing this, Fong Ho immediately made a judgment: its target is the eye. Therefore, in the next instant, he abandoned the attempt to catch it by the throat, and instead predicted its movement, reaching for the eye. Sure, here's the translation. Indeed, he had successfully caught the eyeball accurately. At this moment, Fong Ho looked at the eyeball in his hand, and his vision began to focus. He silently rejoiced, "I got you." However, in the next 2 seconds, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the eyeball. Fong Ho immediately felt his vision go dark, his consciousness gradually becoming blurry. His palm involuntarily released its grip, and the eyeball took the opportunity to stab into his right eye. In an instant, Fong Ho's right eye lost its light. He could clearly feel that his right eye was being devoured by the eyeball. A sharp pain surged, instantly waking him up without hesitation. Fong Ho reached out to grab the final tentacle of the eyeball that had not yet fully entered, and the scene was terrifying. An expressionless man, grabbing a tentacle growing from his eye socket. But the tentacle was too slippery, and in the blink of an eye, it slipped out of his hand. With a sharp sound, as if eating noodles, everything rushed into Fong Ho's right eye, but his expression remained calm. To him, this bizarre and trivial scene was nothing at all. The very next moment, he extended his finger and forcefully poked his right eye, but just as he was about to touch the eyeball, his finger suddenly stopped. He had realized that his right eye could see again. Previously, his right eye had been completely consumed, effectively blind, but now, after the strange eyeball entered, he could see once more. So, Fong Ho decided to wait a little longer. Soon, a strange phenomenon appeared. His right eye actually began to move on its own. It was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine one eye remained still while the other spun wildly, even starting to roll up. The black pupil had completely moved to the upper eyelid, then directly flipped inside. At that moment, 2 images simultaneously appeared in Fong Ho's mind. One was the dark warehouse seen through his left eye, the other, seen through his right eye, was a vivid crimson scene filled with tangled blood vessels. He could even see the interior of the refining furnace. At the same time, Lin Ziyang's voice echoed in his mind, "The trump card, you truly didn't deceive me. Fragile flesh and blood, a grotesque ascension, ha ha ha. I have become Lin Ziyang." The voice now was utterly deranged, no longer resembling anything human. More accurately, it was no longer a human voice at all, but something monstrous. "Fong Ho, I will take over your body." I will imprison your consciousness within it, forever. You will suffer forever. Faced with such a bizarre scene, Fong Ho's expression remained completely unmoved. Only when he heard the two words, suffer forever, did he finally smile and say, "You want me to feel pain?" At that moment, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Under the dim light, he looked incredibly eerie. "The pain I feel is greater than yours." At the same time, a strange wave of spiritual fluctuation came from his eyeball, sending a direct pulse to the brain, attacking the mind, while Lin Ziyang's voice echoed again, "Once I control your body, I will use it to devour all your loved ones, making you wish you were never born." He resembled a source of pollution, continuously releasing contamination into Fong Ho's mind, while Lin Ziyang's consciousness controlled the source of the pollution, driving it deep into Fong Ho's psyche. He intended to distort Fong Ho's mind, infecting him with a strange power in order to completely seize this body. However, just as he was about to fully invade Fong Ho's mind, he suddenly froze. At that moment, he uttered a voice full of doubt, "Where am I?" He only felt himself falling into an endless realm of darkness, a darkness that was grotesque, like a black hole that relentlessly devoured everything. Here, there were countless horrifying images of death, rushing towards him in an instant like a collapsing mountain. Even though Lin Ziyang had lost control and his soul had become completely strange, the distortion in Fong Ho's mind still terrified him. Hatred and fury surged like a violent wave, wildly attacking Lin Ziyang. "Kill, kill, kill, revenge, I must have revenge, this world is not worthy of me, Fong Ho's wife, as long as I am alive, you must die, all monsters must die, I will make this world feel the pain." Seeing this, Lin Ziyang was horrified and murmured, "This is not a human mind, this is hell." At this moment, Lin Ziyang suddenly felt, compared to Fong Ho, I am the one who is truly human. But as soon as he realized something was wrong and wanted to retreat, he was horrified to discover that he could no longer move. He was like a solitary boat in the vast ocean, countless negative emotions converging into violent waves that surged and engulfed him, relentlessly overturning him. At the same time, Fong Ho's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. In his mind, Fong Ho's voice had changed, no longer calm like still water, but incredibly ferocious, dark, and eerie like the voice of a hellish demon. It was as if the Fong Ho outside was just a disguise, while the Fong Ho in his mind was the true one. Is that all? Too weak. Let me show you what true pain feels like. As soon as the words left his mouth, with Fong Ho's terrifying meditation, in an instant, endless darkness surged towards Lin Ziyang. It was Fong Ho's dark intuition, carrying within it all the pain he had endured. At this moment, Lin Ziyang endured the pain, letting out a tragic scream, the final scream of his life. His entire body was overwhelmed by endless agony. Meanwhile, Fong Ho, standing outside, had tears of bright red blood falling from his right eye. Fong Ho began muttering, "Lin Ziyang is dead, then I am the master of this bloodline." The very next moment, Fong Ho, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Both of his eyes had restored to their original state, his vision returned to normal, and at the same time, he had acquired Blood Twin. The ability of Blood Twin was that after looking directly into someone's eyes, it could generate a shockwave against the living being, a form of spiritual contamination. In short, anyone who met his gaze would die, and it could also cause hallucinations in those who looked into his eyes. As his thoughts wandered, the bright red in his right eye slowly faded, replaced by a clearly defined black and white eye. Fong Ho seemed to be lost in thought. Could it be that when Lin Ziyang underwent a mutation, his spiritual sense broke through and advanced to the level of a second-tier spirit master, causing the bloodline's power to mutate and become stronger? In addition to acquiring the bloodline, Fong Ho's own spiritual sense also increased, once again rising by 5%. Fong Ho speculated, perhaps it was because Lin Ziyang lost control of his spiritual sense, which then poured entirely into his bloodline, only to be absorbed by him. This made Fong Ho feel joyful after such a long separation. This way, he could become stronger by devouring, and then, he could comfortably kill the monsters. However, at that moment, Fong Ho's smile disappeared. Resting his chin in his hand, he thought, but how can I devour spiritual sense? This time, it was because Lin Ziyang became strange and actively abandoned his body to enter my mind. I may not get such an opportunity again in the future. At this moment, Fang Ho recalled the black trump card and the words Lin Ziyang had spoken when he infiltrated his mind. Fang Ho always kept them in mind, remembering him saying that the reason he became so strange was partly due to the role the black trump card had played. At the same time, Fang Ho began to clean up the aftermath. He threw Lin Ziyang's corpse into the meat grinder, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Fang Ho's face remained expressionless as he muttered to himself, "Although I don't know who this black trump card is, I am very satisfied with this result. Therefore, if there's ever a chance, I must thank him." Very soon, Lin Ziyang had been turned into dog food. Fang Ho tossed it onto the ground and began feeding it to the stray dogs. Fang Ho smiled as he watched. It was at this moment that Fang Ho remembered the brass lamp. This is something the club president lent him. Once they find out about Lin Ziyang, they will definitely send someone to seek revenge. It seems I'll still need to find an opportunity to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Thinking of this, Fang Ho couldn't help but complain, human relationships are really troublesome. When you kill one person, you have to destroy the whole family. At the same time, he found a business card in Lin Ziyang's pocket, which clearly read, Black Rose Bar. Seeing this, Fang Ho thought to himself, right now, I haven't been able to deal with those people in Luduan City, so I'll first come here to find a way. As for the Black Rose Bar, from the outside, it looks like an ordinary bar with not much business, but only those in the circle in Yulin City know how famous this bar is. It's not just a bar, it's also the underground black market of the entire Luduan City. Fang Ho leisurely walked into the bar, his face expressionless as he observed his surroundings. He then slowly made his way to the bar counter. At this moment, he lowered his head, his entire figure hidden under a hood, making his face indistinguishable. This mysterious disguise also piqued the curiosity of the customers present, who all looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Quickly, Fang Ho walked up to the bar and sat down. Seeing this, the bartender wiped a glass, then smiled gently and said, "Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. May I ask what you'd like to drink?" Hearing this, Fang Ho's calm voice came from the darkness, 24 black rose petals. Just now, Fang Ho ordered 24 black rose petals. The bartender immediately stopped wiping the glass, then paused for a moment before replying, "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have that drink here." At this, Fang Ho shook his head. "I don't need alcohol, I need flowers." Upon hearing this, the bartender immediately became more respectful. "Please follow me, sir," he said, then led Fang Ho to a room behind the bar, where there was a door with a code and fingerprint verification. After the verification, the door swung open with a loud noise, revealing a long corridor. The corridor was very dark, and only the faintest outline of the path beneath their feet could be seen. At this moment, the bartender spoke slowly, "Dear guest, please go straight ahead, there will be someone to welcome you inside." Hearing that, Fang Ho nodded and then walked inside. The door with the password code also closed behind him. Following behind, only Fang Ho's footsteps could be heard as he leisurely walked down the hallway, which was very quiet. He quickly reached the end of the hallway, where there was a corner. After rounding the corner, the first thing that caught his eye was an elevator. Two men in suits, with muscular builds, were standing on either side of it. At this point, Fang Ho noticed the bulges on their belts, clearly concealing weapons. The security measures here were even better than those at the investigation bureau. Suddenly, one of the men raised his hand to stop Fang Ho. "Please present your membership card, and when entering the transaction area, you will need to go through a security check as per the regulations. No conflicts are allowed inside, we hope for your understanding." Seeing this, Fang Ho nodded and cooperated with the staff during the check, silently feeling relieved. At the same time, he also rated Lin Ziyang slightly higher. Fortunately, this bar only issued membership cards to those who met the necessary criteria, so registration was mandatory. It seemed that Lin Ziyang was not entirely useless after all, but after the staff confirmed that everything was in order and the membership card was successfully registered, he handed the card to Fang Ho. After checking, Fang Ho successfully entered the elevator. Two staff members respectfully bowed their heads and said, "We wish you a pleasant transaction." The elevator descended quickly, reaching the bathhouse transaction area. As the doors opened, Fong Ho stepped into the transaction hall. There weren't many people in the hall, just over 10 scattered around, but the space was incredibly vast, large enough to accommodate a football field. Seeing this, Fong Ho couldn't help but inwardly praise, there are less than 100 spiritual masters in Luduan City, yet there are more than 10 here. It seems this transaction hall is quite powerful. As soon as Fong Ho had taken 2 steps, a girl with a beautiful face, a slender figure, and a full chest smiled and walked up. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Hearing this, Fong Ho calmly looked at her. "I want to kill someone." At this, the girl remained unfazed, seemingly unshocked by Fong Ho's words. Instead, she continued to smile and said, "Very well, sir. Please follow me." Fong Ho was then taken to a secret reception room. Both of them remained silent, and the atmosphere became extremely quiet. At this moment, Fong Ho calmly looked at her and took the initiative to break the silence. "How much is the president of the light club worth?" Upon hearing this, the beauty's expression did not change much. She seriously looked at Fong Ho. "He is the best among the level 2 spiritual masters. Moreover, targeting him would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire light club. You will need to prepare a lot more personnel. This involves manpower and strength, and I'm afraid." Hearing this, Fong Ho didn't waste words and asked directly, "How much?" In response, the beautiful woman smiled. "For powerful individuals like them, we do not accept money, we only accept currency or valuable spiritual materials of corresponding worth, roughly estimated at 5,000 currency." At this point, Fong Ho was not surprised. After all, he was the leader of a faction of spiritual masters, with subordinates who couldn't be too cheap. Immediately after, Fong Ho asked again, "What about Tan Guan Yuan and Li Jiwei from the Light Club?" Although Tan Guan Yuan isn't a level 2 spiritual master, he is a core member of the club, and would at least require 1,000 currency. As for Li Jiwei, he should be a bit cheaper, around 200 currency. Hearing this, Fong Ho was slightly surprised. Why is he so cheap? At that moment, the beautiful woman smiled at Fong Ho. "Your question touches on some sensitive information. Unless you're sure you want to kill Li Jiwei and pay 100 currency in advance, or separately pay for the information, only then can I tell you." After speaking, Fong Ho did not hesitate for a moment. With a sharp slap, he slammed the briefcase onto the table, causing a few currency notes to fall out. Then, without showing any emotion, he looked at her and said, "Speak." Seeing this, the manager opened the briefcase, unhurriedly arranging the currency inside into neat piles before placing them in front of him. Then, she immediately smiled and said, "Since you've placed the order, I will give you this information. Li Jiwei's ability falls under the sensory system, and his combat ability is relatively weak, so the price is not high. Moreover, he is the cousin of the president of the Light Club." Upon hearing this, Fong Ho was slightly surprised. "Another cousin?" The manager then smirked maliciously. "May I ask if you'd like to cancel the order? However, the deposit is non-refundable." At this, Fong Ho calmly said, "I am targeting the cousin. When will the action take place? And if the operation fails, what should I do?" The beautiful manager smiled and looked at Fong Ho. "The specific time is a secret of the industry, and I cannot disclose it. However, we will get back to you within a week. You can also download any assassination app to track real-time information about the order. After the assassination is successful, you will have 1 month to confirm the target's death and settle the remaining payment within that period. At the same time, your phone will notify you of a new message, so please check your order." Seeing this, the manager briefly glanced over, then smiled and apologized to Fong Ho. "Sorry, there's quite a bit of work to do." After saying that, she stood up from the sofa. "If the assassination fails, you can choose one of 2 options. First, we will refund half of the payment for the task, or second, we will find a stronger assassin for you." After receiving the order, she handed Fong Ho a contract. "Please go through this contract. All the after-sales terms are included, so you can rest assured." However, as soon as Fong Ho took the contract, he felt a strange wave emanating from it. At that moment, he looked at the contract and immediately guessed in his mind, this contract holds the power of the Wailing Demon. At the same time, a glimmer of light flashed in the manager's eyes. the fact that he can accurately deduce the aura of the wailing demon shows that he also possesses the wailing demon, or at least has been in direct contact with it. She then looked at Fong Ho and smiled, saying, "You have a keen eye. This is something used to ensure the validity of the contract, making it easier for us to locate people." Hearing this, Fong Ho looked at the contract in his hand and spoke, "So, even if I sign with a fake name, it won't matter." After saying this, he boldly signed the contract with a large 6, then, without saying another word, stood up, turned around, and walked away. The manager bowed respectfully, "Take care, and we look forward to your next visit." After leaving the underground market, Fong Ho walked around the area several times, using his bloodline ability to investigate for a while. After confirming that no one was following him, he felt relieved and headed home. He didn't mind paying the 200 currency, after all, it could at least blind one of the members of the Light Club, so it was worth it. If not for his lack of funds, he would have directly bought the president's life. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, "Looks like I need to earn money first." The next day, Fong Ho went to the investigation bureau to report. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, following Wang Dahai's arrangement, also arrived at the bureau. He gave a thumbs up and grinned widely, "Brother Ho, you've joined the investigation bureau too?" Fong Ho simply responded with a short yeah. A little while later, the two of them went to the bureau chief's office to exchange information. From Wang Dahai's words, they learned that strange monsters were currently invading, and the situation across the country was becoming increasingly dire. Meanwhile, the internal situation of the department was also in disarray. According to investigations, several corporations and families were secretly nurturing their own spiritual masters, and some even conspired with foreign spiritual master forces. Therefore, Fong Ho's superiors wanted him to stay temporarily at the department for further training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. "That's great, Ho, you don't have to leave anymore." At this moment, Yang Ming also smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. He patted Fong Ho on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Fong Ho, from now on, we're comrades. Whatever you need, just tell me and I'll do my best to help." Fong Ho remained expressionless, saying nothing. At this point, Wang Dahai looked at Yang Ming and inquired, "What's the status of the Ace of Spades investigation, and how is Xiaobai's condition now?" Hearing this, Yang Ming immediately stopped smiling and, with a serious expression, began to recount the progress of the investigation. At present, they have only discovered that behind the Ace of Spades is a large organization called Spadecard. This organization is deeply hidden, and it seems unlikely to be a local force. It's very likely related to the Bureau. After that, he showed a smug look. As for Xiaobai, his spirit is quite stable, but he still cannot act freely. Hearing this, Wang Dahai pondered for a moment. "Alright, continue investigating the Spadecard, and let Xiaobai rest assured to recover, not needing to worry about the Bureau's matters. As for Fong Ho and Zhang Hao, you two are still new spiritual masters, so focus on the training first. Once you meet the requirements, we will arrange missions for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao smiled brightly, nodding repeatedly, while Fong Ho remained the same, his expression unchanged, lost in thought. The Ace of Spades disguised as a perverted demon, the King of Spades knows how to transform into a strange monster. This organization seems interesting. I wonder if there are any other experts. I must find an opportunity to make contact in the future. Just now, Fong Ho and Zhang Hao had started training. They were currently learning the basic theory of the 108 methods for dealing with strange monsters, as well as how to better control their own spiritual energy. Fong Ho, on the other hand, was lying on his back with his feet up on the table, asleep, while Zhang Hao, thinking about the short video from earlier, immediately started drooling, his face turning red as he stared at the female teacher lecturing at the podium. This is the real-life version of a female teacher arguing stubbornly. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and soon it was afternoon. In the afternoon, there was a practical session, and Zhang Hao was seen with a small watermelon on his head, his face full of panic as he repeatedly begged, I lost, Ho, please spare me." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a whoosh, and a bullet quickly shot toward him. A loud pop echoed, and the watermelon on Zhang Hao's head shattered into pieces, leaving him drenched in cold sweat from fear. In this way, Fong Ho and Zhang Hao repeated the training process for an entire week. At this moment, Fong Ho loaded his gun, and couldn't help but complain inwardly, "It's been a week already, when will I finally receive a mission and encounter some strange monsters? Doing the same repetitive training every day is so boring. But it's been this long, surely the black red flower should have some response by now." Thinking this, Fong Ho immediately took out his phone to check, and at the same time, Zhang Hao, holding a small watermelon, gave a dismissive look and said, "This watermelon isn't even as good as Fei Fei's." Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on Fong Ho's face. It turned out that he had seen a message on the murderer app, which clearly displayed the news he had been waiting for: "Your order has been completed. Please be sure to receive your goods." Meanwhile, on top of a skyscraper in the Luduan city urban area, from a distance, a group of men and women in suits could be seen. It was clear they were a gathering of elites. The expression on their faces was one of cold sweat, and they were all silent, looking grim. The leader of the group was a young man around 20 years old, tall, with a handsome face, wearing a custom-made white suit. He had a dark, grim expression as he sipped his wine. Right after that, with a snap, he suddenly slammed the expensive wine glass in his hand onto the floor, and the glass shards and wine scattered everywhere. Immediately, he became furious, clenched his jaw, and said, "Lin Ziyang is missing, the brass candlestick is nowhere to be found, my cousin has also been assassinated, who the hell did this? Someone is clearly targeting me, targeting the light club, damn it." At that moment, those present saw the man in a fit of rage, and each of them had an awkward expression, some even showing signs of fear. Just then, a woman in a long red wine-colored dress spoke up in a soft, coquettish tone, "Oh." At the same time, she swayed her slender waist like a snake, walked toward the man, and plopped down onto his lap. He could only see her with an alluring expression, her tall figure, and in all the right places, full where it needed to be, slender where it should be. "All right, young Master Ma, don't be angry." She then placed the wine glass with the lipstick mark in front of young Master Ma. The man took the wine, looked at the lipstick mark, and then drank it down in large gulps. However, after just a few sips, young Master Ma's face darkened. He stared at the glass and asked, "What is this smell?" At that moment, the woman blushed, raised her hand to make an OK gesture, and then placed it to her lips. She immediately giggled and said, "Guess what it is?" The man, muscular and strong, completely lost his temper. His gaze turned fierce, like a tiger descending a mountain. He suddenly shoved the woman in the red dress away. "You slut, are you using the mouth that's been on someone else to touch me?" But the woman seemed to have predicted this. She quickly twisted her waist to dodge, then looked at him with a smiling face. "Don't say such harsh things. You're scaring me half to death. I was just having fun with them, but with you, I'm being serious." With that, she confidently patted her chest and said, "Darling, leave this task to me. In a week, I'll make sure you're satisfied." Ha 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 ha. Just now, Xiaobai had removed the bandages, taken off his fashionable mummy outfit, and was lying on the bed video calling Wang Dahai. The doctor said that he could basically function normally now, but he still couldn't fight yet. Seeing this, Wang Dahai relaxed his expression. "In that case, Xiaobai, you should just continue to rest and recover. As for the monster at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, for now, we'll have to send someone else to rescue Yang Yinbing's team. Just go ahead." At this point, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Yang Yinbing is also an experienced spiritual master. Leading a team to deal with a D-level ghost shouldn't be a problem. But what about Fong Ho? After all, he has already been to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital and returned safely. Shouldn't we let him go with them? Wang Dahai firmly shook his head. Fong Ho is very important. Moreover, he's still a rookie spiritual master. I should arrange for him to handle the D-level ghost event first. Once he gains more experience and his spiritual sense improves, then I'll assign him C-level missions. He'll grow step by step. Hearing that, Yang Ming looked at him with a look of contempt. "You're overprotecting him. Besides, what's the difference between C rank and D rank?" As soon as he spoke, Wang Dahai's face immediately darkened, and he frowned as he scolded, "You bastard, for a 3RD level spirit master like you, of course, C rank and D rank are nothing. If you and Xiaobai were leading the team, then he could go, or even go to the more dangerous demon world. But right now, you're investigating the card incident, and Xiaobai is still bedridden. Of course, safety should come first. Don't you understand this principle? At the same time, Xiaobai also chimed in, your ability is just luck. Even if someone dies, it won't be you, so of course, you don't care. Hearing that, Yang Ming suddenly became serious. A man must go through trials and tribulations, not live like a flower in a greenhouse. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Dahai shouted, get out of here, go call Feng Ho to come here for me. Yang Ming, with a dissatisfied expression, retorted, if you want him called, just do it. Why are you shouting? You're disturbing Xiaobai while he's recovering. Xiaobai, unable to bear it any longer, reluctantly put down the phone, raised his hand to cover his face, and showed a helpless expression. Not long after, Feng Ho arrived at the office and sat across from Wang Dahai. At this moment, Wang Dahai had a serious expression on his face. Feng Ho, the reason I've called you here is because there's an extremely difficult task that I need to assign to you. Feng Ho calmly responded, I will not take on any task unrelated to ghosts. Immediately afterward, Wang Dahai handed him the investigation report. This time, it's you who will go investigate and resolve the strange event in Heishui Hamlet. Seeing this, Feng Ho showed interest and immediately took the document to examine it carefully. Heishui Hamlet, I have never heard of this village. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai's expression became serious. It's not surprising that you don't know about this village. Heishui Hamlet is a small, remote village located in the mountainous outskirts of Luduan City. Due to the poor roads, this village is rarely visited, so not many people are aware of it. Heishui Hamlet has a river called Heishuiha, and the villagers named their village after the river. In recent years, several villagers have drowned in Heishuiha. At first, people thought these were just ordinary drowning accidents, but according to the villagers' accounts, there is a water monster in Heishuiha that pulls people's legs when they swim in the river. And even stranger events have occurred since then. Captain Wang continued, it is said that there was a villager who was sleeping in his house, but when he woke up, he found himself lying by the riverbank. Moreover, half of his body was submerged in the water. If he hadn't woken up in time, he would have likely drowned. In Heishui Hamlet, there are many such strange legends. After the investigation department looked into it, they tentatively determined that a mysterious event had occurred and labeled it as a water demon, giving it an initial classification of level C. At this point, Feng Ho, while listening to Wang Dahai's description, was also reviewing the documents in his hands, his expression pensive. This was because the investigation department rewarded 10 Soul Su for handling a level D mysterious event. A level C event would earn 100 Soul Su, while a level B event would yield 1000 Soul Su, with the rewards increasing accordingly. Feng Ho's salary would also double. In other words, if they could solve the water demon case this time, Feng Ho would be able to buy another life for the Light Club. At the same time, Wang Dahai looked at him with a serious expression. Since this is your first time going on a mission, and your abilities are highly classified, I will assign Shenling Shui to lead the team. You, along with Zhang Haoan and newly recruited spiritual master from the investigation bureau, will carry out this mission together. Feng Ho continued to look at the report, nodding in agreement. At the same time, a wicked expression appeared on Feng Ho's face as he pondered deeply. It's been a week since he last came into contact with demonic. He misses the feeling of stabbing a knife into a demonic's body. Although in recent days, he has tried to take revenge for his wife a few times, the gap between them is too large, to the point that before he could even act, his wife had counterattacked, undergoing reincarnation. He truly feels nothing at all. Just as Feng Ho was lost in thought, a killing intent unintentionally emanated from him, causing Wang Dahai to feel a sense of fear. The killing intent is so intense. As expected, this young spiritual master is just as the psychological report described, so vengeful. After regaining his composure, Wang Dahai suddenly remembered something and looked at Feng Ho with a fearful expression. Oh right, the bureau has arranged a partner for you, a regular person, to help you with some trivial tasks, similar to Shenling Shui and assistant Li Wenhao. That's the standard of the investigation bureau. Having said that, seeing that Feng Ho didn't object, he picked up the phone on the desk and quickly dialed the number. In no time, the internal call was connected. Kohan, come to my office. On the other end of the phone, there was the sound of chairs and tables being moved, followed by a soft voice of a woman. Yes, director, I'll be there right away. A little while later, Fong Ho slightly tilted his ear, hearing hurried footsteps. However, as the footsteps approached the office, they suddenly slowed down, followed by the sound of clothes being adjusted and heavy breathing. Come on, Kohan, you'll be fine. Soon, a knock on the door was heard. After receiving Wang Dahai's consent, Kohan pushed open the door and saw a petite woman with fair, delicate skin and a graceful face. Her cheeks were slightly flushed due to nervousness, and she stood at the door hesitantly greeting him. Upon seeing this, Wang Dahai nodded and pointed at Fong Ho, beginning to introduce Kohan. This is Fong Ho. From now on, you will work with him. At the same time, Fong Ho glanced at Kohan, who was standing at the door with a thoughtful expression. A distinguished student who has been rigorously trained by the Investigation Bureau, it is impossible not to know that a spiritual master's martial sense far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Deliberately choosing to stand outside the door to motivate oneself is clearly something meant to be overheard. At that moment, Kohan immediately turned towards Fong Ho, bowed 90 degrees, and said, "Hello, Mr. Fong. My name is Suwa Kohan, and my identification number is 1327. Before she could finish speaking, Fong Ho stood up abruptly, ignoring him completely as he walked past, saying tersely, "Alright, add me as a friend later and send me your number. If I don't reach out first, don't text me unless it's something important." Seeing this, Suwa Kohan lifted her head, her eyes briefly showing a mixture of surprise and hurt, but Fong Ho didn't stop. He walked out on his own, and his deep voice rang out, "Nice acting, but don't bother next time." Upon hearing this, Suwa Kohan was left with a face full of questions, standing dazed for a moment. A while later, when Fong Ho had already left the investigation department, he suddenly received a message, a friend request from Suwa Kohan. Looking at her profile picture, Fong Ho couldn't help but think, that little girl selling candy outside the Chung apartment complex. She seems harmless, but in reality, her mind runs deep. After Fong Ho agreed to become friends, Kohan sent a short message, "Brother Fong, perhaps you misunderstood me about something, but it's okay. Sooner or later, I will prove my professional ability to you so that you can recognize it. I hope you can help me more in the future work." At this moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Brother Ho, I've been waiting for you." Fong Ho glanced over and saw Xinling Shui leaning against the car, looking impatient. "You're already acting like this, even a snail would be faster than you." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was smiling brightly, waving his hand in greeting. Unfazed by the urgency, Fong Ho leisurely got into the car. In addition to Xinling Shui and Zhang Hao, there was also a fat man in the car. At that moment, he pointed at himself with a smug expression. "Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Lu Dan Ming, one word for handsome. I am also one of the seniors in this investigation. You can just call me Handsome Brother. I specialize in space systems, water systems, and teleportation abilities." Immediately after that, Zhang Hao turned his head with a look of admiration on his face. "Handsome guy, can you really teleport? I thought my ability was already strong enough, but I didn't expect you to be even stronger." Seeing this, the chubby guy curiously asked, "What's your ability?" Upon hearing that, Zhang Hao blushed instantly, looked toward Xinling Shui who was sitting in front, and stammered without being able to say a word. Xinling Shui, who was driving, saw this scene through the rearview mirror and let out a cold snort. "If you've awakened such an ability, then don't be shy to say it." Right after, she smiled faintly and spoke in a calm voice, "Since I'm the team leader, I'll start with myself. Let me briefly introduce everyone's abilities. Mine is fire, Fong Ho's is perception, and the chubby guy already mentioned his. As for Zhang Hao, he's too embarrassed to say it himself. It's the ability of sexuality." The moment these three words left Xinling Shui's mouth, Zhang Hao immediately turned red with embarrassment. The chubby guy sitting next to him laughed so hard that tears rolled down his face. "Good heavens, my friend, you're truly a talent. Sexual ability, what on earth are you thinking? How's that supposed to help you deal with ghosts? Or are you planning to use it to, well, you know, have relations with a ghost?" While the chubby guy was laughing with glee, Xinling Shui splashed him with a cold bucket of water, and you dare mock others? You can only teleport 10 centimeters in an hour, what's there to brag about? At these words, the chubby guy's laughter suddenly stopped, as if he had turned to stone. He stood frozen in place, only for Zhang Hao to burst into laughter, signaling the distance with his hand. Ha ha ha. 10 centimeters? That's still less than half of what I can do. Seeing this, the chubby guy exploded in rage, shouting, that was before. Now I've improved. I can teleport 20 centimeters in half an hour. Then, the two people began arguing loudly, exchanging harsh words. At this moment, Xinling Shui was driving and heard the noisy quarrel, her face showing irritation. Immediately after, a stream of purple fire shot toward the two people sitting in the seats. There was a soft hiss, the argument stopped, and the two immediately fell silent, lowering their heads as if they were having a conversation with each other. At the same time, Xinling Shui shouted sternly, enough, from now on, if anyone dares to say another word, I will throw that person off the car and make them walk to Heishui Hamlet. Hearing this, the two had no time to wipe their faces and simultaneously shouted, sorry, we obey your orders. As for Feng Ho, he had remained completely indifferent from the beginning, saying not a word. However, deep inside, he had some doubts. For such a serious demonic incident, they only sent a first-level spiritual master and 3 people who are incapable of direct combat to handle it. Could it be that the mission is too simple, or is it because the investigation bureau is so understaffed? Feng Ho did not know this. Perhaps arriving at the village would make the situation clear. A few hours later, the vehicle passed through the mountainous region and finally reached Heishui Hamlet. At this point, everyone got off the vehicle at the village entrance, and a light breeze blew through, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. A few people stood there, looking at the village. All they could see was that the village was surrounded by mountains, with the terrain being rugged and treacherous. In the middle of the village flowed a very long river, the Heishui, which, due to the geology of the area, was very deep, and the sunlight couldn't penetrate it. From a distance, the river appeared to be black. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the weak sunlight cast an eerie glow over the entire Heishui Hamlet, making the village seem even gloomier, especially as the mountain paths grew steeper. The vehicle could no longer pass through, so everyone grabbed their luggage and began walking toward the village. However, as they neared the perimeter of Heishui Hamlet, they noticed a flame hovering in the air. Moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, the flame was heading directly toward Feng Ho and his group. In the dark and gloomy mountain village, which was even more eerie and terrifying, Feng Ho's calm voice suddenly echoed, "There is someone ahead." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was so frightened that he was speechless. By this time, the sky had turned pitch black, and it was impossible to see anything clearly. It was a young man helping an old man walk toward them. "Is that you, Miss Shin, from the television station?" The flame they had seen earlier was actually the oil lamp the old man was holding. The two figures, bathed in the dim light, looked extremely eerie. Upon hearing this, Xinling Shui smiled and took a step forward, seemingly unafraid of the darkness. "Yes, it's me, sir." "Is it Village Head Wang from the internet?" At this moment, the old man had approached, and the light from the oil lamp illuminated everyone. Finally, they could clearly make out the appearance of the two individuals. Only Village Head Wang was seen bowing his head in response. "That's right, this is my grandson, Wang Fuka. Miss Shin, you've had a hard journey, you must be starving. Let's head back to my place so my daughter-in-law can prepare some food for you." Under the guidance of Village Head Wang, Feng Ho's group finally entered Heishui Hamlet. Xinling Shui continuously declined the offer from Village Head Wang. "There's no need to trouble you, Village Head. We already ate on the way. It's nothing, driving all day is tiring, so we'll just rest early." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Village Head Wang led them to their rooms. Xinling Shui followed him to her room, saw him off, and then immediately rushed to the bathroom, enjoying a hot shower. At that moment, Xinling Shui reached up to touch the light pink tattoo, as if she wanted to do something, but suddenly her expression changed. She stopped her movement and hurriedly dressed, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I should still be careful when I'm outside." She was only seen wearing a nightgown, walking into the living room, drying her hair while looking at the three of them. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Hearing that, the chubby man turned his head, his expression gloomy. No. Seeing this, Shenlingshue nodded. If there's nothing, then get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to Heishui Ha. According to the documents, demonic is highly likely to be connected to Heishui Ha. Suddenly, Fang Ho calmly spoke up, hair. Upon hearing that, Shenlingshue immediately turned her head and looked at Fang Ho. What did you say? It turned out that Fang Ho had noticed, the quality of the villager's hair is remarkably good, especially village head Wang. He's already in his 70s or 80s, but not a single gray strand. Hearing this, the chubby man was caught off guard. Maybe he dyes and conditions his hair. But to Fang Ho's eyes, that explanation seemed completely unnecessary. At the same time, Shenlingshue lowered her head in thought, then nodded in agreement. Fang Ho is right. Heishui is such a small village, everyone knows each other. Village head Wang is really a traditionalist, there's no need for him to dye his hair. Besides, to buy hair dye, you'd have to go all the way to the town, which is a few hours' drive from the city corner. It's too much trouble. After saying this, she looked at the three of them, her expression serious. You three should sleep in the same room, it's best to take turns keeping watch. Before she finished speaking, Fang Ho suddenly stood up and walked outside. This sudden action made Shenlingshue feel suspicious. Seeing this, Zhang Hao quickly asked, Brother Ho, where are you going? Aren't you sleeping with us? What if you run into a ghost all alone? But Fang Ho did not answer and walked out of the room by himself. Because, compared to encountering a demon alone, he was more worried about everyone gathering together. On the contrary, this would prevent the demonic from appearing. Moreover, what made him most suspicious was that since entering Heishui Hamlet, Fang Ho had discovered that there wasn't a single demonic here. After observing, he went into the room, lay on the bed, and fell into deep thought. Since there were no demonic beings, Fang Ho had only encountered them once before, and that was at the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Because the demonic had merged into reality, it had transformed from nothingness into something tangible. Could it be that Heishui Hamlet was also demonic, but the demonic here didn't manifest? However, at the psychiatric hospital, there was no phone signal, while here, although it was a mountainous area with poor reception, there was still some network. Based on this suspicion, Fang Ho quickly fell asleep. By midnight, around 3 a.m., the sound of flowing water echoed in Fang Ho's ears. In his groggy state, he suddenly felt disoriented, as if the air around him had become increasingly cold. Suddenly, Fang Ho's eyes snapped open, and he quickly sat up, looking around. Has it appeared? Before him was an impenetrable darkness, nothing was visible, but the strangest thing was that he vaguely felt the bed was slowly moving, accompanied by the sound of running water. At this moment, he suddenly realized something, hurriedly grabbing his phone from the bed, and turned on its flashlight. The blinding light pierced through the night, illuminating the scene beneath the bed, revealing a flowing river. Seeing this, Fang Ho was astonished, and immediately made a guess, is this Heishui Ha? Around him, there were several dark figures. He directed the flashlight towards them and discovered that it was none other than Shenlingshue. Zhang Hao and the others were deep in sleep when he came over. As soon as Shenlingshue sensed his presence, she immediately woke up, then cautiously sat up on the bed. Hearing this, Fang Ho calmly responded, It's me. At that moment, Shenlingshue's expression suddenly changed. She quickly hugged herself and questioned him, When did you come into my room? What do you want? Fang Ho, unhurried, shook his phone and said, Look at the situation first, then we'll talk. After that, he shouted loudly towards Zhang Hao and the fat guy, Hey, wake up. At the same time, Shenlingshue took a clear look at everything around her, and her face instantly changed. She quickly took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and looked around. It was pitch dark, and under the bed, there was water. Shenlingshue, confused, asked, Where are we? What's going on? At that moment, Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes and woke up from his dream. Ho, what's going on? Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed toward him, and he yelled in surprise, Damn it! It turned out that the fat guy, upon seeing the scene around him, was so frightened he didn't know what to do. He panicked and clung to Zhang Hao, as if grasping onto a lifeline. Where is this? Weren't we sleeping? Why are we suddenly on a river? This doesn't make sense at all. Zhang Hao, strong and sturdy, was also startled by this sudden action, which made him feel quite scared. Fat guy, don't move around, with your weight, if you keep moving, the bed will flip over. Ho, save me. But at this moment, Fang Ho didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he calmly observed the surroundings. He quickly realized, this is He Shueha, demonic has appeared, and we're moving towards the center of He Shueha. Soon after, he shined his flashlight towards the center of He Shueha and vaguely saw a black, deep, and vast vortex, like a giant mouth of an abyss that seemed to want to swallow them. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao and the fat guy's faces changed, and they immediately clung to each other. It's a vortex, we need to run. The fat guy panicked and responded, run? How? There's water everywhere. Then the two of them began arguing, it's fine, I can swim. The fat guy immediately cursed, what good is swimming? What if there's a demonic waiting underwater for you to jump in? Hearing the arguing, Xinling Shui felt her head was about to explode. At this moment, her face turned pale, full of anger. The next second, she yelled at the two of them, shut up, all of you. No one is allowed to go into the water, use the paddles. As a result, Zhang Hao and the chubby man immediately separated, each rowing on one side. Fang Ho, on the other hand, stood calmly by the side, observing. However, in his eyes, using paddles was a foolish method. A demonic being could silently move someone to He Shueha, so how could it be so easy for someone to leave? The chubby man kept paddling, but there was no sign of movement. Soon after, he looked toward Zhang Hao in panic and whispered, this isn't working, we've been paddling for a while and there's no movement. Could something under the water be pulling us? Hearing this, a sense of fear rose within Zhang Hao. Just as the words left his mouth, Xinling Shui beside him immediately interrupted his thoughts. This demonic creature can control the waters of He Shueha, which is its domain. Therefore, you must never go into the water. Moreover, although I am the strongest in terms of combat power in the team, my fire abilities conflict with water, which greatly limits my effectiveness. So, I can only protect myself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao, as usual, looked toward Fang Ho. Brother Ho, what should we do now? The vortex is getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's expression changed, and the panic he had just felt instantly turned into curiosity. Brother Ho, what are you doing? He saw Fang Ho taking everything out of his backpack, which contained ropes, a military shovel, pliers, and a variety of other tools that had been prepared in advance. At this moment, Fang Ho held the rope and the engineer's shovel, tying the two together. Afterward, he stood up, twirled the tool in his hand, and observed his surroundings, searching for a suitable throwing point. In the next second, he suddenly threw the engineer's shovel, which, along with the rope, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, quickly flying toward the tree trunk and precisely landing between the branches. He then tested it by pulling strongly a few times to confirm it was secure before immediately turning his head to look at the other three. Everyone, gather around and hold on to my rope. As they grabbed the rope and started moving slowly, Xinling Shui suddenly noticed that a demonic creature was pulling the bed, causing it to steadily sink. The bed continued to descend, and soon, it was entirely submerged in the water. At that moment, seeing that the distance to the shore was only about 3 meters, Zhang Hao immediately smiled and said, Ho, we really have to rely on you now. But just then, Xinling Shui suddenly noticed something strange. She gasped in shock and shouted, the vortex in the center has disappeared. Hearing that, everyone turned to look back, their faces filled with fear, while Fang Ho calmly thought, the whirlwind is very likely the hiding place of the demonic, but now that the whirlwind has disappeared, it means it may have spared us. However, the likelihood of this is low, so there is only one other possibility left, it has come straight to us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately became frightened, dropping the rope and shouting something in panic. The next moment, everyone suddenly felt their bodies sinking, or more precisely, the bed was sinking. Upon seeing this, Xunling Shui's face instantly changed, this demonic is pulling the bed. She quickly shone her flashlight down into the water, but the dark, murky water seemed to swallow up the light, making it impossible to see clearly. She could only vaguely make out something in the water that seemed to resemble black hair, darker than the river water, swimming below. At this moment, Shenling Shui clenched her delicate white hand, and a blazing flame appeared in her palm. With a soft sound, she threw the flame towards the river. The water instantly began to bubble and boil, with a thick cloud of steam rising into the air. However, it had no effect, and the bed continued to sink. At this point, the bed had already sunk more than halfway, about to be completely submerged. Seeing this, Shenling Shui was unwilling to accept it. She didn't want to die here like this. So, she continuously threw flames into the water, like attacks on the surface that had no effect on the demonic. She could only watch helplessly as the bed kept sinking, until finally, the bed of everyone completely disappeared underwater. Everyone fell into the water. At this moment, the fat man struggled in the water, repeatedly swallowing several gulps of cold river water. "Help me, I can't swim." In a panic, the fat man clung tightly to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao immediately felt out of breath. "Damn fat man, let go of me." Seeing that, Fang Ho struck his hand onto the fat man's neck, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Zhang Hao successfully lifted his head out of the water, gasping for air, while using his other hand to pull the fat man along. "Damn it, the fat man almost got me killed." "Thanks, Ho." Everyone then followed the rope towards the shore, while the fat man was tied up with a rope. At that moment, Zhang Hao noticed that Fang Ho suddenly stopped. In panic, he asked, "Ho, aren't we going ashore?" At the same time, Shenling Shui curiously asked, "Why haven't the demonic creature made its move, even though we've fallen into the water?" Hearing this, Fang Ho immediately turned around and glared at Shenling Shui. Upon seeing this, Shenling Shui blushed. She was now in a state of undress, and the next moment, her face turned bright red as she hurriedly covered her chest and asked, "What are you staring at?" Fang Ho calmly replied, "Shenling Shui, light the fire." "The water's fire. The water demon is wary of your ability. It will only appear when your energy is depleted. That will be our chance to deal with it." Hearing that, Shenling Shui immediately became fearful. "So what should we do once my spiritual energy is exhausted and the demonic appears?" "None of you are capable of fighting directly." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Ho looked at her seriously. "It's fine, I'll take action." I can see a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Shenling Shui hesitated for a moment but ultimately complied. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers with a loud crack. A blazing, fiery flame erupted. At the same time, Zhang Hao, standing nearby, casually said, "It's so warm, it's like taking a hot spring bath." As Shenling Shui continuously ignited the fire, 10 minutes later, she could no longer bear it. "Exhausted," she said, "I can't do it anymore, my spiritual energy is depleted." The flames gradually faded, and once again, darkness enveloped the surroundings. All that could be heard was the sound of water flowing, and no other sounds could be detected. Fang Ho remained calm, his eyes unwavering as he observed the area. As soon as Shenling Shui's spiritual energy was exhausted, Fang Ho focused intently, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly shouted in fear, "Water, there's something in the water demon is coming." Hearing this, Fang Ho immediately turned around to look in the direction Zhang Hao pointed, and saw several black, snake-like shapes slithering in the dark water. Seeing this, Shenling Shui's intuition was completely depleted, and she nervously looked at Fang Ho. "What should we do now?" At the same time, Zhang Hao looked at Fang Ho with surprise. "Ho has always been so calm, but why do I feel like he's excited now, almost like a lustful man who hasn't been relieved in a long time, finally witnessing the alluring scene of a woman, pretending to be pure, but this isn't an illusion." At this moment, Fang Ho was truly extremely excited, and it could be seen in his eyes, as if there was an intense, suppressed joy, and without hesitation, he charged straight into the water. Underwater, before Fang Ho's eyes was a pitch-black void, with only faint glimpses of what appeared to be water snakes swimming rapidly toward him. Immediately, he activated the bloodline of his right eye, and countless red hues suddenly appeared, densely filling the entire area. Until the entire white of his eye was covered by the red, only a single pupil, like a copper coin, floated in his eye, aided by the angle provided by the blood pupil. Fang Ho was suddenly taken aback by the scene before him. It turned out that the dark water snakes were actually hair, and these strands of hair looked remarkably similar to the ones he had seen on the village chief earlier, both dark and glossy. These strands of hair continued to advance toward Fong Ho, seemingly intending to wrap around him and drag him to the bottom of the water, but how could Fong Ho allow that to happen? He swiftly flashed a silver gleam from his hand, and a scalpel exuding a cold and eerie aura quickly sliced toward the strands of hair. After several slashes, the strands of hair were immediately severed, but once cut, they behaved like severed tentacles, suddenly retracting at an incredibly fast speed, diving down to the bottom of the river. Seeing this, Fong Ho became extremely angry. He hated this type of demonic the most. Not only did they pretend to be gods and demons, but when attacked, they ran away, unable to enjoy the thrill of killing demonic. At that moment, Fong Ho did not hesitate for a second and immediately dove to the bottom of the river. He had activated his spiritual sense, and his body became as nimble as a happy fish. He chased in the direction, his hair retracting. Finally, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. "Found you. Let's see where you can run now." Upon reaching the bottom of the lake, the figure of the demonic appeared before his eyes. It was a female corpse dressed in white, with skin pale to the point that her face was unrecognizable, as it had swollen and rotted beyond recognition. Even her eyes and mouth had decayed, leaving only two hollow eye sockets, greenish in color. However, this female corpse had long, shiny black hair. Her hair was so long that it floated beneath the water, spreading everywhere and continuously wriggling. From a distance, it looked like a dense mass of food. Seeing this, Fong Ho grew even more excited. The blood-red pupil in his eye even flashed with a crimson light as he lunged straight toward the female corpse, brandishing the scalpel in his hand and hacking repeatedly at her hair. Perhaps this act had enraged the corpse, for her hair writhed like tens of thousands of water snakes, wriggling and surging toward Fong Ho. Yet Fong Ho showed no fear. His right eye widened suddenly, emitting a strange red glow. Under the illumination of that bloodshot eye, the female corpse seemed to be struck by a powerful blow, even letting out a shrill, miserable scream. The hair that had been sweeping across the water rushed toward him but suddenly recoiled, as if terrified by something. At that moment, however, Fong Ho began to feel dizzy from holding his breath underwater for too long, and the lack of oxygen started to take its toll. But he did not stop. Instead, he took advantage of the female corpse's moment of agony, trying to swim closer to her, because he had to make demonic feel pain. But just then, the female corpse seemed to sense danger, as the pale, swollen hand approached her swiftly and grasped Fong Ho's neck. At that moment, the female corpse clutched his neck tightly, cold and hard like iron clamps. A sharp pain and the feeling of suffocation rushed in, yet this did not deter Fong Ho's actions. Instead, it made him even more exhilarated. At this point, Fong Ho's expression grew increasingly ferocious and terrifying. In the very next second, a slicing sound rang out as Fong Ho violently swung the scalpel in his hand. The sharp blade immediately slashed across the female corpse's forehead, and right after, as if slicing through tofu, it slid smoothly down from her forehead, to her eyebrows, down the bridge of her nose to her mouth. These areas instantly split open, forming a wound several centimeters deep. Fong Ho even saw the rotting brain wound in the white bones. With just one strike, under the enhancement of the pain power, the female corpse couldn't even scream. The hands that had been strangling her throat unconsciously let go, lying motionless on the spot. Seeing this, Fong Ho silently sighed. "I haven't even used my full pain power, yet 2 stabs were enough to kill her." A demonic being capable of controlling water is so weak. But before Fong Ho could react, the female corpse's head detached from the body, swiftly darting away. It was like a black ball floating at an incredibly fast speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. Seeing this, killing intent flared up in Fong Ho's eyes. Interesting. So this is the true form of a water demon. With a sudden explosion, Fong Ho shot up from the water. Zhang Hao and the others quickly looked back, relieved to see it was just Fong Ho. At this moment, Fong Ho took a few deep breaths, and only then did he manage to calm down a little. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he spoke up first. "It's a pity that demonic got away, let's head to the shore first." After speaking, everyone pulled the rope and carefully moved toward the shore. As for the chubby guy, he was dragged by Zhang Hao and Shen Ling Shui, sluggish and struggling, but they managed to pull him up onto the shore with great difficulty. As soon as they reached the shore, Xinling Shui immediately began performing artificial respiration by pressing on the chubby guy's chest. Then she looked at Zhang Hao with a panicked expression. "Help him first, Mr. Lu needs artificial respiration, who will do it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hao instinctively took a step back, then angrily pointed at him and retorted, "Why, I'm not doing it." At that moment, Fang Ho walked up to the chubby guy. Seeing this, Xinling Shui was flustered, her face briefly showing an odd expression. Then, her small face turned a shade of pink, and she looked at Fang Ho. "Fang Ho, you don't." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Ho slapped the chubby guy hard on the face, pressing down on it while adding a little more force, causing intense pain. Seeing this, Xinling Shui was extremely shocked and confused. Immediately after, the chubby man started coughing and spitting out water as the painful energy hit him. His heart began to race, and the next moment, the chubby man clutched his face and screamed in pain, quickly sitting up from the ground. "I thought someone hit me, it hurts like hell." At this point, Xinling Shui's expression turned somewhat grim. She angrily looked at the chubby man and asked, "Were you pretending to faint just now?" As soon as she spoke, Zhang Hao, unconcerned about the potential consequences, shouted, "Well done, you damn fatso. Were you trying to trick the investigator into kissing you?" Upon hearing this, the chubby man immediately cried out in protest, "I wasn't pretending to faint, I swear I really passed out." At the same time, Fang Ho calmly observed the flowing river. "Earlier, down in the water, I saw a female corpse. After I attacked her, her hair separated on its own and escaped. Therefore, I deduced that the hair is the actual body of demonic, and the female corpse is merely being controlled by it." At this point, Fang Ho emphasized, "Village chief, their hair looks exactly like the hair of the female corpse. We can't go back tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Xinling Shui lowered her head in contemplation. "The hair of the female corpse. Then tonight we'll set up camp here. When morning comes and my spiritual power is restored, we'll deal with that water demon. Since that water demon could be driven away by someone as clueless as you, its combat strength likely isn't that high. As long as you all can think of a way to lure it ashore, I'll use fire to finish it off." Meanwhile, Fang Ho looked at him as if he were a fool, standing silently to the side. Right after that, Fang Ho took out his phone and called Sua Kahan. The call connected quickly, and from the other end came Sua Kahan's soft, sleepy voice. "Hello, this is Sua Kahan." "Fang, is that you? It's so late already, you." Fang Ho didn't wait for her to finish speaking and directly interrupted, "Inform the higher-ups immediately. Dispatch a special operations team to Heishui Hamlet and have them bring the highest capacity water pumps available. Bring as many as possible." Hearing this, Sua Kahan asked Mr. Fang in confusion, "What do we need water pumps for in such an urgent mission?" As soon as she said that, Fang Ho's face turned stern. "You don't need to know the reason. Just do as I say right now. If there's any issue, talk to Wang Dahai, tell him I said so." With that, Fang Ho directly hung up the phone. At the same time, Xinling Shui kept questioning him beside him. "What was that phone call about? Are you looking down on me?" Immediately after, Fang Ho turned to explain to the other three, "Anyway, based on the investigation, we can now mobilize more manpower and resources, so of course we need to make full use of it. The Blackwater River is only deep in the middle section, the other parts are difficult to hide in. So, we just need to block the flow upstream and downstream, then pump all the water out." Hearing that, the three of them immediately stood frozen, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "So it's actually possible to do it this way?" At this moment, Xinling revealed a hint of embarrassment, instinctively looking away due to habitual thinking. "I had unconsciously believed that only a spiritual master could deal with the demonic. But now, technological means were actually much more economical and efficient compared to risking a spiritual master's life." However, Fang Ho seemed quite indifferent. In his eyes, he didn't care whether Nu Lin was an ordinary person, as long as it could cause the demonic pain, any method was acceptable. Time passed quickly, and by early morning the next day, everyone slowly woke up. Fang Ho had already been standing beside them for a while. When he saw that Xinling Shui and the other three had woken up, he put on the prepared black sunglasses. Then, he led Shinling Shui and the others toward Heishui Hamlet. As they entered Heishui Hamlet, they immediately drew the attention of countless villagers. However, the villagers' gazes were mostly filled with curiosity, completely devoid of any hostility. The two women nearby, upon seeing Shinling Shui's clothing, began whispering among themselves, "Her outfit is so beautiful, and her hair too so lovely. My own dry, withered hair is about to fall out." Hearing this, Shinling Shui looked helpless, her cheeks flushing pink. Yet the villagers' hair was jet black and shiny, as if they had been raised on a diet of black sesame. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Hao and the chubby man trembled in fear. Their hair looks exactly like village heads. Could it be that the entire village is demonic? At the same time, near Blackwater River, a special operations unit clad in tactical gear and armed with M416 rifles had completely surrounded the river, setting up perimeter tape to prevent outsiders from interfering. Another team inside the secured area had already begun their task, arduously digging holes with shovels to prepare for water diversion. Their division of labor was clear: some were dragging bundles of plastic tubing, while others installed water pumps and generators. It was evident that their calculations were precise and their operation highly professional, all in preparation to channel the river's flow into the nearby lowlands. At this moment, Fong Ho and the others had arrived. From a distance, they could hear two people arguing with the action team. The two individuals, one male and one female, were both wearing mountaineering jackets and carrying backpacks, looking like they were traveling. At the same time, Fong Ho arrived behind them. He then took out his identification: investigator from the Bureau of Administration, Fong Ho. The sudden voice of Fong Ho startled the male tourist, and the action team members immediately changed their expressions, running over: "Investigator Fong, Special Action Team Number 10 reporting." Fong Ho nodded. Seeing this, the couple approached. As soon as the woman opened her mouth, a rebellious and sharp tone emerged: "Are you their commander? On what basis do you?" But Fong Ho didn't give her a chance to finish. He directly stepped over the caution tape and ordered the team members to drive them away. The special task force immediately took action. Two members stepped forward to escort the man and woman out. The man complied quietly without resisting, but the woman pointed at Fong Ho and continuously shouted, "You'd better wait for it. I will file a complaint against you. Do you know who I am? My father is Zhuang Erha." As the couple gradually disappeared from sight, Fong Ho turned to ask the special task force, "Have you brought everything?" The team members answered in unison, "Yes, everything is here." Satisfied with the response, Fong Ho began giving orders: "Start pumping the water." At his command, the loud noise of machinery filled the air. With the force of dozens of water pumps, the water level dropped rapidly. Zhang Hao, astonished, couldn't help but gape: "Are these the professionals? Their work efficiency is truly amazing." Fong Ho, however, remained calm. If firearms had no significant effect on demonic, then the spiritual master would likely have nothing to do. After 3 hours of continuous water pumping, the river's water level had completely drained, exposing the mud layer at the riverbed. However, even with the water level gone, the water demon still did not appear. Suddenly, Zhang Hao stared intently at a patch of mud and shouted, "A corpse! There's a woman's corpse over there." Beneath the mud in the middle of the river, a woman's lifeless body with a shaved head, half buried, was visible. Seeing this, the chubby man was utterly shocked and cursed: "Who is so cruel as to cut a person's face into 4 pieces?" At this moment, Fong Ho did not respond but directly activated his bloodline power. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by everyone's focus on the corpse, and under the cover of his dark glasses, he used his blood vision to search through the mud. After a while, with the help of his blood vision, Fong Ho quickly spotted his target. The blood vision now rested on a small frog in the middle of the river, and within that small frog, several strands of black hair were visible. Upon seeing this, he immediately closed his blood vision, pointed at the small frog, and said, "Shinling Shui, use fire flame to attack that frog." Hearing that, Shinling Shui did not hesitate at all and immediately followed Fong Ho's instructions. She raised her palm, and a bright purple flame appeared. The temperature around her suddenly increased. Then, she threw the flame in her hand toward the spot Fong Ho pointed to. At that moment, the flame resembled a long dragon, charging straight toward the puddle, followed by a loud explosion. The fire flared up violently, sending waves of heat everywhere. The water in the puddle immediately began to boil and evaporate, and even the damp mud nearby started to crack. At the same time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the bottom of the puddle. Soon after, a mass of singed hair, reeking of burnt flesh, wriggled its way up from the ground, thrashing wildly in the air. The charred hair was thrown out, as if it were a lizard's severed tail. Zhang Hao, horrified, screamed, "The demonic has appeared!" Fong Ho remained calm, casually slipping both hands into his pockets as he stared intently at the hair demon. At that moment, the hair demon seemed to be provoked, its hair rapidly spreading out, resembling a web expanding. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, it seemed as though it wanted to engulf everyone there. Just then, Shenling Shui made her move. She looked at the hair demon, clenching her jaw. "Last night, I was submerged in that freezing lake water all night. I'm going to make you pay for this." She raised her hand, concentrating fire energy, and continuously shot it toward the hair demon. But at that very instant, a sharp sound of a gun being loaded rang out, followed by the unmistakable noise of a bullet being chambered. Fong Ho instinctively furrowed his brows, sensing something was wrong. Clearly, these soldiers are well trained and know that guns are ineffective against demons. So why are they loading their guns without orders? Suspicious, Fong Ho calmly glanced at the special operations team, only to see the barrels of their guns all aimed at him and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Hao shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to kill us?" At that moment, Shenling Shui, furious, charged forward. "If you don't want to die, lower your weapons. I warn you." Before she could finish her sentence, a member of the special operations team stiffly shouted, "Quick, get out of the way, we can't control our bodies anymore." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in the special operations team pulled the trigger. A series of gunshots rang out, and the bullets, blazing with fire, shot toward Fong Ho and the others. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ho and the others were shot to pieces. Just moments ago, Fong Ho had been killed by the special operations team, the whole group lying in a pool of blood. However, he quickly retaliated, and as time passed, the story continued to unfold at Heishuiha. At that moment, he looked towards the two backpacking tourists. The woman was shouting at Fong Ho, "Are you their commander? What gives you the right?" But Fong Ho paid no attention. He glanced at the two people and fell into deep thought. No matter how I look at it, these two in front of me are just ordinary people, nothing unusual about them. However, to be cautious, he decided to take his own measures. In the next instant, a flash of silver light flickered, and the woman's voice abruptly stopped. Not only that, the entire world fell silent. Shenling Shui and the others, as well as the special task force, were all stunned. They looked at Fong Ho and the two backpackers, only to see the male backpacker dead, his eyes wide open, lying in a pool of blood. On the woman's fair neck, a scalpel was clearly embedded. When the woman fell, Fong Ho withdrew the scalpel from her neck, but at that moment, he felt a slight doubt. "I wonder if it's because I acted too quickly, preventing them from reacting, or if I was mistaken and they were just ordinary people, yet they didn't resist at all." He held the scalpel, looking at the two people who had already fallen, and continued to think, but the timing of their appearance is just too coincidental. What ordinary person would have the time to travel to such a remote place like this? At that moment, Shenling Shui's angry voice broke the silence in his thoughts. "Fong Ho, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Fong Ho stood up and casually explained, "They have problems." Then, he ordered, "Special Operations Team, immediately disarm and start pumping the water." As soon as these words were spoken, Shenling Shui immediately intervened, saying, "Don't rush, Fong Ho. I seriously suspect that you have lost control now. You'd better explain yourself to me right away." Fong Ho remained calm and stared at Shenling Shui. "When I say they have a problem, then they definitely have a problem." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao seemed to understand something. He hesitated and spoke up, "Brother Ho, have you realized something?" At this point, the members of the special task force exchanged glances. Well, if there's an investigator here, then there shouldn't be any problems, one of them remarked. With that, everyone in the special task force took off their weapons and set them aside. Several hours later, the water level in the central area of the Black Water River had once again receded. This time, Fang Ho did not use the blood copper to check but directly pointed to a puddle of water and ordered Xinling Shui to attack it, quickly eliminating the hair monster. Xinling Shui cast a suspicious glance at Fang Ho, then began to work. She raised her hand, and the flame in her palm shot directly towards the puddle of water he had pointed to. Just like before, the hair monster was once again blasted out and charged towards Xinling Shui. Seeing this, Xinling Shui remained unfazed, her eyes filled with anger. The temperature of the flames in her hand seemed to rise with her fury. She lifted 2 fireballs high above her head, then suddenly fused them into a much larger fireball, shouting, "Die!" Xinling Shui hurled the large fireball at the hair monster like a small sun. There was a huge explosion, and the hair monster was completely engulfed by the fireball. It burned violently until only ashes remained. Seeing this, Xinling Shui's eyes lit up with a glimmer of joy, but suddenly, the scream from behind caused her happiness to fade. Xinling Shui turned her head in doubt, only to see the members of the Special Operations team moving toward her slowly like wooden puppets. At the same time, they emitted stiff sounds from their mouths. "Be careful, we can no longer control our bodies." Upon seeing this, Fang Ho immediately guessed, the hair demon is dead, but the control over the team members has not been lifted. It seems that the entity controlling them is not the hair demon, or other hair demons, but still other fragments that haven't fully died yet. Immediately after that, he moved like a shadow among the special task force, with countless silver flashes flickering in an instant. All the members of the team had a trace of blood on their legs. The bloodstain was initially very faint, almost invisible, but just 1 second later, it spread until the blood gushed out. Then, those who had been slashed fell one by one. However, the strange thing was that, despite losing their ability to move, these people seemed to feel no pain. They crawled using their hands, still attempting to kill Fang Ho and the others. Seeing this, Fang Ho immediately delivered a knife strike to the neck of a member of the special task force, while simultaneously ordering Zhang Hao and the others, "Knock them out, tie them all up." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the fat man immediately charged forward, running towards the members of the special task force. Just before that, the special task force had been controlled by the hair demon, so all of them were tied up by the 2 of them. At this moment, the chubby man and Zhang Hao were panting heavily. "Damn, luckily Ho told them to disarm first, or we would have been shot to the ground. It really is best to listen to Ho." At the same time, Fang Ho was on the phone. "It would be best if we could arrange for professionals to conduct a thorough check on all the members involved in this operation." After a while, once he had given all the instructions, Fang Ho looked at the unconscious team and thought, why was the special task force still controlled? Could it be that besides the backpack-wearing couple of tourists and the hair demon in Black Water River, there were others involved? After thinking for a while, Fang Ho calmly looked toward Heishui Hamlet and said, "Let's head back to Heishui Hamlet and take a look." Outside Heishui Hamlet, Fang Ho observed the villagers with their jet-black hair walking by, lost in thought. As is usual, after the demon with the hair is eliminated, the villagers' hair should return to normal. At this moment, Zhang Hao, standing beside him, was trembling in fear. "The more I look at these villagers, the more frightened I become." Xinling Shui, behind them, looked disdainful. At the same time, the village chief was bending down, heading towards Fang Ho. Seeing this, it seemed that Fang Ho had made up his mind. In the face of abnormalities, the best course of action was to eliminate everything unusual, until everything returned to normal. Shortly after, he also walked towards the village chief, calmly looking at his hair. "Village chief, may I ask, how have you taken care of your hair? At your age, your hair is still darker than that of the younger folks." The village chief looked surprised, then squinted at Fang Ho. "This city boy sure knows how to joke. This old man's hair has been white for over 10 years now." As soon as those words left his mouth, the corners of Fang Ho's lips suddenly curled up. On his fair, composed face appeared a sinister and exhilarated smile, revealing snow-white teeth. Anomaly confirmed. Now feel the pain. As he finished speaking, a flash of silver streaked through the air. A sharp scalpel sliced through the wind, and fresh blood sprayed out instantly. At the same time, Xinling Shui's horrified scream rang out from afar, "Stop!" The village chief's head was seen being effortlessly severed, now slowly sliding to one side. Seeing this, Xinling Shui shouted in anger, "Fang Ho, what exactly are you trying to do?" But before she could finish speaking, the anger on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by an expression of astonishment. It was clear that the village chief's neck was not bleeding, and the wound inside was not made of flesh and blood, but rather strands of hair that had been severed, long, black, and glossy strands of hair. Seeing this, apart from Fang Ho, who remained as calm as water, the other three people were stunned, their faces showing disbelief. At that moment, the village chief suddenly flew up into the air, and the surrounding air immediately froze, as if an invisible terror had enveloped everything, plunging it into silence. Meanwhile, the villagers walking on the road and those working in the fields, emitting a demonic aura, all began to change. The long, black hair on their heads started to grow longer, resembling small black snakes twisting and wriggling. Seeing this, Xinling Shui realized something was wrong. Damn it, these villagers are all demonic. To control so many demonic creatures, they must at least be demon level C, or even B. There's a mistake in the intelligence. Everyone, be careful. Immediately afterward, countless villagers let out terrifying screams and charged at them like zombies, baring their teeth and glaring as if they wanted to tear them apart piece by piece. Seeing this, Fang Ho came to his senses. No wonder there isn't a single demon in Heishui Hamlet, because not a single living person in the village could be eaten. At this moment, Xinling Shui's expression became very heavy. "I will use the flame to clear the way." "Fang Ho, if I'm not mistaken, your scalpel is the crying demon, right? The strands of hair are very firm. So right now, only the two of us can deal with them. Lu Danming, Zhang Hao, stay close behind us." At Xinling Shui's command, two blazing fireballs were hurled into the midst of the demons. The demonic creatures standing in front were instantly blown apart. Fang Ho relentlessly swung his butcher's knife, each strike cleaving a demonic in half. But they had only rushed forward a few dozen meters when more and more demonics surrounded them. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out, "It's the fat one!" Several strands of hair were seen coiling around him, slipping into his mouth and nose. As he struggled to cry for help, "I don't want to die, save me," he hadn't even finished speaking when Lu Danming charged forward. Toward Xinling Shui, her spiritual power was completely drained, not a single drop of flame remained. Yet without spiritual power, she was no different from a wandering swordswoman who had lost all her inner strength. In just a moment, countless strands of black hair wrapped around her, like black snakes, constantly slithering into her mouth and nose. Moments later, Xinling Shui was also captured, and at the same time, Zhang Hao was ensnared by the hair. Countless thick strands formed what seemed like a vast net, instantly swallowing Zhang Hao. He screamed desperately, "Ho, help me!" But as the hair grew more and more, Zhang Hao couldn't even finish his words before he died on the spot, leaving only Fang Ho. However, Fang Ho's defeat was merely a matter of time, and with only 5% of his mental strength, his endurance was even lower than Xinling Shui's. Though he still had a trump card, using it now would mean he couldn't fully resolve this demonic incident unless he found the mastermind behind it. Facing such a desperate situation, Fang Ho remained as calm as ever, but he did not want to die in such an undignified manner as Xinling Shui and the others. Therefore, when he felt his spiritual power about to run out, he immediately raised the scalpel in his hand and said, "As long as I kill myself fast enough, no demon can kill me." Then, he stabbed the scalpel into his forehead, eliminating one abnormality after another, with the number of corpses increasing. After recovering, this time Fang Ho decided not to act in the usual manner, because investigating the truth was the job of detectives. As for the abnormalities, he would simply kill and not bury them. He then took out his phone and called Suakohan, tell the special operations team to buy up all the gasoline at the nearby gas stations, then place it at the village entrance and return to the investigation. After speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, while Xinling Shui and the others stared at him in surprise. Three bewildered faces asked in unison, "Gasoline, what are you planning to do?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ho gave a chilling smile, "We're going to burn down this village." At that moment, in a secret forest near Heishui Hamlet, the two women who had appeared earlier were there. One of them was kneeling on the ground, serving as a chair, while the other knelt in front of her. The man and woman were licking her fair white feet, and the woman in the long dress muttered angrily, "It took so much effort to get you two puppets to plant the seeds in the special operations team. We were so close to being able to control them. After causing some chaos and killing those spiritual masters, I never expected that a man named Fong Ho would let them return directly. Now I'll have to find another opportunity to strike. How much longer do I have to stay in this deep forest? It's driving me crazy." As she spoke, she suddenly kicked the man and woman hard in the face, but they showed no reaction, only vacant expressions, hollow eyes, lying motionless on the ground like lifeless logs. At the same time, the woman in the long dress lifted her skirt, spread her legs, and shouted furiously at the couple, "Help me release this anger." Hearing that, the couple stiffly responded, "Yes, master." Then they crawled to her feet. Next, the man and woman raised their heads and began helping the woman in the long dress release her anger. At that moment, as she was being satisfied, a wave of pleasure surged through her like a rising tide. Her face lit up with ecstasy as she exclaimed, "Tell me, why won't Fong Ho obediently go die?" At the same time, Fong Ho began inspecting the fuel. It must be said, the special operations team was extremely responsible, executing orders with absolute precision, even going so far as to bring nearly 100 barrels of gasoline and diesel. At this moment, he looked at the amount of gasoline in front of him and calmly said, "I've already sensed it. The entire population of Heishui Hamlet is now demonic, nothing but demons. There is not a single living person left. Only by finding the source of the demon can we completely resolve this incident." Upon hearing this, Xinling Shui and the others were astonished. "If what you say is true, then this demon might be B-class. We should report to the investigation department and wait for their assistance." Hearing this, Fong Ho appeared helpless, standing in place without responding. Seeing this, Xinling Shui asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" Fong Ho turned his head and calmly looked at her. "Let me ask you, how many spiritual masters are there in the investigation? Among them, how many are new? Do you think reinforcements will arrive anytime soon? Moreover, has my ability ever been wrong before? A life is only one, and if I'm not absolutely certain, I wouldn't take the risk." He then picked up a canister of gasoline beside him and began pouring it out. With an emotionless expression, he spoke very calmly, "Heishui Hamlet no longer has any reason to exist." Time passed quickly, and it was already 10 p.m. Fong Ho and the others, taking advantage of the darkness, split up to carry out their actions. They poured gasoline and diesel all over the village. After a while, Zhang Hao looked at Fong Ho with a worried expression and said, "Brother Ho, we've finished pouring the gasoline on our side too." Upon hearing this, Fong Ho wiped his hands and said to Xinling Shui, "Set it on fire." At this moment, Xinling Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Fong Ho. She extended one of her slender, white fingers, and a small flame immediately appeared at the tip of her finger. When she flicked her finger downwards, the tiny flame fell into the gasoline. With a loud roar, the gasoline instantly ignited, and the flames soared into the sky, burning wildly. In just a moment, a magnificent display of fire appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the trees, houses, and everything else were being devoured by the flames, and under the blinding light of the raging fire, in the blink of an eye, the entire Heishui Hamlet was illuminated as if it were daytime, with waves of intense heat continuously rushing toward them. Fong Ho and the others couldn't help but take a few steps back, watching the ferocious flames in front of them, silently worrying to themselves, "If we make a mistake, we will have committed a serious crime." At this point, the chubby man seemed a little restless. "Do you guys think it's too quiet? With such a large fire, there's no sound of screams, and no one has come running out." But Fong Ho paid him no attention, calmly gazing at the fire raging in Heishui Hamlet. The flames were reflected in his deep, dark eyes, flickering incessantly, and even filled with anticipation. Come out, it's time for you to appear." At this moment, the entire Heishui Hamlet had completely sunk into a sea of fire. Suddenly, an extremely oppressive roar echoed from the raging flames. The voice was so piercing that even Zhang Hao and the others, who were far away, felt their eardrums throb in pain, clutching their ears and groaning in agony. Fang Ho, however, was extremely excited, smiling broadly as he took off his sunglasses, revealing his right eye, which was bloodshot and full of excitement. "So, you finally decided to show yourself." In the fiery glow, a woman slowly emerged from the wreckage. Her hair continued to grow longer, and her voice, filled with intense fury, rang out, "At first, I didn't want to kill any of you, but you dared to destroy my home, so now all of you must die." She was thin, with rough skin, wearing a red floral dress, looking exactly like a rural woman. When she appeared, a terrifying demonic aura began to spread. In an instant, the sound of crashing waves from the black water river echoed, and a horrifying sight unexpectedly unfolded. A gigantic wave, more than 10 meters high, seemed to be pulled by some kind of mystical force, rising from the black water river and heading towards Heishui hamlet. Immediately afterward, the massive wave crashed down, resembling a giant dragon, swiftly charging towards Heishui hamlet. The towering flames were instantly extinguished. Upon witnessing this, Xin Lingshui was greatly astonished and quickly shouted to Fang Ho and the others, "He is not demonic, but a level 2 spiritual master with the ability to control water. However, his head may have been possessed by a demonic entity, and these demonic creatures are under his control." At this moment, Fang Ho gradually began to understand everything. "It seems that last night, he himself had transported us to the Black Water River, then took advantage of the demonic to control the corpses." At the same time, the fierce woman raised her hand to kill them all. At her command, over 100 demonic creatures surrounding her began to scream and charge toward Fang Ho and the others. Seeing this, Xin Lingshui anxiously asked, "A level 2 spiritual master and over 100 demonic creatures, Fang Ho, do you think we can win? But where is the chance of victory?" Facing the attack of over 100 demonic creatures, Fang Ho not only remained unshaken but even sneered coldly, "The chance of victory lies with me." After speaking, Fang Ho began to think, since he is a spiritual master, choosing to revive after death and control heavy weapons is the optimal solution. But that would be too boring and uninteresting. I want to defeat him when he is at his strongest. Fang Ho continued, using powerful demonic energy to infiltrate the mind, thus achieving the goal of tempering, awakening more spiritual consciousness, and strengthening oneself. Only then can we make the demonic beings across the world suffer. At this moment, seeing the demonic crowd drawing closer, Fang Ho finally took out the scalpel, but instead of attacking the demonic beings, he suddenly plunged it into the fat man. The fat man's face immediately showed an expression of awkwardness, and he quickly clutched his bleeding hand, crying out in pain, "Damn it, what are you doing?" At the same time, Fang Ho directly threw the bronze candle holder at him. "Next, you all take charge of controlling the demonic ones. I will find an opportunity to approach and deal with him." The fat man instinctively caught it, then, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What is this? Another precious spirit?" At this moment, Fang Ho, while breaking through, explained, "The copper candle holder, used with blood containing spiritual essence, has the power to defend against demonic forces. Fatty, I'll give you this candle to use." Upon hearing this, Fatty was taken aback and said, "Oh my, is this why you suddenly stabbed me? Do you see me as a blood bag?" At the same time, he pressed his bleeding right hand tightly onto the candle holder. When the blood made contact with the candle holder, it seemed to come alive, and the flame ignited, gradually spreading its light to envelop everyone. At that moment, more than 100 demonic creatures rushed toward them, and Fatty was so terrified that his face turned ashen, even unable to speak. Immediately, he held the candle holder out, and the very next second, the demonic creatures screamed as they charged into the range of the candlelight. The light from the candle holder was like sulfuric acid, crazily corroding the bodies of the demonic creatures. Accompanied by countless sizzling sounds, the strands of hair that made up their forms began to twist and distort, releasing thick black smoke. However, at this moment, the fat man could no longer laugh, because his face was becoming pale at a visible rate, as if he had been hollowed out continuously for 2.5 hours. "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. How much farther is it?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately slashed his palm and firmly grabbed the lantern. "We're almost there, Fat, hang on, I'll help you." At the same time, Fang Ho rushed forward, a silver light flashing sharply and decisively as he severed the head of the demonic creature, shouting loudly at Xinling Shui, "Quick, clear the path." Upon hearing this, Xinling Shui did not hesitate for a moment. She suddenly raised both hands, and flames gradually erupted, soon transforming into two rivers of fire that surged from her palms. At the same time, she raised her other hand, and a massive torch of fire formed above her head, resembling a small sun. At this moment, he single-handedly lifted the small torch, his face serious as he shouted loudly at Feng Ho, "This is all I can do, the rest is up to you." Just as he was about to throw the small torch in his hand, suddenly, with a thud, a liter of cold water fell from the sky, directly extinguishing Xinling Shui's torch and drenching her completely from head to toe. The unexpected free shower caught her off guard, and she was immediately slapped hard to the ground. Her once fluffy hair now drooped, and the delicate makeup she had meticulously applied was smudged. The worst part was that she was slapped right into the mud. The mud mixed with water, forming a mushy mess. As she struggled desperately to escape the puddle, a deep, angry voice of a woman with black hair rang out, "Despicable woman, damn it, do you think I'm invisible? How dare you play with fire right in front of me?" Hearing that, Xinling Shui was furious. She had never struggled like this before. "Bitch, how dare you?" At the same time, the palms of her hands flared up with intense flames, but just then, a liter of cold water fell from the sky, extinguishing her flames once again, and slapped her hard to the ground. At that moment, the woman with black hair smiled strangely, as if she took great pleasure in seeing the beautiful woman in such a predicament. "What gives you the right to be so clean and pristine, and yet act like a goddess of salvation in front of me? Go play in the mud." Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and the fat man, each holding a copper candle holder, were completely exhausted, struggling to call out to Feng Ho, "Brother Ho, there are too many demonic forces, we can't take it anymore." At this moment, the situation was extremely critical. Without Xinling Shui's help, the speed of eliminating the demonic creatures had drastically slowed down. However, the distance between Feng Ho and them was too far. Charging over to rescue them was simply impossible. Furthermore, because of the distance, the fat guy's abilities couldn't be effectively utilized either. Feng Ho calmly observed everything. He knew that the team was nearing its limit. Lin Tuet had been slapped into the mud, Zhang Hao and the fat guy had lost too much blood, and as for himself, after killing dozens of demonic creatures, his energy had already been reduced by half. At this point, he looked at his surgical knife, contemplating whether he should die and respawn to start over, or perhaps use the knife's trump card to risk everything. Just then, a confident, optimistic, and magnetic voice suddenly came from behind Feng Ho, "Brother Ho, excuse me, please move aside." Hearing this, Feng Ho doubted and turned his head. He did not expect that there was another stranger behind him, who had appeared so silently, without a sound. All he could see was a man, about 1.85 meters tall, with sharp, three-dimensional features, fair skin, slicked back hair, and a model-like physique, smiling as he looked at the demons around him. But this man seemed a bit more unusual, and they even referred to him as On Ho. Suddenly, Feng Ho thought about Zhang Hao's ability after 11 p.m., when he would become taller, more handsome, with enhanced physical muscles, mainly improving his sexual abilities. This person was Zhang Hao, and this ability should really be called the transformed male duck. At that moment, the young man, cheerful and optimistic, flashed a charming smile and, looking at Feng Ho with a suspicious expression, gently said, "That's right, On Ho, it's me, Zhang Hao." At the same time, Bo looked at Zhang Hao with a thoughtful expression, "Who is your friend?" At this moment, Zhang Hao didn't answer, instead walking forward. He then shoved both hands into his pockets, his face arrogant, standing alone in front of everyone. "I know you're all very surprised right now, but please, don't be surprised anymore, because what's more surprising is still to come." At this moment, the demonic creatures, upon seeing him, stepped out of the candlelight's protective range, like sharks sensing the smell of blood. They charged towards him in a frenzy. At this, Zhang Hao finally withdrew his hands from his pockets, then crossed his arms and cracked his knuckles, making a sharp cracking sound as he faced the oncoming demonic creatures. At this point, he was no longer as fearful as before, on the contrary, he wore a proud smile. "It's time." Before his words were even finished, with a sudden whoosh, Zhang Hao's figure, like a ghost or a demon, suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the next 2 seconds, he charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, diving straight into the midst of the demonic group. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, and both sides of the demonic swarm were instantly gripped tightly by his arms, which were as powerful as iron pincers, resembling the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. With a single strong charge, he knocked down 10 demonic creatures. Then, Zhang Hao threw a powerful uppercut, and the head of one demonic exploded instantly. At this moment, Zhang Hao's combat power was simply explosive. An upward hook was thrown, and the demonic on the tree immediately flew into the air, blooming like fireworks, transforming into countless strands of black hair scattered throughout the sky. At that moment, Zhang Hao effortlessly lifted the demonic into the air, then tightened his grip and tore the creature in half. As Zhang Hao continued to exert force, the demonic suddenly shattered into pieces, like a snapped string. At this moment, the fat man, witnessing Zhang Hao's display of extraordinary strength, was about to have his eyes pop out, whispering in awe, Zhang Hao's abilities are incredibly powerful. At the same time, Fang Ho gently asked, "Did you just see Zhang Hao transform?" Fatty nodded, swallowing his saliva. Just earlier, he was weak and frightened, leaning on my chest. But who would have guessed, as soon as it hit 11 o'clock, a flash of yellow light suddenly appeared around him, and then he seemed to turn into a different person, becoming extremely confident. Suddenly, Fang Ho, a little doubtful, interrupted him. If he got taller or more handsome, that could be explained by his abilities, but what's with that shiny bald head? Could his power also create hair gel out of thin air? Fatty, with an awkward expression, explained, "Actually, it's not hair gel. I saw with my own eyes." He spat twice into his hand, then directly rubbed it on his head. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhang Hao, who was fighting in the distance, seemed to have heard something that would harm his image. He looked back with a slightly flustered expression, almost tripping over his own feet, his initially handsome and charismatic demeanor nearly falling apart. However, he quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to strike at demonic. Yet in the next battle, his strikes were clearly heavier, with an added touch of elegance to their execution. He continuously overcame obstacles, heading straight towards the woman controlling demonic. When she saw her demonic being killed, the woman immediately flew into a rage, her face filled with fury, and suddenly raised her left hand. Her hair immediately fluttered in the wind, and the strands of hair that were torn around Zhang Hao slowly rose into the air. In no time, billions of strands of hair under the moonlight transformed into a black spider web, seemingly covering the sky and earth, charging aggressively towards Zhang Hao. But at that moment, Zhang Hao was not the least bit frightened. He stood there confidently, unwavering. "Do you think such small tricks can control me?" he said. "It seems you still haven't realized the gap between us." Then, with a sudden force, he tore violently. At the terrifying distance between them, the black spider web was immediately ripped apart. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. The torn hair strands began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly coiled toward Zhang Hao's hand. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao's face immediately turned astonished. He tried to tear the hair again, but no matter how he did it, the bound strands kept growing back as if they were endless. Realizing this, Zhang Hao became genuinely anxious. Just as he was trying to act tough, he was slapped in the face. This was incredibly humiliating, so he desperately tore at the hair, but he didn't notice the growing number of hair fragments around him. The very next moment, these hair strands, like wild black snakes, wildly rushed toward Zhang Hao, targeting him. At this point, he had no way to avoid them. Then, in horror, he screamed loudly, "Brother Ho, save me!" Before the words were even finished, there was a flash, and a silver beam descended from the sky, cutting through the binding hair strands like lightning. Yes, Fang Ho had made his move. Even more miraculously, the hair strands that Fang Ho had severed could not regenerate, as it turned out that he had used the power of pain. At the same time, Zhang Hao was hastily rescued and quickly stabilized his body. He spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva, tried to fix his hair, and even acted as if nothing had happened. He once again sneered arrogantly, saying, "I never thought you could push me this far. You should be proud, but this is where it ends." Immediately after, he slightly bent his legs and suddenly pushed off the ground with force. The ground beneath him cracked, leaving 2 deep footprints. His body shot out like a bullet from a gun, rapidly heading toward the woman. The woman, seemingly provoked by his disdainful attitude, immediately scoffed coldly and suddenly tossed her hair back. Her long silver hair, in an instant, whipped out like a long whip, striking fiercely at Zhang Hao's chest. With a loud smack, Zhang Hao let out a painful scream as he was sent flying, crashing into the forest. He pierced through countless large trees, leaving a long trail of destruction and kicking up a massive cloud of dust before finally coming to a stop. He was only able to stay in the air for 2.5 minutes before falling flat into a pile of trees. Clearly, this was the true strength of the woman, far beyond the level of the demonic creatures that Zhang Hao had been slaughtering. At this moment, the woman glared at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the ground, showing a fierce expression. "I hate the ones who put on an act." Just then, a streak of silver light, carrying a bone-chilling cold, descended from the moonlit sky. The woman instinctively looked up, only to see Feng Ho descending from above, charging toward her with great force. The moon hung high in the sky, as if becoming a backdrop for him, with the clear moonlight and the gleaming silver blade both reflecting in the woman's silver-haired eyes. Seeing this, he muttered an incantation, and the silver hair on his head began to move, resembling a powerful tentacle. With incredible speed, it shot toward Feng Ho. As expected, the right hand holding Feng Ho's surgical knife was immediately ensnared by the silver hair, tightening around it like a vice, rendering him unable to move at all. Before Feng Ho could react, another lock of silver hair shot out, rushing straight toward his left hand, and wrapped tightly around it. Perhaps it was because he had watched all 79 episodes of the horror series, in which Feng Ho used his left hand to wield the scalpel. Now, both his hands were bound, and at the same time, were suspended in midair. However, at this moment, Feng Ho remained as calm as ever, showing no sign of fear. He only noticed that the silver hair was much sturdier than it had been when it was black. At this point, the woman immediately broke into a triumphant smile and smugly looked at Feng Ho, saying, "Ha ha ha, are you scared now?" However, Feng Ho, far from being afraid, seemed more like a victor. He even spoke in a cold, chilling voice, "Look into my eyes." Immediately after, their eyes locked. In her bloodshot eyes, a strange soul fluctuation suddenly erupted. This fluctuation shot straight into the woman's eyes, causing her brain to feel as if it had been struck forcefully, and a buzzing sound rang out. Next, there was a sharp sound, and she knelt down, her eyes wide open before she fainted. After the woman passed out, her silver hair immediately loosened its grip on Feng Ho. Feng Ho fell from mid-air, and at the same time, the surgical knife in his hand once again stabbed fiercely into the woman. But at that very moment, a ripping sound suddenly came from afar. Two gleaming throwing weapons quickly shot toward Feng Ho. Faced with this sudden attack, Feng Ho was not at all frightened. He even sneered, "Finally, you're showing up." His surgical knife immediately changed direction, slicing through the air with lightning speed. Two crisp metallic clinks rang out, and the throwing weapons that had been fired were snapped in half by Feng Ho's strike, casually falling to the ground next to him. At this moment, two men and two women slowly stepped out from the forest. Leading them was a woman in a long dress, accompanied by a couple who were traveling together, both of them holding guns aimed at Feng Ho. There was also a burly man, over 2 meters tall, his entire body hidden under a hood. As soon as the woman in the long dress appeared, she didn't say any unnecessary words but directly aimed her gun at Feng Ho and ordered, "Kill him." After issuing the command, the traveling couple immediately fired continuously at Feng Ho. Seeing this, Feng Ho quickly reacted, swiftly dodging and hiding behind a large rock. For someone who had unlocked 5% of their spiritual sense, this speed was truly effortless. However, they didn't stop firing until their ammunition ran out. At this point, Feng Ho slowly peeked his head out, looking toward the woman in the long dress, finally realizing her true intention. He saw that the silver-haired woman who had fainted on the ground, at some point, had been lifted onto the burly man's shoulders and was now being carried toward the woman in the long dress. Right after that, the woman in the long dress looked at the silver-haired woman being brought in, her enchanting eyes revealing immense joy. "Quickly, bring her to me." The woman in the long dress then placed her hand on the woman's forehead, and a strange soul wave emanated, as if a parasite was burrowing into her brain. Immediately, a horrifying scene unfolded. The silver-haired woman, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes, but her gaze was empty, her body stiff like a puppet. Then, she stood up with a thud and directly knelt before the woman in the long dress. Wang Erli pays respects to the master. Not only that, she even puckered her lips, leaned toward the high heels of the woman in the long dress, and gently kissed the exposed top of her foot, showing submission. Seeing that, the woman in the long dress suddenly burst into joyful laughter, and at the same time, her seductive face turned slightly pink. The level 2 spiritual master and the strange secret technique are both mine. This feeling is even better than reaching the peak. When I return, I will be the head of the association. This time, it's his turn to be the dog, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Fang Ho's calm voice rang out, interrupting her wild laughter. Have you finished laughing? Hearing this, Wang Erli slowly stopped laughing, turned to look at Fang Ho with a charming gaze, her eyes almost as if they could weave threads, and with a hint of surprise, she spoke. Fang Ho, right? You know me, could it be that you also have feelings for me? To be honest, I thank all of you for giving me the chance to control Wang Erli and demonic, so as a gesture of gratitude, I will bestow upon you the highest honor. Come here and kiss my feet, obediently become my puppet, and you will be allowed to live. Facing the humiliation from Wang Erli, Fang Ho remained as calm as ever. You've kept me waiting for so long and now you're complaining, isn't that just cowardice? Wang Erli furrowed her brows, and as she looked at Fang Ho's calm expression, an unnamed flame suddenly surged within her heart. This handsome guy, I thought you were someone who knew the times, but it turns out you can't even tell the situation. Kill him. At her command, the 2-meter-tall man beside her suddenly let out a roar. Immediately, his clothes were torn apart, revealing his gray-blue muscles, which emitted a metallic sheen. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward Fang Ho like a massive tank. At the same time, Wang Erli made her move as well. The silver hair on her head grew at a visible speed, shooting straight toward Fang Ho. Facing such a scene, even a level 2 spiritual master would be filled with despair, waiting for death. But Fang Ho laughed. His cold, terrifying laughter echoed everywhere, like the wailing of a soul from the ninth hell. Is this all? How could I possibly lose? Immediately after, he controlled his spiritual sense and directly triggered the strange power within the surgical knife, a power left over from the countless monsters it had slaughtered. In an instant, numerous strange, terrifying, and chaotic streams of energy surged from the knife, turning into black smoke that howled and surged outwards. Moreover, within each black smoke, it seemed as though there was a terrifying monster howling. Then, the streams of black smoke, like enormous black serpents, continuously coiled and writhed around Fang Ho. Soon after, these streams of smoke, following the strange power, continuously poured into him. His mind began to twist, and his aura grew increasingly powerful, while his laughter gradually became distorted. And when the strange power contained within the scalpel completely flowed into Fang Ho's body, his previously suppressed mind was finally fully released in this moment. As seen before, madness was his true nature, and a terrifying and savage laughter continuously erupted from his throat. At this point, he seemed to have completely transformed into a different person, his right eye strangely emitting a blazing red light. The calmness he once had turned into the madness of today. Witnessing this, Wang Erli was greatly astonished. He allowed such a strange and chaotic power to invade his body. This is the rhythm of mutual destruction. A madman, he's a madman. Quickly, everyone charge forward and kill him. However, it was already too late. Accompanied by the terrifying laughter, Fang Ho had made his move. He held the scalpel in his right hand, his figure resembling a demon, charging toward the demonic. The only sound was the swish of his movement on the dark ground, as if a flash of blazing red lightning had struck, cutting across the entire battlefield. When Fang Ho came into view once more, he had already reached the far end of the battlefield, leaving hundreds of demonic pierced through, each one frozen in place as if they had hit a stubborn pause button. As the light breeze blew, the head of the demonic finally dropped to the ground with a sharp thud. While dodging, Fang Ho kicked up 2 fragments of stone. In the next instant, the 2 stones struck the foreheads of 2 individuals like bullets. Immediately after, the 2 fell back, stiffened. Seeing this, the powerful zombie slave let out a roar and charged at Fang Ho. As the punch was about to land, unexpectedly, Fang Ho didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he swung his blade diagonally, and with a swish, a silver light flashed rapidly. Immediately after, a stream of blood appeared on the body of the zombie slave, and he let out a scream. His entire body convulsed, as if enduring excruciating pain, then stiffened and collapsed. Witnessing this scene, Wang Erli's eyes almost popped out in shock, because the zombie slave was a spiritual master who had unlocked 15% of his spiritual awareness, possessing an unbreakable level of strength. In the beginning, turning him into a wooden puppet had cost Wang Erli no small effort. He had even been beaten multiple times. Yet Fang Ho merely waved his hand, and the zombie slave died instantly. Without delay, Wang Erli entered the battlefield, unleashing his full aura. His silver hair danced wildly, growing in mere moments to a length of over 10 meters. Meanwhile, Fang Ho kept swinging the dissecting knife through the silver hair, while simultaneously pressing closer to Wang Erli. But at that moment, billions of silver strands twisted together, instantly condensing into a sharp conical spike that pierced fiercely into Fang Ho's body. Facing such a terrifying attack, he neither dodged nor avoided. His right eye emitted a blazing red light, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He then raised the scalpel in his hand and casually swung it with a single strike. A loud metallic clash rang out as the short, thin scalpel easily blocked the giant sharp thorn. Upon seeing this, Wang Erli, who was far away, immediately froze. Impossible, just a first-level spiritual master, how could such a terrifying force explode with such strange power? He should have been destroyed instantly. Why hasn't he been killed yet? At this moment, Fang Ho acted again. With a fierce expression, he swung the scalpel forcefully, slicing off the tip of the silver thorn with a sharp sound. In an instant, silver strands of hair fell to the ground. Seeing his precious hair destroyed, it seemed Wang Erli had been enraged, continuously swinging the silver thorn, attacking Fang Ho from all directions. But in return, it was only the hair growing shorter and shorter. At this moment, Fang Ho's face was full of joy, his right eye emitting a bright red light. It was not just strange, it was even more than strange. His voice, suppressed and distorted, rang out, "Too weak, everything is too weak. Why can't I just kill them all to my heart's content?" At this point, he was completely immersed in the scene of slaughter, relishing the strange joy that killing brought him. However, as he was killing the woman with silver hair, he did not hear the agonizing scream he had hoped for. Therefore, his face twisted with anger as he stared at the woman in the long dress, preparing for her to replace the silver-haired woman and endure the pain instead. Immediately after, he lifted the slit of the long dress and saw a row of silver daggers tied to the inside of her white thigh. These daggers were made of soul steel, and although they were not 100% pure, each dagger contained at least 50% soul steel. In the next instant, the sound of a wind-powered vehicle rang out, and rows of 10 daggers drew beautiful curves, controlled by the art of wood entanglement. One by one, they curved from different directions, rushing toward Fang Ho. Seeing this, Fang Ho acted. His body moved like a ghost through the narrow space, and the black air swirling around him followed suit, causing him to almost become a shadow, his form invisible to the naked eye. In a moment, all the dagger strikes slid off, all piercing the spot where Fang Ho had just stepped. At this point, Fang Ho turned his head slightly to look at Wang Erli, his voice carrying a hint of disappointment. "Is this the level of a 2nd grade spiritual master? Looks like the 200 spirit energy I spent to purchase this was truly wasted." Having said that, he flashed like a shadow from the gap and quickly moved toward Wang Erli. He could only see his figure flickering continuously in the air, and finally, with a chokehold, he appeared in front of Wang Erli. However, at this point, he seemed to find it too boring, so instead of killing Wang Erli immediately, he suddenly leapt into the air, swinging the scalpel in an upward arc. The scalpel immediately emitted a blinding fluorescent light, which in an instant overshadowed even the moonlight. Seeing this, Wang Erli was terrified. He raised his hand in vain and shouted loudly, "Don't!" But Fang Ho paid no attention. He quickly moved behind Wang Erli, then lightly slashed his neck. A wound immediately appeared on Wang Erli's neck, and Fang Ho coldly stared at him, eager to hear the sound of his agony. Shortly after, Wang Erli's head was severed from his body collapsing to the ground, but not a single sound escaped his lips from beginning to end. Upon seeing this, Fang Ho was deeply disappointed. Why didn't he scream? Why was there no sound of pain? Right at this moment, it seemed like he had thought of something. He suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Wang Erli with his bloodshot eyes. Wang Erli immediately trembled in fear. Then, Fang Ho's voice, restrained and altered, rang out, "I understand now. Since you turned him into a block of wood, then you'll have to bear the pain in his place." Under the cold moonlight, Fang Ho was completely surrounded by a black aura, stepping toward Wang Erli, one slow step at a time. But each step felt as though it was crushing his own heart. As Fang Ho drew closer, Wang Erli finally understood, so, all this time, he had been waiting for the person behind to appear, and only then would he catch them all in one net. However, what puzzled him was how Fang Ho could absorb such a strange, immense power and still maintain his sanity, without being deformed. At that moment, Fang Ho stood right in front of Wang Erli, smiling as he stared at him, not running away. In the darkness, his tall figure obscured the moonlight, enveloping him entirely. He exuded faint streams of black mist, winding and rising, with the vague sounds of strange creatures screaming and thrashing in the air. Before this scene, Wang Erli was struck with intense fear, and she saw Fang Ho's face in front of her twist with terror. "With your speed, I can't escape." Immediately after, Wang Erli's delicate white legs knelt to the ground, preparing to use the same methods as before to beg Fang Ho for mercy. Although the man before her was unlike any of the men she had ever been with before, she wasn't sure whether he would spare her or not. But at this moment, she had no choice but to gamble everything. She was certain that no man could resist the submission and weakness of a beautiful woman. Only then did her alluring face reveal an expression of pitiful fear, her eyes reddened, shedding pearls of tears. Please don't kill me." "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to transfer my pain into your body." Hearing that, Wang Erli immediately froze. "Bring the pain into my body, is this some new online phrase? If that's the case, then there seems to be hope." After a moment of thought, she hurriedly opened her heart, her face showing a pleading, ingratiating expression. "As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want with me." At this moment, she tilted her head back, her alluring face clearly showing a look of vulnerability, with a hint of seduction hidden within. Added to the fact that he was kneeling on the ground, a pale expanse of skin and an unfathomable deep valley, it looked incredibly striking. However, Fang Ho was completely unmoved. On the contrary, when he heard Wang Erli say that, the excitement in his eyes only intensified, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more ferocious. "You said it yourself." With that, Fang Ho raised the scalpel, and the shadow cast by his arm and the scalpel fell on Wang Erli's face. Seeing this, Wang Erli's expression changed drastically. She realized she had misunderstood. Bringing the pain into the body didn't mean that at all. At this moment, the scalpel had touched Wang Erli's chin. Wang Erli was sweating profusely, hurriedly pleading in a gentle voice, "Please, don't, I beg you. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have attacked you. I'm willing to be your sex slave, just please spare me. I promise to make you feel pleasures you've never experienced. I'll do anything, absolutely anything to satisfy you." At the same time, Wang Erli suddenly stuck out her tongue, licking Fang Ho's fingers. "If you don't believe me, you can try me first. If you're not satisfied, you can kill me anytime." She gazed at Fang Ho with eyes as romantic as autumn water, filled with tenderness and allure. In the past, many men had said that the most captivating thing about her was these very eyes. None of them could resist, so she was certain Fang Ho would be no exception. Indeed, under this gaze, Fang Ho's typically fierce face slowly began to return to normal, and the dark aura surrounding him gradually disappeared. It turned out that Wang Erli's eyes reminded him of the little wife at home. At that moment, Fang Ho was staring intently into her eyes, his gaze filled with an unusually intense fascination. He even reached out to gently stroke her smooth face, while softly speaking, "These eyes. They're so similar, really so similar." Fang Ho suddenly uttered such a cryptic statement. Wang Erli, being very perceptive, immediately reacted. "Are you referring to his childhood sweetheart, or his wife? No matter how special a man is, he's no exception." Thinking of this, Wang Erli felt even more pleased, believing she had successfully passed the death trap. She then carefully pretended to be innocent and asked, "Do my eyes resemble someone's?" Hearing that, Fang Ho stared directly into her eyes and said, "Your eyes are exactly like my wife's." Upon hearing this, Wang Erli seized the opportunity, her charm increasing by several notches. "Then I can be her replacement. You can do all the things for me that you did for her. In fact, I can even satisfy you more than she did." However, before she could feel pleased with herself, Fang Ho's body suddenly changed. At that moment, he bowed his head and leaned forward in front of Wang Erli, his face transforming into a terrifying, vicious mask full of endless hatred. In the blink of an eye, it came into her line of sight, and a crazed, suppressed voice echoed in his ears, "So, you must die." With that, Fang Ho raised a scalpel and thrust it toward her neck. All that could be heard was a squelching sound, followed by a small splash of ketchup. Immediately afterward, Wang Erli's pupils began to contract uncontrollably, and her thoughts became blurry. But no matter what, she could never understand, why must his wife's eyes die? After all, one night of husband and wife shared love is worth 100 days. Why not let each other go when there has been so much resentment? Indeed, men are never anything good. Normally, the surgical knife is very short, and the speed is incredibly fast. Time passes in the blink of an eye. But Wang Erli felt like it lasted forever, making him seem to recall past events, things that filled him with regret and sorrow. Seeing this, Fang Ho's mouth curled into a smirk. "Seems like you've remembered something painful, but your suffering has nothing to do with me. A murderer must be killed. Feel my pain thoroughly." With a terrifying scream, Wang Erli fell into endless pain. In the end, Wang Erli died in agony. Perhaps Fang Ho was unaware of Wang Erli's tragic past, but even if he knew, he would still kill her. When Wang Erli was no longer struggling, Fang Ho grabbed the scalpel from her body and began to clean it, wanting to wipe away the bloodstains. Soon after, he looked at the scalpel with disgust, "So filthy. It's much better to kill cleanly." At that moment, Fang Ho suddenly heard an unusual sound from behind. He immediately turned his head to look, only to see Wang Erli's long silver hair unexpectedly fall out on its own, then it scuttled across the ground like a spider. Just as Fang Ho thought she was about to escape, the silver hair darted straight toward Xinling Shui, who was lying in the mud. In no time, the silver hair reached the top of Xinling Shui's head. It latched onto her blonde hair, as though dyeing it, slowly fading, with the blonde turning into silver bit by bit. Upon seeing this, Fang Ho was stunned, but his face remained as calm as ever. Only when the silver hair clung to him, Xinling Shui, who had been in a coma, suddenly and strangely opened his eyes. At first, a dazed look flashed in his eyes, but then it was quickly replaced by a murderous intent, hatred, and fury. At the same time, his body began to twist as he tried to rise. As he stood up, a strange aura gradually spread, clearly indicating that the will of the demonic hair wanting to parasitize its host was slowly awakening. At the same time, Fang Ho appeared like a ghost behind him. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out, and with a vicious strike, Fang Ho ruthlessly landed a powerful blow, showing no mercy. This hit seemed to carry a personal grudge, and Xinling Shui was sent flying through the air. When the pain surpassed the limits of what the human body could endure, Xinling Shui's eyes bulged open once more before he passed out, and his silver hair, which had been fluttering in the air, now hung limp. At that moment, Fang Ho walked up to his side, and his long silver hair was immediately grabbed by Fang Ho's hand, while the scalpel began to glide through the silver strands. Just a moment later, Xinling Shui, who originally had long hair, was now left with a buzz cut. Fortunately, the silver color had not yet spread to his roots. If the roots had been infected and turned silver as well, he would have ended up completely bald. At the same time, the strands of hair suddenly began to behave like living octopuses, wildly writhing and continuously wrapping around Fang Ho's arm, seemingly trying to crawl up to his head. Seeing this, Fang Ho's seductive smile bloomed on his lips, and he said weakly, "If you want to parasitize me, then so be it." Right after, he made no resistance, standing still as his silver hair continued to crawl upward. After a moment of itchy scalp, he pulled out his phone to take a look, only to discover that his black hair had long disappeared, replaced instead by a waterfall of silver hair. Immediately after that, Fang Ho felt a strange and evil aura begin to invade his mind, seemingly trying to distort his thoughts. But as this strange aura entered his mind, Fang Ho's inner self remained calm, even feeling a slight amusement. Is this all you've got? You think you can invade my mind with this? How laughable. He then manipulated his jet-black, rhombus-shaped aura, pushing it to counter the long silver hair. As the power of pain, carrying endless hatred, surged into the silver hair, it seemed to trigger a sense of terror, causing it to stand on end in an instant. After that, the silver hair began to shrink continuously, even shortening rapidly and unable to hold on. Eventually, the silver hair took on the shape of Fang Ho, with the original silver color turning back to black. Seeing that he had finally dealt with all the enemies, he folded his arms in disdain, sniffed coldly, and sheathed the scalpel in his hand. The terrifying black aura surrounding him, along with countless strange ghosts howling, gradually dissipated. At this moment, his face was no longer ferocious and terrifying, it had returned to its usual calm appearance. In the very next moment, with a loud splurt, the sound of ruptured blood vessels rang out, followed by the cracking of bones. It appeared as though Fang Ho's entire body had become a shattered vase, suddenly spitting out fresh red blood. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in blood. However, the intense pain was simply not enough to make Fang Ho react in any way. His expression remained as calm as water, as if nothing had happened. The only change was that his body could no longer hold up, and he collapsed straight toward the ground. But just when his face was only 10 centimeters from the ground, Fang Ho's body suddenly came to an eerie halt, as if some unseen force had pulled him back. He could only see the corner of his mouth twitch upwards, revealing a mischievous smile, as if he had already anticipated this moment. Immediately after, he gave an order, and a miraculous scene suddenly unfolded. His body straightened up, and the silver strands of hair before his eyes began to clean up the battlefield, moving as nimbly as tentacles. After Fang Ho stood up, he controlled his hair once more. In the blink of an eye, the long silver strands, like countless needles and threads, thrust into his body, then began stitching up his wounds and the broken blood vessels. In no time, the bleeding wounds on Fang Ho's body, which had been gushing out blood, were immediately staunched, although the wounds themselves had yet to fully heal. At this moment, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield around him, knowing that his decision had been the right one. It was the trump card saved until the very last moment. Using the strange power in the scalpel, this power was so overwhelming that once used, it would cause great harm to both the mind and the body. Although it was said that the mind is not afraid of being violated, the human body, on the other hand, cannot endure. If used too early, after an explosive outburst in a short period, the body will completely lose its ability to fight. Even if one side is eliminated, there is still another remaining. After that, when the body falls into a state of collapse, it becomes a situation where others can freely kill. After thinking for a moment, he controlled his silver hair to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Some strands went to the bodies of Wang Erli and the others, starting to search through them. Others went around clearing the battlefield, picking up scattered shurikens and blades. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, the strands of hair quickly retracted, packing all the spoils into a backpack that seemed to have been picked up from somewhere, then strapped it onto Fang Ho's back. Next, another strand of hair pulled out a phone and called Suo Kohan. Afterward, Fang Ho calmly said, "The mission is complete. Send someone to Heishui Hamlet to pick us up and call for medical personnel." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Next, he controlled his body and began searching for Zhang Hao. However, he wasn't concerned about Zhang Hao's injury, because with his physique when transformed into a monarch, even Xinling Shui would probably be unable to defeat him. He was fully capable of challenging opponents beyond his level. Therefore, that blow likely wouldn't cause any serious harm. Soon, he followed the broken branches in the forest and easily found Zhang Hao. He saw Fang Ho using his silver hair to push the tree trunks off his legs. At this point, Zhang Hao had reverted to his usual useless state. He looked at Fang Ho with tearful eyes and said, "Oh, Brother Ho, you're amazing. I knew you would definitely come to save me, Brother Ho. I'm really too weak." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ho immediately interrupted him, "Stop talking." Hearing words that didn't bode well for unity, to be honest, seeing Zhang Hao cry and wipe his nose, he couldn't help but feel the contrast was just too stark. During the day, they called for Fang Ho to save them, but by nightfall, they claimed death had come. Fang Ho truly couldn't bring himself to associate these two with each other. He then went over to Shunling Shui and Lu Danming, slapping both of them hard, channeling a painful force into the strikes, which woke both of them up. Shunling Shui had only fainted from the painful force, while Lu Danming had just lost too much blood, essentially just shedding a little weight, no major issues. But at that moment, Shunling Shui, unable to tolerate the pain, suddenly swung her hand, and a fiery blaze erupted. "Fang Ho, could you be a little gentler?" In an instant, the fiery blaze flared up, leaving Zhang Hao and Lu Danming stunned. Both stared at Shunling Shui, their gazes fixed on her. "Your hair." Upon hearing this, Shunling Shui shot them an annoyed look. "What about my hair? Isn't it just a little messy?" But when she touched her hair, she discovered that the long, waterfall-like hair she once had was gone. At this moment, Shunling Shui was completely terrified. Her hair, which used to be so soft, had now become as stiff as a man's, almost like touching a bristle. Immediately, a piercing scream rang out, "My hair!" Fang Ho calmly replied, "It was eaten by a hair demon." Shunling Shui covered her face and cried loudly. Lu Danming stepped forward and said in a confident voice, "Ling Shui, you're still beautiful even without hair. Many people with hair aren't as beautiful as you without it. Besides, not having hair is actually better, you won't have to wash it every day." Upon hearing this, Shunling Shui became furious. "Shut up!" she shouted, and a fireball quickly shot out. Seeing this, Danming was startled and quickly used a teleportation spell to dodge, then angrily said, "I was trying to comfort you, and you're attacking me." Suddenly, Fang Ho looked at Lu Danming and asked, "Fatty, how far did you teleport just now?" Hearing that, Fatty was slightly stunned and suddenly froze in place. Then, glancing at the distance, his whole body instantly lit up with joy. "I just teleported 1 meter. My agility has increased by 5%, this is incredible." So it turns out that even a slight increase can create an account. "Ling Shui, what about you girls?" Fang Ho calmly said, 5%. It was just that when Fang Ho said 5%, he meant his agility had increased by 5%, not that his agility was at 5%. Just moments ago, Fang Ho had gained a great deal during the battle at Heishui Hamlet. Not only had he subdued the ghost hair as a foundation, but his agility had also directly increased by 5%. As a result, he had finally stepped into the 5th tier of high-level spirit masters. This was equivalent to breaking through a minor realm. Fang Ho could clearly feel that the potential of his body had been further unlocked, and his 5 senses had become more acute. At this moment, Fang Ho finally understood why Shunling Shui often claimed to be a high-level spiritualist in daily life. It turned out that the gap between a novice spiritualist and a high-level one was truly immense. This gap was not only reflected in physical constitution and the 5 senses, but more importantly, in the abundance of spiritual reserves that supported sustained ability usage. A novice would encounter spirits because of their lack of spiritual sense, and typically, after using their abilities only a few times, their spiritual sense would be depleted. Fang Ho had experienced this feeling many times. The contributions of Danming and Zhang Hao had increased his spiritual sense by 3 and 4 points respectively. Yet when Fang Ho used the strange power in the scalpel, which had been possessed by a ghost's hair, both supports only managed to raise it by 5%. This meant that, given the same amount of ghostly energy corroding the mind, he achieved the lowest percentage of resistance. Perhaps it was because he had died countless times that his mind had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, and all of this was thanks to the gentle, lovely wife who had gifted it to him. At this moment, Fang Ho silently communicated with his hair. Previously, when he controlled the ghostly hair, he vaguely discovered some obscure fragments of memories within the ghostly hair's body. After reviewing these memories, Fang Ho smiled. After witnessing Wang Erli's life, he became even more intrigued by the strange group of people. It's these spirit masters who use strange powers to deal with the strange. So, when their power increases, and when their spiritual essence reaches 100%, what will happen? Will they directly transform into something strange, or in other words, is the end point of a spirit master the strange? If this is the truth about spirit masters, then for humanity, it would truly be hopeless. None of this mattered to Fang Ho. He didn't care about what demons were, nor did he care who was strange. He only knew that between him and the strange, only one could survive, and unfortunately, he would not be the one to die. Time flew by, and eventually, Fong Ho returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, his wife, as gentle as ever, greeted him with a smile, like a dutiful wife, saying, "You're home, dear." This task had helped him enhance his spiritual awareness, and as Fong Ho looked at his wife, a thought immediately sprang to mind. In that instant, he revealed a wicked, excited smile. "When I crossed over to this world, the first thing I saw was her. Some things, after all, must be tried at least once," he said. "Isn't that right, my dear wife?" Upon hearing this, his beautiful wife, graceful as ever, showed a trace of joy. Her gentle smile twisted into something fierce, and she gazed at Fong Ho weakly, opening her mouth to speak. "You see me." Soon after, her fair, smooth skin cracked in patches, and her black hair seemed to twist and writhe. She opened her mouth wide, as if she were about to swallow him whole. Fong Ho also refused to be outdone. In an instant, his black hair turned silver, and the scalpel in his right hand continuously unleashed a strange power, chaotic and dark, as streams of black mist poured into his nose and mouth. Next, Fong Ho gripped the scalpel and charged quickly toward his wife, seeking revenge right before her eyes. His eyes, which had once been as calm as still water, suddenly surged, transforming into flames of hatred. At that moment, his right eye became bloodshot, the veins forming a web, turning his pupil into a deep red. A strange aura emanated from his entire body, enveloping him. Almost immediately, the scalpel plunged into his wife's body, the excruciating pain flooding through her, while she seemed to lose all strength to fight back, offering no resistance. Seeing this, a victorious grin appeared almost openly on Fong Ho's face. "Die." But right after that, her joyful expression suddenly vanished. She felt something was wrong, a sense that the stabbing had missed its mark. She lowered her head to look at the spot she had struck, only to discover it felt like plunging into a lump of mud, accompanied by a powerful suction force. Instantly, she tried to pull back, but it was too late. Under the effect of inertia, Fong Ho's entire hand was sucked in, then his arm, and even his whole body. Watching Fong Ho being drawn in, no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. He could only curse in rage, "Bitch." At the same time, the wife lowered her head and opened her mouth toward Fong Ho, gently licking him. On her stunningly beautiful face appeared a suppressed fury. "Husband, become one with my body." That was the last sentence Fong Ho heard as the last trace of his consciousness faded. Then even his head was drawn in, and he completely lost all awareness. Not long after, Fong Ho returned to the scene of just having come home. At that moment, he clenched his fists and looked at his wife, still falling short clearly. His current strength was still too weak. After pondering for a while, he decided to ignore his wife and went straight to the kitchen. Very quickly, he finished making breakfast, while his wife sat at the table with her fair hand propping up her chin. She gently watched Fong Ho eat breakfast, while Fong Ho silently set a goal for himself. "My beloved wife, even if the end point of a spiritual master is strange, even if I can't kill you yet, there will come a day when I will make you kneel at my feet, crying and begging. I will make you feel all the pain that the strangeness of this world has brought upon me."